fatality review work, especially after the historic reductions in violent crime in the district following the passage and implementation of my bill, the Secure DC Omnibus. I'll also be curious to discuss some of the fatality review work, such as whether there are any overarching trends, concerns, or recommendations from the fatality review committees and boards that the council should be aware of. For today's hearing, we're going to follow our normal practice where we hear from public witnesses first for one agency and then government witnesses for that agency and take each agency in turn. We are going to start with Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice, and then turn to Fire and EMS, and then DFS, and then OCME. All public witnesses will have 3 minutes to present your testimony. I'd like to call our first panel of public witnesses today for the Deputy Mayor's Office for Public Safety and Justice. Carrie Savage, Natalia Otero, Cody Wynn, Lavon Williams, Cynthia Hall, Loliata Griffin, Dwayne Falwell. Okay. We will begin with Carrie Savage, the Senior Director of Policy and Advocacy at PAVE, Parents Amplifying Voices in Education.
Good morning, Chairperson Pinto, members of the committee, and committee staff. My name is Carrie Savage, and I am the Senior Director of Policy and Advocacy at PAVE, or Parents Amplifying Voices in Education. I am also a Ward 1 resident and former educator. For background, PAVE parent leaders are mothers, fathers, grandmothers, and other caregivers who share their stories, dig deeply into education policy, and bring their voices to our city's leaders in order to impact the educational experiences of all of our children in DC. Our parent leaders are overwhelmingly Black, many are Native Washingtonians, and the majority live in neighborhoods that wrestle with community violence, food and housing insecurity, and a lack of excellent school options. When PAVE parent leaders voted to prioritize safe passage to school in both 2023 and 2024, their goal was simple and profound. Make sure every student in the district can travel to and from school safely, each and every day. While we have not yet met this goal, 2 things make me hopeful. 1, we have made meaningful progress even in just the last year. And 2, PAVE parent leaders and our Safe Passage Coalition partners, made up of schools and community organizations, have developed a strong set of realistic and impactful solutions to build on that momentum and to continue to improve safety across all 8 wards. This time last year, we highlighted the need for stronger collaboration among Safe Passage stakeholders because relationships are key to promoting safety, and communication and coordination are the foundation of every solution to improve implementation and outcomes. We are extremely grateful for DMPSJ's leadership in this area. They have continuously engaged in conversations with parents, schools, and community partners to listen to concerns and act onto feedback and suggestions. In particular, I want to acknowledge and celebrate the following. First, a revised Safe Passage Ambassador RFP that includes community voices in the grant proposal review process to better assess providers' ability to connect with school communities. Next, they redefined and provided a uniform standard of procedures for all Safe Passage program ambassadors and moved from school-specific routes to neighborhood-based zones to ensure presence in the areas with greatest need. Finally, hosted a citywide safety convening with safety leaders and all middle and high school leaders in the spring. These changes, alongside a strong focus on improving other aspects of the public safety ecosystem, have led to notable improvements. Overall, crime is down by 15%, violent crime decreased by 35%, and crime is down on Metro by 20%, a key method for students to travel to and from school. Still, there is much more work to do. Too many students and families worry about safety traveling to and from school, and their fears are not unfounded. This has profound impacts on attendance, mental health, learning, and participation in after-school and enrichment activities, all critical for student success. It will take all of us to pull together and make the changes we need, and we hope to see DMPSJ continue to build their momentum by taking the following steps. 1, working with school leaders in the safe passage zones. Safe passage zones, strong systems of communication, ongoing standardized training for safe passage ambassadors with neighborhood-specific contexts, continuing to revamp the Safe Passage grant application process, and making sure we're working collaboratively with the school leaders on the safety convening so the agenda is most helpful for them and their school communities. And if I could just very quickly, I also just want to express my gratitude to our first responders. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Savage. And please make sure you submit your testimony to the record. If there's any pieces that you didn't get to, we'll make sure to read it. Thank you. Natalia Otero, co-founder and executive director of DC Safe.
Good morning. Thank you for your time. As an organization that works with many of the first responders that you alluded to today, I'm glad to be here. My name is Natalia Otero. I'm the co-founder of DC Safe. We serve more than 13,000 residents a year. Our coordinated crisis response model is actually unique to the district and assesses and expedites life-saving services to approximately 2,000 high-risk survivors every year. In the first decade of our program, we saw an astonishing decrease in homicide of our clients. Along with DC Safe, the group of 17 local and federal agencies working on the high-risk domestic violence initiative have made incredible strides in victim safety. Last year, the HRDVI held small group sessions to develop recommendations to increase the effectiveness of the district's response to domestic violence. My colleague Elizabeth Olds will walk you through those in her testimony. Although some recommendations relate to the supportive services for survivors, nothing will change until the perpetrator changes their violent behavior. To successfully implement, we must identify and, if needed, develop resources and programming for high-risk offenders to receive help for their pattern of violent behavior prior to or in lieu of court-involved mandated intervention. This would require engagement from our federal partners in the courts, consensus building about things like judicial training, protection order enforcement, accountability for violations of probation, and pretrial release are essential to creating consistent offender accountability. If we have the ability to identify people that are at highest risk for seriously harming or murdering their partners, do we not have a responsibility to act upon that? If I told you that I could provide 26 cases right now where there are at least 5 victims attached to one person, would you not be concerned? DC Safe and its partners really believe that in order to reduce the risk of severe harm or homicide for those cases, we must implement a more comprehensive model of critical interventions for both parties. District agencies must begin to track recidivism and tailor approaches accordingly, just as the district and our federal partners have done successfully with community violence and carjackings under the leadership of the deputy mayor. And we would also like to implement a task force approach to the most prolific high-risk domestic violence offenders. We would not have to create anything out of cloth, and we can lean on the innovative programs that are ahead of us in the country. When the deputy mayor came to attend a DVRT meeting, she was complimentary, but stated that our goals were not implementable because of the information sharing challenges. Respectfully, we disagree, particularly given that we subsequently saw the district apply these strategies to other types of crime. So why listen to us? Because we have a lived experience in prevention work. We have helped over hundreds of thousands of residents a year, and we are getting over 33,000 calls from first responders yearly. I do not remember off the top of my head the number of 911 calls for DV, but I do think it's comparable. Lastly, I would just like to personally invite you to attend one of our meetings. I think that if you could see the fact sheets and the types of cases that we're talking about, you would feel the same kind of urgency. Thank you for your time.
Thank you both very much for your testimony and all of the work that you both do in your respective spaces. Ms. Savage, I want to start with you about some of the safe passage coordination. This is the year that we moved the safe passage into the deputy mayor's purview. And what is your sense about that move on how things are working? I heard some of your ideas around having more involvement from the schools and more coordination. But has your experience been working with the deputy mayor's office that there has been more of an effort on that coordination? What does that look like this year?
Sure. I mean, I want to give them immense kudos. I feel like they have really taken all of the direction we've given them around safe passage and the coordination and really run with it. I think, it's in terms of the areas of expertise, I think that the safe passage program is in the right fit. with the Deputy Mayor of Public Safety and Justice. And I think they are very committed to not just working with schools, but also still working with the DME, even though it's moved out of that cluster formally, like still having conversations. I do think there are like one area of improvement we've heard from some school leaders is that, not all tentacles of the government all know what's going on each side. And is there areas for improvement? Sure. But I think that they've taken the responsibility really seriously. They've been super responsive when we've had either meetings that PAVE has hosted ourselves or schools that have hosted. You might have seen our Safe Passage Summits where schools hosted so that folks could come in and see what pickup and drop off really looks like in real time. The DMPSJ team has come to every single one of those. The OSA's ward-based safety convenings they've had presence at. So I do feel like they are committed to getting out there and engaging. And I just think it's an ongoing effort to make sure we're improving the communication and coordination so everybody knows what the left hand and right hand are doing.
Okay, thank you. And just a follow-up on that is there's a conversation going on about, and some of it depends the school community, there may be differences of opinions, but around where the safe passage workers should be located. Some will say it should be much more community-based and outside of the school building or outside of the school property even. And some say it needs to be much more tied in with the school so that there could be conversation with the school staff about issues they're seeing on the way. So what is your sense that PAVE parents are wanting in those two types of models?
I don't mean it to be a cop-out, but I think if they were here, and you'll hear from them later today too, but they probably say both, right? Like, but in the event that we can't have it all, that we can't have folks, the presence that we want in all of the spaces, I think that ultimately needs to be a conversation to have with the school leaders, because there are some school leaders who have said, look, my staff has the pickup and drop off area right outside of the school, but I'd prefer safe passage presence at the bus stop, a half a block away. But that might be different for different folks. Not everybody has the staffing availability to be able to send everybody out right after school, because some folks are doing after school programs or, so I do think it's school specific. And I think being flexible and fluid is important. And that's why one of the things we put in addition to those like convenings with school leaders and the safe passage program managers and ambassadors themselves is also just some way for the safe passage workers, because they are not school specific, to be able to talk to each other across different schools. So like there might be one area of the neighborhood that is really serving 3 schools in a similar jurisdiction. And like, even our school leaders have suggested whether it's walkie-talkies or an app on your phone so that it doesn't need to be a school specific mode of communication, but everybody that's in the area, hey, heads up, something's piping up over here, look out for it. Like I just think those are some of the pretty practical solutions that I think are really possible that we'd like to see continue.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Otero, I will absolutely take you up on your invitation to join you all. I think that would be great. When you talk about kind of more of a coordinated plan, one of the issues that we have with OVSJG and the partners here is because the way that the grants are issued, and we heard from Director Porter at her oversight hearing about this need to receive the applications and then determine where the money is going, which is different than a traditional government agency that's doing the work kind of in-house. And so without getting away from the grant system so that our CBOs like yours can do the important work that you're doing, how do you envision that type of coordination actually playing out in practice?
So the original plan, I think back in 2009 under the then deputy mayor, was to create a lethality assessment program. And so that is actually pretty simple. There's like 38 around the country now that are working very well. That was simply an idea of like, we had a very horrific multiple murder. How do we engage systems and survivors so that survivors can actually just reach out to one person, one agency, in this case being us, and be connected to all the services that they need around the city. I think that we have done a lot to ensure that there's access for survivors, that there are coordinated services for survivors. I think where we are, where we're both successful and kind of missing the mark is that it takes a coordinated response to actually stop domestic violence from leading to a homicide or severe assault. And I think that the linchpin here is not so much the funding, but more the structures that create a coordinated system. So we actually did way more than a lethality assessment. I would say that we have a coordinated critical intervention for survivors. We don't have a coordinated critical intervention for offenders at the moment. And I think that's what we're trying to say. So the structure right now that is set up is through an order that was created by the city administrator. So it comes out of the office. It's technically their program that they manage along with us, that we manage, I guess, in relation to the city. It also has a lethality assessment program MOU, which I think is fairly unique. It's an MOU that has 17 entities attached to it, both local and federal. We're one of two, and we're the coordinating body. So that has gotten us a long way. We come to the table, we have critical interventions for cases that have multiple incidents. So the 26 cases I was talking to you about that we identified in my testimony, those are cases where we're concerned that one person is offending with multiple people. And so the question is, like, how do we intervene in those cases? We're sharing general information and we're sharing specific information insofar as each agency can share. So if we have, for example, CSOSA, because the offender is under supervision, they have a limit to what they can share with, say, the police department or the U.S. Attorney's Office. We have releases of information, so we tend to be, as a nonprofit, the agency that can share the most about the survivor, and MPD seems to be the agency that can share most about the offender. So I guess what we're asking for is the opportunity to try and implement a task force that is similar to ones that have already been implemented in the area of, which by the way is adjacent, but community crime, community violence, and carjacking.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I think that is a great idea and certainly something I'll speak to the deputy mayor about today and moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Okay, I see we have been joined by some of our first panel public witnesses are in person, so I'm going to call them with the others for the virtual panel. Cody Wynn, Lavon Williams, Dwayne Falwell, Elizabeth Olds, Carrie Carter, Taylor Terry, Elizabeth Reddick, Brianna Lamons, Sharon Boone Ruffin, Paul Jones, David Moloff, one moment, Cynthia Hall, Liliana Griffin. Lolita, please come join us. Okay, are there any other people who are here for in-person testimony for DMPSJ? Okay. Okay, Cody Wynn, public witness.
Hello, how you doing? It's definitely an honor to be up here for this testimony with you, Councilmember Pinto. Speaking on behalf of the deputy mayor, just speaking on the last 2 years, I have been working with my organization growing up, and also Curtis Streets. We did a lot of great work in this city. Well, I know you just heard a testimony about Safe Passage. I've been with the Safe Passage organization for the last 2 years. As of right now, I oversee NOMA in Brooklyn. Last year we was school-based, now we community-based. Safe Passage has done a lot in the city, seen a lot, reported a lot, anywhere between crimes, fights, traffic stops, potholes, and everything like that. Safe Passage is making definitely a change in the city as far as, the kids coming and going from school, with monitoring and things like that, and also working with the school. Another thing, the deputy mayor's office been working closely with us with Jasmine, the resources pop-ups. This events that we go into schools, we get them resources that they need, far as like mental health, job training programs and things like that. But we also make it fun for them by bringing a DJ in there, 360 machines, just making it that they can have a nice day out at school and get to know some of the resources that they opportunities they have. And this event right here that we do, far as pop-ups with the deputy mayor, is just not school based. It's also community based, where we go in neighborhoods that are been affected by gun violence. We go in there and try to get them a event to put a smile on their face, to let them know that it is resources and people out here that care and that's willing to help them make the change in the community. Also, go teams. The violent interruption program came around about Memorial Day. We had a massacre Memorial Day where there was a lot of shootings and things like that going on. So the go teams is where individuals be in all the red areas in the Washington D.C. area to make sure no violence or no shootings or anything like that goes on. We there 4th of July, New Year's, and we definitely be wanting to go out in the community more. It been a success. We haven't had no shootings while the GO team was going on and things like that. So, once I can say about the deputy mayor and working with her office for the last 2 years, there definitely been taking strides to stop the violence in the city. Work with Jasmine hands on. I don't care if a shooting happened at 6, 5 in the morning. I get a call, hey, do you know about this shooting and what's going on and things like that. So we work hands on with each other to make sure the communities and the city is safe. And I could say, working out of Ward 5, that's one of the reasons why the crime rate dropped like that from working with the deputy mayor and other agencies like, the OAG office and the ones.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Lavon Williams, public witness.
How you doing today, Ms. Pinto? I appreciate the opportunity to speak. As Mr. Wynn before me was speaking about, I'm also grateful for, everything that Jasmine Benet has done, and the resources that she made accessible to us, him with his organization and me being a volunteer with multiple organizations. Because in the beginning I was a very big critic, of these organizations because, I noticed that a lot of these organizations didn't have youth. These organizations wasn't open to the youth for things like when they have idle time, they could just go in there and they might have programming or classes for these youth. I noticed that a lot of the youth in the city were bored, and during the times of that boredom, they wind up breaking laws or committing heinous acts, and during that time, I started to partner with Mr. Wynn, and he introduced me to Jasmine, and I was able, a lot of kids because I'm a social media influencer, and also I'm a leader in every ward in DC, right? I've been blessed with the ability to, I've been blessed with the ability to walk into, different areas in the city, and a lot of the youth take to me, and so a lot of youth that I see might just be hanging outside, or, they might reach out to me and ask me, just to take them away from the neighborhoods for a while, to take them away from the violence, to take them away from the negative, pure influence. And, I'll reach out to Mr. Wynn or, Miss Benet Miss Benash, and get tickets to, NBA games, and even it blows the youth's minds, because they're able to sit in the mayor's suite, and they say they feel real presidential, and this is something that makes me feel good, because not only for a few hours am I able to take them out the neighborhoods that they are in, and give them something to do. It also allows me to build these relationships with children, and then word of mouth. So now they're telling their friends and their friends, you know, um, but the thing that a lot of them, in these conversations that I have with them on one-on-one, situations is, the lack of money, the fact that, they don't have money, or boredom, right? So, I was speaking with Mr. Wynn.
And Mr. Williams, I'm sorry to cut you off. You're over time. If I can ask you to summarize and wrap up.
Oh, okay.
Thank
I
you.
was just, I was just speaking with Mr. Wynn about, incentive-based programming, and start using some of these outreach centers, or, places where, these violence interrupters work, start using them to hold classes, with these youth. That's, but I appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you very
All right,
much for the
thank
work
you.
you do. Lolita Griffin, Collaborative Solutions for Communities.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson and members of the council.
Yes, microphone, please. There we go.
Thank you. Good morning again, Chairpersons, member of the council. My name is Lolita Griffin, and I serve as the Senior Program Manager for Safe Passage, Safe Blocks with Collaborative Solutions for Communities. Every day, my team and I are a visible presence in the community, ensuring that students have a safe and supportive environment on their way to and from school. The Safe Passage program is essential, and I am here today to urge you to continue funding this critical initiative. Without it, students will face greater risk of violence, unsafe situations, and negative influence on their daily commutes. This year alone, Safe Passage ambassadors had intervened in over 67 incidents, de-escalating conflicts before they could escalate into something worse, right? One of the most serious cases occurred at one of our schools, where one of our Safe Passage supervisors discovered a firearm that had been stashed by a student. That intervention prevented a potential tragedy. This is what Safe Passage does every single day. But our work cannot stop at the school doors. We need to do more, be more connected to the schools to help reduce in-school incidents and prevent conflicts from spilling out into the community. School principals recognize this need and consistently provide positive feedback, stating that they want even more Safe Passage support inside their buildings. This is not an unstructured program. We operate in a direct coordination with the Office of Deputy Mayor for Public Justice. We attend monthly meetings with all the community-based organizations, and we contribute to training development and receive staff-wide training multiple times a year. At CSC, our supervisors and managers, we meet twice daily, once in the morning to assess concerns, and again in the afternoon to review high-level incidents and check in with DMPSJ. Additionally, our managers collaborate directly with law enforcers, maintaining open lines of communication with watch commanders to ensure rapid responses when needed. This program is working. I've seen it firsthand, and it's saving lives. But we need continued funding to sustain this impact and expand our ability to prevent violence before it happens. As I urge you to prioritize safe passage so that every student in this city can get to school safety without fear. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to student safety.
Thank you, Ms. Griffin.
Thank you.
Dwayne Falwell, CEO and founder of Together We Rise DC.
Morning, council, Ms. Pinto. First, I'd like to say I'm blessed and grateful to be here to be able to speak in front of council today. One of the things I will say is I've been involved with outreach in the District of Columbia for over 20 years, but specifically in the last, since 2018, with the Office of Neighborhood Safety Engagement, I've seen a few deputy directors, mayors, and a whole lot of stuff come through in my time. You know, we've been through a lot of ups and downs on this journey. I think the stabilization of the programs that we are doing now with the Office of Neighborhood Safety Engagement has come to a tight grip under Deputy Mayor Lindsay Appear's reign. I will say that Jazz Benai has really brought the glue to connecting all the dots together. We met in this building lots of times to get to the bottom of what the silos were who were operating in the city. Basically, every man for himself. I think those days are over. Have been over for a while. You know, I'm not going to say a whole lot of things, but I will just say that the funding for this type of work is very essential. And I think the leadership that you have in control of this and that's heading the work are the proper people in place. And if we continue, I think we have some great results. I think we had a good year last year. And because of that team effort, I think we have a better year this year. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Falwell. And thank you all of you for the important work that you do to help our young people and help keep our city safe. I'm going to have a couple questions for you, but we have a few witnesses virtually who are joining us who are on this panel. I can't see the screen, so I'm going to, I can see some of the screen. Okay. Elizabeth Olds, co-founder and strategic partnerships manager of DC Safe.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Elizabeth Olds, DC Safe co-founder and strategic partnerships manager. DC Safe, as Natalia mentioned, DC Safe is an integral part of the city's public safety infrastructure, providing 24/7 crisis intervention for over 12,000 domestic violence survivors in the district each year, and working in close coordination with those 17 federal and community-based organizations in the high-risk domestic violence initiative to address those at highest risk for near lethal assault and homicide. DC Safe commends the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety, the Mayor, and the Chief of Police for the remarkable reduction in violent crime in 2024. And thankfully, we saw a dramatic reduction in domestic violence homicides as well as compared to the previous 4 years. However, the rates of domestic violence aggravated assault are up by 100%. In 2024 as compared to 2023, and a close review of those homicides that took place in 2024 indicates that some were still blatantly preventable by factors that we've seen in previous years. A close review of the 71 intimate partner homicides in the district from 2014 to 2023 revealed that 26 offenders in the cases known to DC Safe and the criminal justice system. Of those 26 offenders, 24, so 92%, had multiple victims, with 3 of them having abused 7 or more additional victims. Several homicides in 2024, as I said, also fit this profile, with multiple victims and other factors that were known to the system at the time that the homicide occurred. We believe a similar approach to what's been employed to address community violence can be used to address high-risk domestic violence cases with the collaboration of our HRDVI partners. And to that end, we looked at the last 2 years of our reviews of complex high-risk cases and developed specific recommendations that we'll share with you in total with our written testimony. But those include developing and maintaining the capacity to track identified high-risk chronic offenders, cases through the system of care for survivors in the criminal justice system, detailing specific personnel at district and federal agencies to those cases, ensuring better communication across the system, and exploring and implementing focused deterrence as a method within the criminal justice system to address offender recidivism. And of course, as Natalia talked about, implementing that task force approach to the most challenging and high-risk and prolific high-risk offenders, just as was successfully done with carjacking under the leadership of the deputy mayor. We again commend Deputy Mayor Apia for the innovative approaches taken in other areas that have made the district a safer place to live and work. And we look forward to working with her in the domestic violence space to improve the high-risk domestic violence initiative and the district's response overall. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Holtz. Terry Carter. Taylor Terry, public witness.
Hello, good morning. Thank you, Chair Pinto and your staff and Deputy Mayor Apia for being here today. I know this can be a really exhausting season for public officials and council staff, even in calmer times, but please know that the public appreciates this process and the work that goes into it. So I'm here today just as a private citizen, not representing any organization. And the issue I want to advocate on is to urge the Deputy Mayor and her staff to work with MPD to be more transparent by releasing data about law enforcement operations more frequently. Now, we know MPD does a really great job publicizing data about crime via the crime cards and other similar resources. But we've seen that detailed data about police stops and arrests is only released once a year. And it often comes out several months after the last data that's included. So at any given time, the data that's available to the public and to other government entities can be 3 to 15 months old. My understanding is that this process is not especially difficult or time-consuming. It just requires a query to be run against the Mark 43 data warehouse and the results posted to the Open Data DC portal. So I'm really hoping we can find a way to do this that's at least quarterly and ideally even something more like monthly or closer to real time so that we have this at the same resolution that we have a lot of the data about crime itself. I know this data is not really widely used right now, but it contains a lot of important insights that aren't available anywhere else. I'm a data scientist by trade and often bring analysis of the stop and arrest data to community meetings. And even police officials themselves are often surprised by what the data shows. Having this data even on an annual basis was how we saw that there was a broad slowdown of policing activity during the COVID years and running through 2023. Bringing stops and arrests per officer down by around 40%, depending on the metric that you're looking at. But there's also often good news in it too. Like we just got the 2024 arrest data in the last few weeks. And it's the first time we've seen really detailed information about how this trend is turned around in 2024. If we'd had this data earlier, a lot of community organizations, journalists, and other branches of the DC government would have been able to see the good work that MPD has been doing. We also might have identified some of the trends within the data that really merit further analysis and perhaps a change in MPD strategy, like the fact that traffic arrests were up 253% from 2023 to 2024. But somehow with all those traffic arrests, our DUI numbers remain barely changed and are still at a level that's half what they were before COVID. Again, my ask here is just that the Deputy Mayor and her staff and work with MPD to prioritize more frequent releases of the stop and arrest data, and also to make sure that this data makes its way to the Open Data DC portal so that everyone can use the tools there. That's all I got, and thank you all for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mr. Terry. Elizabeth Reddick, parent leader from PAVE, Parents Amplifying Voices in Education.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. My apologies, I'm a little under the weather, but I'm going to attempt to do my testimony anyway. Good morning, Councilwoman Pinto. My name is Elizabeth Reddick. I'm a Ward 7 resident with a 7th grader at Monument Academy. I am also an ANC commissioner for 7B05 and a PAVE parent leader. Today, I would like to advocate on the importance of advancing equity in education through implementation of various initiatives to expand the pathway to middle class and allowing Native Washingtonians to thrive in the district. Specifically today, I believe we could do that through expanding safe passage to school. I would like to take a moment, though, to acknowledge you, Councilwoman Pinto, and Deputy Mayor Apia for having tough, uneasy conversations with the community and for holding agencies accountable and also prioritizing the safety of our residents, regardless of their status, class, or socioeconomic backgrounds. Deputy Mayor Apia, we met at a very interesting time in the district when juvenile crime was just beginning to show its fatality. And I remember you talking to me about strengthening community relationships and what that might look like. I know that there's a perception that being tough on crime and holding juveniles accountable is marginalization, but I don't agree. It is our job to hold ourselves, our neighbors, and our community to the highest standards. Sometimes that is seeing something in a person that we can't see in ourselves. As a mother, I am constantly asking myself, am I enabling or am I supporting, and where's the line? I come before this body today to ask for your support in helping me to support the young people in my life, the ones I know and the ones I haven't met yet. I know that the Deputy Mayor of Public Safety and Justice has committed to safe passage and has started implementing changes such as meeting with school principals and staff, as well as other stakeholders to get ahead of situations before they become a crisis. But I would also like to see these meetings expand out more into the community where parents can provide input directly, especially the parents of students affected by conflict spilling into and out of the school building. Communication between stakeholders and high impact school families especially should be consistent and support collaboration of systems without duplication of efforts. There needs to be a better evaluation system to track data points and consistency of response in these matters, including implementation of community support. I urge you to continue to standardize a Safe Passage Ambassadors program, allowing the ambassadors to provide more action-oriented approaches and responses. The way ambassadors are allowed to engage the youth right now is very limited. While they are not safety techs, ensuring a child makes it across the street is a basic function of safe passage. I would love an opportunity to continue to partner and share feedback from a parent perspective. While I am against over-policing, I do believe accountability and knowing where our children are in the district is our responsibility. I hear of children disappearing before and after school, and no one knows how, why, or where these children are going. We have adults outside of the home enabling certain behavior and other people's children, and there is very little the parent can do about it. We need to hold these harboring adults accountable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Reddick. I hope you're feeling better soon. Quiana Lamons. Sharon Boone Ruffin, parent leader, PAVE, Parents Amplifying Voices in Education.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Good morning, Councilmember Pinto and Deputy Mayor Apia. I'm Sean Boone Ruffin, a Ward 8 resident and PAVE Ward 8 Citywide PLE Board member. I'm also a Dunbar School Engineering Academy and Hope Towson Public Charter School Academy parent. Just like Deputy Mayor Apia always does, I would like to start with a thank you. Thank you to Deputy Mayor Apia for your continued partnership and dedication to safe passage. Thank you, Councilmember Pinto, for your continued partnership with PAVE parent leaders and commitment to public safety. The hard work and dedication that both of you put in each day helps to make our students safer. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm excited to share my perspective as both a parent and educator on the importance of safe passage. Each day, students across the district travel to and from school each day. They are exposed to unsafe situations as they travel to and from school. This must be stopped. We must provide our students with safe passage, providing students with a safe way to get to and from school and help lower truancy rates, leading to increased classroom learning time and potentially leading to an increase in performance in math and reading. If our students do not have a safe way to get to school, they may not want to go. They will lose out on a chance to develop their math and reading skills, to learn more about the world around them, to cultivate their passions, and ultimately are losing out on a chance to set themselves up for success. I have to drive my daughter to school each day as she commutes from Ward 8 to Dunbar High School. My daughter is a driven and motivated student who has plans and is planned to graduate early next year. She deserves a safe way to get to and from school that does not involve taking a bus, then a train, and then walk alone 21 minutes by herself without supervision to Dunbar Senior High School. We have programs that have shown promising outcomes. The Safe Passage Ambassador Program provides a level of supervision that helps our students to feel safe and be safe on their commute. However, there are steps we can take to further improve the Safe Passage Ambassador Program. PAVE advocates for standardized training across SPAs with neighborhood-specific context, including in training. Let's say that little Johnny has to walk to school 2 neighborhoods away that has a conflict, and our staff with Safe Passage ambassadors. These ambassadors are aware of the history of the neighborhoods, can help them to stay vigilant to make sure that little Johnny can get to school safely. A part of strengthening the Safe Passage program is increasing the communication between Safe Passage ambassadors and school leaders. We're asking that the DMPSJ work with school leaders and Safe Passage ambassadors to create stronger systems of communication between the both in the same area. This could be through walkie-talkie usage or messaging apps. The increase in communication can help make sure that everyone is on the same page. Safe Passage requires all hands on deck. Let's make sure that our Safe Passage ambassadors have a quick way to get in contact with our school leaders to create safer experiences for our students. Safe Passage ambassadors can make a real difference in the lives of our children. Just the other day at my daughter's school, Dunbar, there was a series of fights throughout the day. In fact, this was yesterday. It was 7 different fights. The school administration communicated with Safe Passage ambassadors before school let out, just to let them know about the tension that happened inside the school, even though MPD and DC Public School Police Department were active and on the grounds. With this, we have created and we have knocked down the high tension and encouraged the students to not linger around the front of the school. When students left school that
Ms.
day,
Ruffin, I'm so sorry to interrupt. You're a bit over time. If I can ask you to summarize and wrap up.
no problem. So just to put this in perspective, if everybody is on the same page, then they will be able to get in and out of school safely, and our students will be to and from school safely as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Jones, you here? David Maloff, public witness.
Good morning, Honorable Council Member Pinto, other council members, Deputy Mayor, and Fire Chiefs. I'm David Maloff, past president of the DC Federation of Citizens Associations. I have 2 respectful requests. For the committee and the full council, I urgently ask again for a second year that you support my call for an immediate arm's length, internal, inexpensive review of DOB's residential permitting and inspections for DC Code Classification 3307 projects that are dangerous. Apparently, hundreds of such permits were issued last year, as the DOB director revealed in corrected testimony to the Committee of the Whole last week. That's dozens of permits per ward. The fire marshal, chief, and the chief of disaster recovery, or one of their staff members from the fire and EMS service, should be seconded to lightly participate in such a quick, inexpensive 30-day review led by OCA or DMPED. Keep in mind that the fire marshal is an active member of the Construction Codes Coordinating Board in order to protect fire safety, and I would guess that that also involves disaster recovery. For the deputy mayor today, and I asked in testimony last week as part of DMPED's operational oversight that this review should also include part-time staff from a few other departments as well, including possibly EOM, MOLC, and the auditor. The Committee of the Whole's oversight hearing last week heard for a 3rd year repeatedly the need for review and reform of DOB's positively broken residential dangerous construction permitting and special inspections. Recall, sadly, as one most recent horrible example, the 1111 and 1113 V Street property collapse that resulted in a worker's death on December 23rd continues to reflect a DOB permitting and inspections record full of deficiencies and omissions. This is especially heartbreaking given all the testimonies that have occurred in the last 3 years. After 70 days and counting, DOB has yet to issue any public findings. It is important for the mayor herself not to rely on DOB's internal, potentially conflicted perspectives for the review of that incident or for a larger review of dangerous construction permitting and inspections that I repropose today. The fire chiefs, I think, can lend an excellent hand here, and they have stewardship in proactively, ahead of the fact, protecting citizens, workers, abutting neighbors, and firefighters themselves. The police were first to arrive on the scene, and it was very dangerous, a couple of officers told me. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Great, thank you very much. Is DOB's oversight hearing today? I think it might even be today with the committee of the whole as well.
Council member, it was last Tuesday.
Oh, it was last Tuesday. Okay, thank you.
1 week ago, and the video is quite remarkable.
Okay, thank you very much. And it was a day that we had our own oversight hearing here.
Yes.
Which
Thank
we
you.
did, but thank you for your testimony. Okay, so for our safe passage workers, when we think about follow-up, so there's a incident that you may have helped break up or diffuse, what does the follow-up look like to make sure that those students are supported throughout the school day, that the next day there's not just this similar type of issue? And where are you seeing gaps that we can help you plug in that type of follow-up and coordination?
So I would say when a fight go on or a violent incident happen in the community or by a school, a UI report is done. A UI report is an incident report of what happened. Then we also get on a 5:30 call with all organizations, program managers and supervisors, and we talk about the incident with Jasmine and deputy mayor's office about what happened. So then the follow-up is what, like, the next day we will go to the school and ask, how can Safe Passage support? A lot of them be wanting mediations done, to support them in mediations. A lot of them want our help in that. And also we follow up throughout the year about the incident to make sure it's not ongoing. Some mediations got to be done off school grounds in the neutral zone. That's when, I would ask the deputy mayor office, can they provide a safe spot that's neutral for both parties for they could feel comfortable at. And the follow-ups be throughout the year. To go in and make sure that them students or that situation is still the mediation is the truth still in place. And we just follow up throughout the year. And that's for every incident to happen. Each follow-up is different. A lot of times we follow up with the parents and the father or the mother, firsthand to make sure that their kid coming and going safely from school. It'd be a lot of robberies and and bullying and things like that. So them some of the things that Safe Passage do, far as the administration, not the supervisor and the program manager. Them some of the follow-ups that we do.
Thank you. Anyone else here have thoughts on how we can better engage in that coordination and follow up what you're seeing?
Yes, ma'am. It's very important that, like he said, the follow-up is like a part of the reporting of the incident reports that we send out when an incident happened. Our teams most definitely start with a safety plan after they get the details, the what, the when, the why, the how of the incident that happens. We make sure we follow up with the school, the point of contact with the school to make sure that we get the students' names, everyone involved. And if the incident is like really serious where someone is hurt, where the, medics is called and things like that, we most definitely follow up with Jasmine to see if we can create a safety plan for the next following day. We make sure that the Safe Passage team double up in that particular area the next day to keep an eye on the area where the incident happened, so we can make sure that if the students come to school the next day, that the Safe Passage presence is there, along with, the MPD is there to support, and also the DCPS school there to support. So that's part of the follow-up safety plan that we work on before the next day to make sure that the kids are safe.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Cole.
And as we don't do safe passage specifically at the ones, but as violent interrupters, what we do in the community is we monitor the situation on the internet that goes on in the schools, because I think a lot of times they express what's going on in the schools on the internet. As violent interrupters, my violent interrupters study the internet as well as the walkways that go to the schools. So in Ward 7, we have Cesar Chavez and Friendship Collegiate. It's a bridge that comes across 295 that we monitor the intervening of that. The violent interrupters help the safe passage support. So that's one of the things that we've been doing to get rid of those silos that we talked about earlier.
Thank you so much. Go ahead.
To give an example of the follow-up that, that has greatly affected the kids in a positive way is, for example, me and Mr. Wynn, I was tagging along with Mr. Wynn to check on some youth that we work with. And, some young ladies had gotten into altercation, and, I'm learning at the time about safe passage and, all the things they do. And, but I never knew that one of the aspects of the follow-ups were, the young lady was, she was complaining about her hair was destroyed, and, she lost, it seemed as though like her confidence was gone because some of the hair that she had was pulled out in the midst of the fight. So, Mr. Wynn and some of the females from Safe Passage, they spoke to her, and got her resources and got some people together to, help, give her a hairstyle after the incident, and, I think that was a pivot point where, a lot of times people overlook that they, actually interact with the kids and make sure that, for whatever reason, I've seen instances where, a child was afraid to take the bus home, fear of being jumped, and, they are hands-on with these kids, and that's really important to these children.
In that case, will you ride the metro with a child to where they're going, or how far will you go from the school?
Well, that was the thing, I was only able to witness and hear, them speaking about, yeah, we got to make sure, that this child feels safe getting on, their transportation. And because, the child was telling them, like, I don't feel safe. And, the children are speaking about jumping me when I get on the bus. But at the time, one of my children had walked up. But Mr. Wynn can elaborate a lot more on that. But, one of my youth had walked up to speak to me, and my attention was, distracted, And then right after that, a mother had sprayed, bear spray on a group of kids by the school. So it was, multiple things going on that day,
So to answer that question, Councilmember Pinto, what organizations do, what we do, we communicate with other safe passage organizations that might, got the different metros where the kids commute and things like that. But one thing while we right here with this testimony to you, definitely to keep this safe passage organization running with more funding and things like that, we got something called flex funds. So a situation like that, we will put a child in an Uber with the parent permission and things like that to make sure they go home safe.
Thank you very much. Thank you all to our witnesses today. We've got 4 agencies, so we're gonna have to move on. But I really appreciate you being here, and as I said, for the important work that you do every day for our city. Thank you. Okay, with that, we are going to call our government witness, Lindsay Apia, the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all. If you're going to be answering questions, can you please state your name and position for the record? We can start with you, Mr. Nitz. I do, but will you turn your microphone on, please?
John Nitz, Agency Fiscal Officer, supporting the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice.
Nicole Peckham, Deputy Mayor Apia's Chief of Staff.
Wonderful.
And I'm Lindsay Apia, Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice.
Great. Thank you all. If you can all return your microphones on. Yours was on, Deputy Mayor. There we go. And we will swear you all in. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yeah.
Thank you all. Deputy Mayor Apia, I'd now like to invite you to make any opening statement you may have.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Pinto, members and staff of the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety. Like I said, I'm Lindsay Apia, Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice. Thank you for this opportunity to offer testimony on the performance of the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice during fiscal year 2024 and fiscal year 2025 to date. I'd also like to thank all of the public witnesses who participated and gave testimony, and you heard from so many who honestly work with us every single day. And you heard from one of our PAVE parents who said, I always open with thank yous, which is true. So I offer my customary thank you. And now I'll go into more thank yous. Before I discuss our performance in fiscal year 24, I want to take a moment to say thank you to the more than 10,000 hardworking women and men of the Public Safety and Justice Cluster. In 2024, we reduced violent crime by 35% and total crime by 15%. And this year, we are currently down 27% in violent crime over last year. We've made significant progress in making our city safer and stronger, and could not have done this without our PSJ team serving under the committed, skilled leadership of our agency directors. And I also have to thank all of our partners. I cannot say thank you enough. I'd also like to acknowledge the hard work of the thousands of district employees across clusters and our federal, state, and local partners on the 3 monumentally successful recent national special security events in January: the counting and certification of electoral votes on January 6th, the state funeral for President Carter, and the peaceful transfer of power during the presidential inauguration. And I'd note the 4th, last night's joint presidential address to Congress. Several DMPSJ agencies also played a significant role in the response and recovery to the tragic crash between a military helicopter and American Airlines Flight 5342 on January 29th. I would like to acknowledge the Fire and Emergency Medical Services Department, the Metropolitan Police Department, Department of Forensic Sciences, Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, Homeland Security, and Emergency Management Agency, the Office of Unified Communications, for their valiant roles in supporting the victims and their families. I know the committee has a busy day today with several of my agencies in the hallways and my office and other places, with 3 more agencies testifying today. So with that in mind, I'm going to submit the rest of my testimony, which details the successes of DMPSJ's programs, coordination, and cluster agencies and directors for the record. At FY25, DMPSJ will continue to prioritize rebalancing our public safety and justice ecosystem and to ensure that all residents and visitors are safe, victims of crime experience justice, those that harm our community are held accountable, and that we invest in rehabilitation and prevention programs and initiatives aimed at stopping crime before it's committed. DMPSJ will continue to look for opportunities to update policies and draft legislation that will drive down crime in the district. We'll work with our agencies and across the whole district government to find innovative policies that will allow DC residents to thrive. Thank you for allowing me to testify. I'm available for questions. And you missed this, but I've submitted pretty robust written testimony, but I see my agencies in the halls and upstairs and know that there are a lot of work to get done today. So my full testimony is available for the record and I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. And thank you for all of the work that you have done over the last several years, especially leading the efforts this past year in seeing the reductions in violent crime that is important to every person in the city and every neighborhood. And so I'd love to start there.
Sure.
As you think about where we've come from this past year, what are some of the interventions and initiatives that you believe have led to this type of success, and how do we sustain and continue driving violent crime down?
Yeah, so I think, over the course of the past several years, I almost have been thematic in our work. Our first year together, I talked a lot about back to the basics, that we look at the public safety and justice cluster as an ecosystem. We talk about that a lot, and that each part is dependent on each other. So prevention, accountability, intervention, and rehabilitation all have to be working together to drive down crime. So in our first year, it was really a focus on helping to ensure that our agencies, which had a lot of responsibilities, were focused on doing their core mission critical responsibilities well. We have worked together in this committee on making sure OUC answers calls quickly and efficiently, right? And making sure DFS is a fully accredited lab, right? And making sure that MPD has the resources available to it, that we don't have the same force strength. We need 4,000 officers. We say we're at 32, to invest in technology and things that will allow us to still be efficient and effective, to shoring up our prevention arm with good policies and procedures and standardization of our programs across our credible contact continuum. So all of those things have been critical. If I have to look at last year, in 2023, the mayor talked a lot about we needed to adapt our policy environment, and that would not be possible without the work that you've led and all of the, we proposed Safer Stronger, the Prioritizing Public Safety Emergency Amendment, the Act Now, the Secure, which culminated in Secure DC. It was critical, right? Like we really did. And we saw almost immediate impact, if you remember, starting in July of 2023, that when we made some practical, really pragmatic policy adjustments, that we started to see crime go down. And so that's been a critical piece that we've seen continue, as those adjustments in our policy landscape. And then, I say this, we have very, very good directors in public safety and justice in our cluster. It's 12 agencies plus the DC National Guard, which is big and broad, and they have very difficult missions. And the District of Columbia is complex. We have 4 national special security events in the course of, a month and a few weeks, which are on top of things like snow events and driving down crime and responding to a plane crash and all of these things which have to occur seamlessly. And they've done that. And so one of the focuses for me last year is empowering them, strengthening them, uplifting them, finding out what they need and listening to them. What do you perceive as the issue, and stepping back and really coordinating across government. We can't say we have a whole of government response if it's not whole of government. So we use OUC for an example. When they're having infrastructure and building issues and power issues that then impact their computer systems, that the outcome is the calls aren't being answered, and people just see the calls not being answered at OUC. But all of those other agencies that support, we needed to work with OCTO and DGS, right? And Fire EMS and the other systems that are on the same network to see what was going on. That all matters. So I would say that it was continuing to build on the basics and removing programs and things that just were not in the right spots. So for instance, we took over WON's Leadership Academy. Why? Because WON's needs to focus on violence interruption and intervention and family support services and pathways. So adding other things that become a distraction, we needed to remove. And we've really tried to align things in the proper place and remove things that, while good, are not contributing to what we needed to do. The mayor was clear. We need to drive down crime, and everything must work together that way. And then the last thing I'll say is you've heard people talk about coordination. At the most fundamental piece of the role of deputy mayor is to help make that happen because it's hard. Like, it's very hard. And I talked in the past when we've spoken here about simple tools like Teams chats. Well, right now we have several Teams chats going because our multi-agency public safety task force meets on Wednesdays and Thursdays. They communicate there. People talked about Safe Passage. Well, they have apps like that they are communicating on. That's happening. The Nightlife Task Force, they are dropping their deployments because we have a Thursday meeting before they go out Friday, Saturday, Sunday, right? Like, we have all of these different, very simple ways that are communicated that have become not just for the task force, but a way for these agencies that are cross-cluster to just simply say, I think it was maybe it was DOB that just dropped in the multi-agency chat. Hey, DC Health and MPD, can you help us out here? We have this issue, and that has been invaluable in really addressing all these different pieces. And then I say the last thing, but we continue to, in this role, to have to advocate for what our partners need, right? We need more judges. We need the things that allow the system to work well. And it's my job, and really has been an important piece to keep on pushing on, our federal partners to fund and to do all of those different things. Yeah.
Thank you. As we think about kind of cross-cluster coordination,
Yeah.
in what ways are you working with the Deputy Mayor for Health and Human Services on the intersectional issues, especially as it deals with DHS needs and supporting our kids who are missing school?
Yeah, so there's a couple of different ways. On the one side, DHS is a broad cluster that when I talked about sort of our multi-agency public safety task force, a lot of the issues you see around just sort of like the health and human service things, whether it's homelessness or I'm trying to think of some of the other parts, supportive housing or otherwise, really intersect with the work that happens there. And they're a part of that. I would also say DBH, apart from, is also a part of our multi-agency task force work. So you can't do this. Nobody touches just one agent, or very few people are just touching one agency. So the identifying a single, like, I'll use on the juvenile side, I use our critical you've heard me talk about our juvenile critical incident chat before, which the mayor was like, we need to start this. And that was in November of 2022, I think it was, that we started this. That has all of the agencies that touch, which many of them, that's DME agencies like DCPS and then OCME on behalf of sort of the charter schools. On DMHHS, it's CFSA, it's DHS. Those are the two real primaries. And then in public safety, it's DYRS and MPD are all, and then me, the mayor, like the city, all of us are part of this chat. And what happens is on any single youth where there's a critical incident, they've shot. The agencies are like, this is our touch points with this young person, which then basically allows us through our protocol to be like, okay, who's actually going to be on first? We have work to do there. I'm going to be very honest in here when you ask sort of momentum. Like, I kind of am like one step at a time, and like with everything we have going on, like this is worked in the background, but a lot of our focus right now is in this space of our young people, right? That's where you will see and are seeing us really turn our attention toward. Uplift was sort of like initial kind of offering of there's something going on here, we recognize. But the mayor's really tasked, honestly, me with really looking at our young person space and growing out the same type of ecosystem fixes that you saw us kind of look at across the adults. And so we're doing that work now to really strengthen and support. CFSA has a lot on their plate. They do. And so does DHS. The needs are broad. And so that same type of leadership coordination, public safety vis-a-vis me, is helping to kind of put the pieces together in a similar way that we've been able to do a little bit on the adult side.
Okay, that's good to hear, because it
Yeah.
feels that there is this gap.
Yeah.
And as we think about truancy, we kind of keep coming back to the same challenge that once a child is referred to OAG for being truant, it may be too late in many cases. Yeah. And I think having the deputy mayor's, your office, be really instrumental in that coordination for the early needs of intervention will be crucial.
And just like part of the reason we're able to move there now is, like I say, step by step, is we have safe passage, and now it's been more than just, I think this is our second year, right? Like, so you got to build slowly. Otherwise you just collapse the whole thing, right? If we're like, we're going to take on all truancy, like it's not practical. It wouldn't actually work, and we wouldn't be able to put appropriate resources to being where we are now, continuing to drive down crime, which is critical for a host of reasons. But we have a better infrastructure right now to sort of to continue to build on the more kind of intensive work and a broader look at the whole juvenile ecosystem.
Okay, great. As you know, the council mandated last year that the executive hold shooting reviews and coordination meetings to coordinate agencies to look at the causes of shootings, identify high-risk individuals, and connect those individuals to help prevent retaliatory violence in the Prioritizing Public Safety Emergency Act passed in July of 2023. How often are these meetings being held? Are they held in person? And what does that look like in practice? What are some of the follow-up action
Well,
items?
the shooting review is happening right now on the 5th floor. So again, like it's been a work in progress. I think we started in November of 23. With our actual shooting reviews, which have been, which it took a little bit of time to work with MPD to really come up with a structure that worked. There are also complexities in our system, right? Like we have federal and local, like in district, and getting everybody to a space that they were comfortable with, like really took us as the linchpin. So we have 2 sets of meetings that occur and have been occurring for a while. That really did help us. Last year, I think we ended, I think it was ultimately 40% reduction in gun violence. And that does not just happen. It actually was 41%. That takes a lot of work across the board. And I think we're down 24% right now with ADW, robbery, and homicide gun. So we're continuing to build, right? But the coordination meeting, what I would say that piece is we have, and these were in person. They stopped for a bit because we had our transition at ones with getting our new VI grants on. We're back with our VI meeting on Monday. So on Sunday evening, I'll just tell you the flow. MPD will send out all the prior week shootings with whatever they know. They send it to a whole group of people. Now, our VIs have been working the individual shootings prior to MPD sending that list. But the Monday meeting becomes, okay, we're going to all sit down together and go through each of these and talk it through. Does anybody know? What do we know? What have we learned? And put that together into sort of like a cogent fashion that can then be shared at the Wednesday in-person shooting review, or now in-person shooting review, which is Court Social Services Division. This is who attends. MPD, Pretrial Services Agency, Court Supervision, and what is CSOSA? CSOSA, Court Supervision Offender Services Agency attends, DYRS attends, DOC, and I think that's the 6 who attend. Oh, and ones, of course, and CURE. So those are who attend on Wednesday, with the overlap being basically ones and CURE. They're on Mondays because they have VIs. But it's really like a designated person. Where we've started the in-person about a month ago. It's amazing. Like everybody agrees it is like the best format. It took a while to get there, that we were getting information, but there is something now that there's been a trust built that in person, people are much more open and are really sharing information that MPD has said. Chief Kyle participates. They have seen the difference already in a month in our trajectory and getting a little bit better handle. So that's great. And so that's kind of the process so that's what we would consider the coordination. It all feeds kind of back around.
Okay. So those started in November of 2023.
Yes.
In some other public safety spaces, we have encountered Privacy Act issues.
Yeah.
Is this group able to operate with transparent data that you need to be effective, or does Privacy Act come up as a challenge with the shooting review?
So it really hasn't come up as a challenge. Like part of how we've done that is separate, like I said, separating the 2 groups, not having prosecutors. And then some of this is just relationship. That's why I think it took a bit of time. Like some of the information that was offered, it was starting to get a little stale, to be honest with you, with the the virtual, which is why we're like, it's getting too rote. Like we need to go to in person, and we've seen the difference because nobody is trying to violate any rules, regulations, or otherwise. No one's going to do that. But with MPD as law enforcement, most of the federal agencies can share almost anything with them. So when you're sitting physically present there, they're sharing information. There's no problem because MPD is present, and that becomes law enforcement sensitive information. So there's maybe just we did set a like context of like, we're here to support each other. This is really like, what do you need? This is not like you're in trouble because your person got shot. It's like, how can we help? Like maybe there's something that is within this group that can help with that. And that's really assisting kind of the flow of communication.
So given the U.S. Attorney's focus on gun prosecutions, is there a added role for the U.S. Attorney's Office in some of these reviews, or that would create more challenges? This is more of a local.
I think it's better to keep it separate. It's not that it's local because PSA, CSSD, and CSOSA all participate, right? But the prosecutors we leave out of it altogether. And so, MPD and everybody, of course, an integral part of a system is prosecution. So that's always been the case. I mean, I know there's a focus, and the mayor has long asked for federal prosecution of gun crime across U.S. Attorney. So I don't think that alters it. I don't know that it's appropriate to bring them into either prosecutors into the space, as a lot of what we're trying to do is prevent future shooting, right? Like, of course, it's information to help us to apprehend. Part of preventing shooting is figuring out who did it, but it also is to really prevent retaliation from others or associates, and all of that information that might be offered that it's just not necessarily appropriate for the prosecutor arm to be a part of it.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. I want to ask you about the People of Promise program. So it's my understanding that this was merged into one's violence intervention division.
Yeah.
So how is now your office dealing with or utilizing the People of Promise list, or identifying people at highest risk of being involved in or being victimized by gun violence? And has that changed since it was merged into one?
Some of it, I mean, I think a list is only as good as it is updated, right? And some of the issue from the start was we did not have the methodology from NICJR of how they were determining who was on the list, right? And there's been, since the thing came out, this whole back and forth of, well, who should be on the list? And what has been critical to me is who is most at risk of gun violence? And a lot of that information, some of it may be formulaic. We do have the gun stat list that is kept by CJCC, and we do utilize some of that as part of that same thing. Then there's the other part where it's our VOs are on the street. That's the whole point is for them to help us understand what's happening right now in our city. And then MPD, as people they know, then CSOSA. That's why these discussions on a weekly basis matter, because when we're talking about a list, the point isn't to have a list. The point is right now, who is most critical for whomever to be on so that we don't have any additional shooting, right? And I think we get in this space here, we talk, and I'll say it, we talk a lot about models and lists and these things, but it's not as rigid as that. Yes, I think in some places where you're able to do things like, well, if this doesn't happen, then they will be prosecuted. And there's a structure in which a lot of other places operate that we can't, because we don't have control over the federal parts of our system to say, judges agree that as part of this, targeted intervention, we will do this, then we've had to adapt. And so I only say that because it's like, we get into this, like, well, the list, what I've said to ones, there were people identified in that list on the NICJR list that they continue to try and work on, because there's still people who show up in our system. Gunstat, there were a number of people who were on the list who are showing up in the Gunstat list. So we continue to work there. But we're also like, hey, you have information. I'm pointing to Mr. Falwell because he's great, right? Like, so together they have information about what's really happening, and that informs the work too. So that's when we say it's merged, it's like the work is the work is the work. The whole goal of everybody is to reduce shooting. That's our goal. And so if if there are people who we have identified years ago, because that's really how the lists are, then fine, we'll continue to work with them. If it's gun stab people, we're like, yeah, we know them and they're showing up. If it's the people from shooting review that are coming out, what ONES is tasked with is we need to figure out a way to address all of them. And that's really why it had to merge, because it's like people have promised and then VI work. And I'm like, no, that's the work.
So I don't want to put words in your mouth, but what I hear you saying is that we've moved away from this idea of a people of promise list. Is that?
Yes, I will say that firmly. Yes.
Okay.
Because it's just the methodology, we weren't given the methodology. So like we've continued to have the same discussion in CJCC. How do we update the list? How do we update the list? And in the meantime, we have to drive down gun violence. So we can't wait to figure out who's going to be on the list to just work. So it's not that I'm opposed to a list, but what's the point? The point of a list, we get into these things, the point is who right now is most at risk of gun violence. Sometimes that's people that they know on the street because something's popping up in two crews, Buena Vista's going at Hartford, whatever, right? And that we need to work that. They are not on the list. And sometimes it's our kids who are like, this is the issue. So if we're like, we must focus on these 50 people on a list, we have limited resources and we have to be realistic about that. Who is really currently at most risk of gun violence? That's what we have to determine. And I think that we're doing that. And like sometimes the proof is in the pudding. So people get caught up in that. I'm like, well, we continue to see reductions in gun violence in our city. So we will continue to adapt based upon what we're seeing. And that's been effective for us more than they were spending so much time and energy trying to figure out where are these people. And I'm like, no, we need to work on the ones that we know too, like get gun violence down.
Right.
They heard me because I had that discussion with them last year.
I guess I'm just thinking about something you said a few minutes ago was that you like to be kind of handle one issue at a time, which makes a lot of sense. And I think we can see that in the efficacy of some of the initiatives over the last year. But then when it comes to violence interruption and people of promise list, part of the benefit of that type of adherence to a model, from my perspective, is that we're recognizing that we can't be all things to all people. We can't stop all violence in every part of the city overnight. But if we focus on a model, even if that's a model that is slightly different than any other jurisdiction in the country, then we know who the people at most risk are, and we can fully focused on wrapping our arms around them and staying focused on tracking that progress versus we're seeing everything come in on a daily basis. And then how do we know where we've gone over the last year?
We know who we're working with. People are focused on this list, but if we were to say, who are the top, however many people, who are you working with? We do track. We do know that. That might not feed into, the problem is that people are so committed to, and then NIJCR said, if we do this lever and all of that, that this is how we generate this list. And then we should focus on I'm like, that's very rigid in a way that is not a reality of the streets. It just isn't. So yes, we are step by step, but quite frankly, when that came out, it wasn't working because the next year we had we had a significantly difficult year. So if that was the method, that method didn't work, right? That attention focused on these people that at one time, quite frankly, by the time he did the list, if you looked at when the data was from, it was from years before. Because in order to compile the types of data that fit into that type of an output, it takes time and you have to go and records and all of this stuff, which is fine. I don't have a problem with that from a statistical analysis and a data analytics at the end. I do have a problem with it from the practical of right now, that if you are trying to address this not as a theory, but to be honest with you, an operational issue, an issue that we need to address, that there are ways to track who we are working with. It just doesn't always fit into, he came up with a model based upon MPD inputs and then all of these different things. It's how do you measure what ONES is telling us? The VIs who know these streets, how do we measure that? And how do we fit that into the model? We can't say that. They just might know, like he's on the edge. We have a lot of, in the juvenile chat, I'll say this, we have a lot of kids who end up shooting or shot who, if you just look at it, they were running away a lot. That wouldn't fit in their list, or it wouldn't put them as the person we should have focused attention on, right? Because it doesn't work that way in our city. So I'm not saying that we don't focus our attention on who the VIs, they do have to come with people. It's not just like free for all in the streets, like who are you? No, because we have to track who they're working with, and then are we not having shootings? But it doesn't fit as neatly as people want it to into the, and how do we adjust? And that's the conversation we keep going round in circles with, that I have a lot, but so that they are able to go do the work, to be honest with you. Because we keep on talking about it, CJCC, how do we address the list? And I'm like, you guys go do work.
Okay, I can hear that, but when you say ONES is focused on on working with the most high risk individuals, how do you define the most high risk individuals?
I define it a couple of different ways. One is like, there is some hard things about arrests, right? Because we have a number of people who might be arrested multiple times who are then not, it takes a certain amount of escalation before they end up held pretrial. Well, that's why CSOSA and PSA are involved. And that's why in the gun stat list, a lot of them are under PSA and CSOSA supervision. And that I don't know, I don't indict what their supervision looks like. We've asked for this in CJCC. It looks different. And so that means we may need to focus some attention there, because we know that there's an issue. It looks to me like DOC, the reason DOC is involved is what happens in the jail. We have 91 crews in that jail right now. And they're still in Washington, DC with connections to the street. So our ability to find out and get information about what's happening in the jail and then share that with VIs, our city isn't big enough and not everyone's crew involved. It's small enough to be able to then figure out associates of those people and what's happening. Getting at the root of who's beefing with who. Why is Buena Vista popping up right now? Right? So right now, Buena Vista is a thrive area. We already know from VIs, Buena Vista, there's things going on over there. So then they identify who are the key people. That's how we do that. Like that. And then we talk to MPD, and it becomes very fluid. Congress Park was popping off in January. Why? VIs had to go over. Now, it wasn't a ONES VI area, but there were CURE VIs there. There's a community, an ANC organization, there's MPD people, and everyone getting together to be like, what is going on? And we got to the root of it. It means that after the initial like MPD flood the area, well, there's still the people who we knew who were driving the shooting, who is now VIs, you need to be in there on them, right? This is the people. That's how it works. I mean, and so I think that one of the things that's often missing in these discussions is the reality of the work. We often have, and I say this with all due respect, having met with them, I respect people who study the work, but I also respect people who do the work, because you will have very different conversations. Many of the people talking about the work now, they either haven't done it or haven't done it in a very long time. So they speak in a way that doesn't intersect with what the people are telling me and what I see. So that's how we've had to rely on it, is the same way as, what are the police telling me? What are VIs telling me? What are ANCs and people who know the area telling me? It doesn't always intersect with what NHCJR and honestly, Dr. Webster, whoever, it doesn't always intersect with what they're saying, because they know the streets. So, yeah.
In terms of tracking the efficacy of this work,
yeah.
How do you monitor what those interactions look like, especially when CVIs are providing anonymized information about what their contact looks like? So if somebody works with me, they might not put in the system, I worked with Brooke Pinto, but they might say I worked with, person XYZ through the one system. How do you track those contacts? And second, what is the progress being made with some of ONES' efforts in DOC that you mentioned?
Yeah, so it's not anonymized to ONES, right? Like, so that's the whole thing, is like, the reason we do the Monday meeting is so VIs and really the organizations will tell you specifically who they're working with. And we do track that. That is not provided to everybody everywhere, in the same way as DORS knows all the kids they're working with, but they're not going to tell you necessarily because they can't, right? Like in the same way as credible messengers at DORS work with kids and we know who they're working with. It is tracked. It just isn't shared because we can't, right? Like, so I don't know, when we say like, one of the things you heard me talk about a lot over the years is, and that our VIs heard me say to them, is you got to work with the police. Like, we cannot have this whole, like, we don't work with the police. So we've changed that we were just over with Chief Smith, who was mentioning, like, in the month when we had the changeover of contracts, you could feel the difference of the VIs not being on the street. The information, it was the clearest thing that I could see because we've had VI so long. It was the clearest change that you could see was it was rough for a minute there. And I was like, Falwell, I know you're signing your grant agreement. We need you on the street. And he'll tell you that was the call that he got from me. And I don't have any problem saying it. Because you feel the difference of the information that now is not happening. Like, they know. So I say that like, it's not, I don't sit here being like, we're government agencies and they hear me say that. Like, we do have to track their interactions, their contact hours. Who are you in contact with? Because how will we stay on top of so-and-so? We don't just turn to a new shooting all the time. Like each week it's like, now this new shooting, because it doesn't really work that way. Usually it's kind of, some weeks there aren't, some weeks like, honestly, we've had a significant reduction in shooting. So there are some weeks where the shootings are like internal scenes that are domestic, which means ONES now is continuing to work on the fundamental issue of resolve mediations or working together with Safe Passage, because really the problem this week is this group of young people. And that is all tracked. So I don't really know. That's what I said.
That's how I understood it to be, but
Yeah.
that is something that I have heard from CBI workers, is that they don't always, that there's a different standard sometimes with people who are doing all of this work, getting everything tracked, and then someone else who might not be doing that follow-up work, but that the agency doesn't always have a way to determine, hey, what did that follow-up look like? If you're just saying I had contact, but not providing a little bit more proof.
So, I
Internal.
mean, so now what I would say is with the move to ONES being the primary grant provider, that there's very specific SOPs that with the intermediary, like, and the organizations you've heard us say, have a lot more autonomy in what was reported or otherwise, right? With PLC as that kind of that really isn't the case. There are expectations of what the individual CVI worker, like, we don't expect that everybody who is a VI who has real good credibility in the street is then a good administrator. But we do expect our organizations to have program managers and people who are able to report what we need. And and you see him shaking his head, like that's the difference, is that the expectation is that a big conversation I had is we cannot continue to fund, number one, if shooting doesn't go down. And I don't make any qualms about saying that I met with the providers last year and had this conversation. And we're a government organization, not a nonprofit, so we need like records. So I say that, so like ONES has SOPs as well as the grant agreements, and like you can ask the VIs, they may not be reporting the way, but there is an expectation that somehow their program manager and then the head of the organization is providing the appropriate information to ONES.
So since some of those changes have been implemented and the, not using the PLC middle person and the step ups in your involvement, I'll call it, what gives you confidence now that the grants being issued through ONES are done so in a way with integrity and that there's transparency associated with all of them?
So the same thing that I said in October that I've now seen play out, and it took a minute this year to get grantees on as a result. That ONES, the first thing that they did and worked really last year on was a grants process that is inscribed in the grants manual. This is how this is going to work, and they have the paperwork to back it up. I was very involved in the process, not inappropriately so, because if it's going to be like a fair process, then it needs to be a fair process. So they really did abide by what they laid out, put out the NOFA, put out the actual RFA. They held pre-conferences that I think they posted like the documentation online, that after they had a panel of internal and external reviewers. They were scored, they were chosen, they got letters, they engaged in a back and forth. There was one period where I was like, what's taking so long? And they laid it out and I saw the letters that had been sent out and the types of documentation they were asking the chosen grantees to provide. They then had meetings with all of them. This was all happening basically throughout January, but I was like, we gotta hustle it up. I don't like what I'm seeing with shooting. And so I can say with confidence, having walked through that process, that one, we put a lot of pressure on ones, like we did. And that's a reality. But they were, and maybe as a result, they were like super stickler. I think the organizations probably felt that, like, oh my goodness, this is a lot, but we worked our way through it. And I have to give a lot of credit to Director Sneed because she's had to herself really, he's like our BI providers will tell you, really get in there herself to walk alongside them because it is a change. It's a change from what the expectations were. But I feel I can say with firm confidence that the process was followed with integrity and that they have put people in place to monitor that are process people. And that's different than, there's a difference between like the operations person who like really is interested in the street and operational administrative people who are going to hold ourselves accountable and our organizations. And so it's a work in progress. Every change has its, fits and starts, but the other pieces, I'm committed to being in there with them in a way that no matter what agency or part of our system it's been, if it needed attention, they know that I personally will be in there with them, with the directors, the organizations, whatever it takes. And that's what I would say about BI as well.
Okay. Well, thank you. And that sounds good. And I think there's been a lot of improvements. I think one of the things that gives me pause is that after the indictment came down from my former colleague in August, we asked you all to do an internal investigation. ORM reviewed that, reviewed the contracting processes, and nothing was raised throughout that process and the oversight hearings that we did with ones in the fall about any former people who had been involved at ones in impropriety. And so when the allegations were made about Dana McDaniel, it worries me that that wasn't kind of caught or at least shared as part of that review, because if we're not all on the same page about what some of the challenges were before, then how can we be sure that we won't have an issue like that again?
So I would like to say this. I believe Dana McDaniel left once in March of 2023, right? So I began in January. I don't believe Director Sneed, I think she began in like February. So I think we have to be fair in asking agencies about the conduct that occurred by employees in 2022 when people weren't there. That's not fair, right? Like she can't speak to that. Number two, the indictment's relatively vague, but it is not, it's difficult for us to say if someone was given a cash app for a certain amount of money, right? Like, or whatever that may be. I can't speak to what ORM's investigation was. I think that they found that there were process issues, right, with this employee, but I don't know that in our discussions, that there was anything for us to really be able to say in my capacity as deputy mayor, nor as Director Sneed's. What we could speak to is what has occurred in the times that we have been there, right? Like to actually correct agency processes, practices, and others. And I think ORM commented on that the agency had made significant process improvements, but saying that we did not identify criminal activity of an employee taking cash in 2022, I don't think that would be like a fair expectation of sort of us, or I'm not sure how that would have been a discussion.
I think there is a distinction between holding someone liable for something that happened at an agency before arrival versus just having a earnest look at where things have gone wrong in the past and systems in place. So for example, if people at ones were aware that there was one decision maker who was able to make a decision on a grant and then get a bribe and replace in return, then to me, the appropriate response wouldn't be, I did something wrong and I'm sorry because you weren't there. The response would be, we are building in systems to make sure that there are several people who review grants, that there are objective metrics that we have in place because we saw that there was a gap in our past.
That was my answer, though.
leadership.
As you asked me how I was confident in one's process, and I laid out for you a multi-step process that I said began with us actually building a team, which is what we talked about in October at the hearing when we discussed these matters. Building a team, an actual grants management team, and a strategic performance and oversight team, which we did. 2, building processes and procedures that are inscribed in a grants manual. That came out, I believe, in September of last year, which we did. Running a process, which I believe I said had multiple reviewers that were both internal and external, that scored, that followed the process to a T. So I believe that I literally described what you're saying, which is in reaction to Dana or anybody else's conduct, what we perceived when we came into ones as a need to strengthen their grants management process, all of those things happened, which allow me to have confidence now in where we are in proceeding with ones becoming the primary grantor.
Yeah, okay, and I appreciate that. I guess, I mean, maybe it's just a stylistic thing, but I would say there is a difference between in the fall, once that ORM report came down, once I imagine there were other conversations internally about what was going on at the agency beforehand, a recognition of, hey, there were some gaps and this is what we found, I think is just important with an agency that has gone through so much change and rapid change, as you've talked about here before in years past, and grown exponentially year over year, that we have to bring the public along with us and building trust in that agency and what the important work that they do is. And so I think some of that recognition of past gaps goes a long way in building that trust. But I appreciate the steps that you have taken to put in place some of that transparency. I want to ask you about drug-free zones. What are some of the successes or challenges that you've heard that you've been tracking with MPD? And are you tracking how many arrests were made in 2024 in drug-free zones? And if we've been effective at deterring illicit activity, or if we've just seen it kind of move around?
Yeah, so I don't have the data on the arrests. I know that MPD does track arrests made. And I would say that they don't have significant amounts of arrests in drug-free zones, which was the point, right? Like our goal with this and what we said from the moment we introduced it, when there were concerns, was the goal is not to arrest a bunch of people for drug-related offenses. If we have to, we will. The goal is to interrupt activity so that public can reclaim those spaces that are being basically taken, right? I would say that they've been wildly successful in that we have repeated community requests now. It's like amnesia people have that to have all these permanent drug-free zones, right? And I have to remind people that we didn't have any, didn't have any until last year, right? Like, so we've come a long way. But some of that is community sentiment then, right? They're like, they see the impact and then like, well, can this be a permanent? And it happens, I think some of your, like we get a lot of requests from council, from residents, from ANCs for areas. And so I think part of the measured success is there was concern. There was like so much concern before, right, about us violating constitutional rights or otherwise. And now the sentiment has shifted to like more drug-free zones, more anti-loitering. And so I would say that I think in some of it does disrupt activity, and there's always a little bit of displacement, but MPD is able to sort of monitor and manage that. And there are some areas, it's not displacement everywhere. I think when they put drug-free zones in some of the sort of longer term areas where we have drug activity, I'll use H Street as an example. Right? When they put it on 8th and H, there will be some displacement because that location, and I think 7th and T is like this, right? That they are long-term areas of drug activity that have become exacerbated post-pandemic, but that they're not going to leave fully, right? Like they're going to shift a bit and then come back, and then you're going to do more interdiction and all of these different things. That is less the case in some of the other areas where there are just smaller pockets of activity that sprang up. And it's like, move along. And it really, that was kind of the point, and it really has been working in that way. And so like I have to like remind people we have slower, like, no, we can't have permanent drug-free zones everywhere, but I think it's it's doing what we intended, and we're always willing to look at ways to adapt. Like we're now really looking at, hey, it was a simple thing, but something that with 7th and T, there was questions around Cleveland Elementary, like that's a school. Why isn't it a permanent drug-free zone? Well, we came back and I asked Naomi, we looked in the statute and there has to be posted signage in the areas. There wasn't. And so DDOT had some signs and we put them up, and MPD actually gave us a list of the top, I think it was 25 like schools where there's no signage, where if we had 50 signs, we could go and have DDOT put them up, they could enforce them. So there's like, it's all kind of working hand in hand in creating, because there are some zones that should be drug-free zones and could be with signs, right? So we continue to do that work, but I do know that MPD keeps like the actual arrest data. Oh, there were 130 arrests in drug-free zones in 2024.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And those are for the most part, my understanding, people who have been asked to
move.
disperse or move and then
Yeah.
do not.
They don't.
What is MPD's policies around arrests for drug cases? And I ask this because there have been a lot of different iterations. My understanding with MPD of used to have vice units, no longer has those. Like, what are your conversations and your vision and plan to address drug-related activity,
Sure.
especially that's happening in public space with reports of, open air sales
Yeah.
and broad daylight? That's still a challenge in many of our communities.
Yeah, so I mean, yes, there's been change from vice to, we have VCSD, the Violent Crime Suppression Division. MPD still does drug interdiction, right? Like they absolutely make arrests for drug crimes. But one of the realities that was acknowledged even with the previous US attorney is that oftentimes making arrests for small amounts of drug activity will not result in really anything, right? Like there would not necessarily be a result, and those cases would not be brought forth because at the time he was like, we don't have a lab, then we got a lab, then it was right. Like there was kind of a host of issues. I think obviously Chief Smith can speak to this. MPD, I think the goal is to escalate for those more hard kind of longer term areas, because I've worked with them in certain spaces on this to continue to arrest, to get to the point where they can kind of get the big arrest, that is something which they do. Now, sometimes because of their intelligence, they may hold off on that because they're trying to do a bigger bust buy, they're using informants, they're doing all sorts of different things, which is why people don't always see the immediacy of like, well, they're using drugs right there, we arrest. That is, I can't say that's not infrequent. That's what's going on is actual drug interdiction cases. So I think it's a combination of practices that they're using to try, and like some of the areas it's just persistent and difficult, and you got to do a lot of different things. And in those spaces, it is incumbent upon us to remember that that whole of government responses mean whole of government responses, that we do have to get DBH in there more to assist DHS. And so that's some of the work we did, for instance, with the hub in Chinatown. Like some of what people were seeing, they're like, there's a drug market. Some of it was that, and some of it was, we needed to address some of that. Some of it's the cleanliness, some of it's the hardcore mental health consumers. And when it all comes together in an area, it feels like, oh, there's rampant activity. And so we're kind of looking at that quarter by quarter. I mentioned H Street. We're definitely doing some work in there. We know 7th and T, like we're doing some work in there. So it's a combination of, I don't know that they have a hard policy that no, we don't make drug arrests or anything like that. Cause the chief with, Operation Atlas, like has people out, you can look in the numbers that last year's MPD's, adult arrests, went from 15,541 in 23 to 20,386 in 2024. So, and in 2022, that was 14,991. So arrests are up. And so, yeah.
Okay. I appreciate that context. And I think some of the longer term cases where there's more evidence built, then the community can feel that and see that progress. I don't think that this is the chief's position, and it's certainly something I'll ask her about on Tuesday, but I do continue to hear anecdotally from the community, enough times to raise it here to you, that officers have said to community members, look, there's nothing we can do. The city doesn't want us to intervene. The city doesn't want us to deal with drugs. And maybe some of that's just a disheartenment of having
Doing
had
paperwork and
years
nothing
of-
happens.
Right,
Yeah.
right. And I'm sympathetic to that, but the response can't be to
Okay.
an illegal substance. There's nothing that law enforcement can
course.
do. And so if there are other gaps as we look at those prosecutions or building those cases, I'd rather us look at those than have this kind of sentiment permeate that even though drugs are illegal, we're not actually going to do anything about it, which I do not think is your position or the chief's position. But something I just want you to be aware of as we talk to our officers.
Sure.
Speaking of 7th and T, I need your help with Shaw.
Yeah.
So I really appreciate all of the partnership with 7th and T, with the 7th and T task force. Phil Thomas is doing a great job now helping lead that. We have tried kind of everything we can think of with this area, with MPD. We started a grant for HIPS. DBH has been out there. And now we're seeing some of the activity move. But it's just moved now in front of a daycare and in front of the Shaw Library.
Yeah.
So much so, and I've been out there many, many times, that this is not just drug use. It's also gun possession, gun sales that I have seen. People trying to walk by, including myself, asking if anyone needs any help or services, being threatened to be shot.
Yeah.
And so I just raised that. I know that Shaw is not the only community dealing with these challenges, but I need your help because it is such a coordinated effort that needs to be had there. And so just want to raise that if you have either any ideas now you could share, or just kind of asking you for your support this spring as we try to bring that community some relief.
Yeah, so I mean, I've met with a lot of different people about Shaw, and you're right, there's a host of issues going on right there that does move. I met recently, I know that there's efforts, the Councilmember Nadeau has certain efforts, but then the community has efforts around like bids. And I bring that up because there's just so many different things happening, but if I used Chinatown as a model of, hey, this is a real kind of holistic approach to an area. We had a lot of different levers we could pull. We worked very closely with the bid on community ambassadors, and people sort of poo-poo that maybe, but no, because Golden Triangle, the first three, Chinatown or downtown bid, Golden Triangle, and I think it was DuPont. The difference is stark. Their consistent presence makes a difference, because there's communication that happens with those community safety ambassadors with MPD, because our officer numbers are what they are. Like, the reality is that we're at 3240 something. We need at least 3,800 officers. That's just how it is. And so without that, the ability to just sort of have people in one spot it's diminished, especially that is like the intersection of 3D. I think it's like 1D up here too. Like, it's the intersection of so many districts where there's a lot of very distinct neighborhoods that require a lot of attention, and so any support that can be had there, because, for instance, we couldn't give a grant to anybody in Shaw because there was no organization, right? Like, to support, and that these things make an impact, right? Like, it's kind of all of the things. And so we're committed to, like, in kind of my everybody matters, but I definitely have my own H Street in Shaw, right? We've met with Deputy Mayor Albert, because there's an economic development piece and a balance of what is happening in the corridor as well that's a little bit off. So it is a place where we have holistic kind of conversations, but I also would sort of throw back, like, having somebody we can work with, because right now it's like Westminster, then you have the CAC, and you have so many different entities, but without that focus of, like, okay, every week we met with the downtown DC bid. Because we took on Clean and Safe. So it was like, okay, Julie from my office is like in there with them, making sure it's done. What are we seeing? They got the app. We put the bike cops in there. There was the ability, there was a hub.
Totally. And I think that's a great model to have in Shaw. I will just put a plug in. The community is working hard to build a Shaw bid.
I know. Yeah, we've met
um,
with them.
to run north-south. And
Yeah.
I think there's so much community enthusiasm for this, both from the
Yeah.
businesses in Shaw, but also from the residents, because they recognize this tie-in of the reimbursable grant through the commercial master safety program.
Yeah.
That will really, really help. So I hope we can get all of that off the ground this year, and build that, but appreciate your help and focus there. So let's talk a little bit about the Cure the Streets coordination. You know, you mentioned that you have in those shooting reviews, you're working with folks from ONES and Cure the Streets.
That's right.
How is that partnership going? Are we, have you all made any progress towards what a merged violence interruption model could look like?
So I myself met with Lauren Haggerty and Gabby. Gabby, I can't remember Gabby's last name.
Yeah,
Gabby.
Buzz.
Gabby Bevan. Just to you know, my conversation was that with them was to kind of reset. Because what I said to them is, I don't care, like, listen, we can deal with like the administrative piece, but at the end of the day, we have to work together operationally, like, and in a formal way where all the organizations know we are, right? Where it's not like, because we were kind of getting from some of the VIs, like, we want to do this stuff with you, but we'll volunteer our time because we can't, because they won't. And I'm like, and I just told them that, like, this is not nonsensical, right? Like, so that really helped, because that was the first meetings. Then they're like, listen, we'll participate in anything. We're on the same page. So then Gabby and Jasmine from my office, who you hear a lot about, that's Jasmine, right there, who's a superstar and amazing, like, and helps coordinate all of our community outreach and all of our credible contacts and like everything. So then her and Gabby met. And now Gabby and Director Sneed met. So it's creating that like cohesion at the managerial levels, so that the VIs and the organizations are not thinking, you know, OAG's position is like, we always wanted them to work with you. I said, but they don't feel like that's the case. So whatever the messaging is, it's not consistently getting to them that they can, right, work together and provide information. And then they were kind of, some of them were like sad because they wanted to be in the meetings. So that's really helped, because now like it was a reset back into the fold of, okay, yes, of course, be in shooting reviews, be in coordination meetings. Like we have dueling sets of VIs in one area. The Congress Park is a classic example of, technically it's a Cure area, but there's ones abutted. It doesn't matter. They're shooting. So I think that like at a practical level, we are in a better place relationally, because we're aligned at kind of that actual OAG level versus whatever was being communicated to the VI level, and that floats down. And so I know that OAG, I keep using Lauren, but OAG got a grant, and Lauren was trying to explore how to use that to help with some of the structural kind of issues. I mean, here's the thing is, we had done a lot of work to get there. I think the fundamental sort of sticking point is that you just have to have one, it has to be in one place, right? Like, nobody's trying to get rid of everybody's leadership. There's ways for us to all figure that out. Who are good managers? How do we transfer positions? To me, that's not difficult stuff to work out, so long as there's that fundamental understanding it reports to one place. And that's where the divergence that, you know, and have seen kind of play out here. But from a practical level, I think we are aligning, because the study, like I think we had kind of been left out of the conversations. I had never met with Dr. Richardson and Dr. Webster. They had never met with me until December. And I was like, so they didn't have great information. And OAG was kind of in the same spot where we're like, wait, let's talk about what this actually is, because you've done a half evaluation without ever talking to me. I never talked to Jasmine. But like, I don't know how that's possible. So I say that because what our discussions, or what kind of came out of that, is the model discussion is one that, like, they're not fully faithful to the Cure model, because they can't be, because how it's built and how our city's built. So nobody's faithful. It's not like we can't figure out how to do our work together. because they're a Cure and we're like, no, because it's DC and how you interact with, if you're in Congress Park, it's not like, in our model, it's like, no, who's shooting? Like, we got to figure out how to get the shooting down. So I think the practicals aren't as difficult because they already are working together. Like, this is DC. It's not like the VIs don't know each other, okay? Like, they go back and forth. So that's not the challenge.
So in an agency with ones, as we talked about, that has gone through a lot of different growth and evolution, and now with more systems focus in place for some of that kind of professionalism of the operation side, or of the grant management side, I should say. Do you think that ones is ready to take on managing all of our CVI work this year?
I do. I do, because honestly, it's the main pieces. Number one was the administrative house. Yeah, you have to have your administrative house in order. And I mean, then it's just a matter of they have 10 more neighborhoods, but there's quite a bit of overlap between the neighborhoods. And then the other pieces that we have, that because one's expanded, like we talked about the ward model, they're already kind of doing that, because what we said to Cure when we did that is we're not trying to take over your areas, trying to support each other. So we can all cover as much as we need to cover, no matter where a shooting is in our city. And I think that really positions them to assume whatever it is, because the rigidity of like, well, we are only here has already been loosened a bit. And it's more about how do we get more impact across our city, no matter what it is. Still, there's focus areas because there's areas where more shooting is. So those don't necessarily change. But I feel confident that like part of what enables an organization to take on more is you got to have a structure to support it. And I believe they have it. I do. So I don't have those same concerns. I also, I mean, just for my purposes, like I feel comfortable and confident in myself that if we do that, it's my responsibility as deputy mayor that whatever our agencies are never alone. They're not out there like one's good luck, right? Like, you know, it's my responsibility to make sure that they're in a position to do it. And that if they are floundering, that we help them, that if there is more strategic oversight or support needed, that we provide it. And that really, I think, is a truism that my agencies will say about me and my office, no matter what.
Thank you. That's great to hear. Sorry, I'm just trying to think where I want to go next here. Oh, so in your pre-hearing questions, you answered a little bit about ones and the metrics that you'd like to see.
Yeah.
You said you drafted proposed standardized performance metrics and outcome goals for VI at ones, but they've not yet been adopted at Cure the Streets.
Yeah.
Do you know why that is, and kind of why you think those are the right metrics to be utilized at both?
So a lot of it, the metric, so when we had done the mayor's order work, if you remember back in, I think it was 2023 time. It was back in 2023. We did a significant amount of research in my office on like, what are the right metrics? Kind of, they don't really change. Like you could look at, Cure model, you could look at advanced peace model. You can look at a lot. There's actually not that many models, but you could look at them across location and the metrics kind of are the same. Like they don't really change that much no matter the place or the space. So we had done a lot of that research at that time that these are just kind of general metrics of what people measure and that seem to be standard in the space. And then I think there may have been some as part of that in the CJR work. I don't know if I think they had some of them in there, and that's where that came from, the ones that we sort of put out there as what we thought should be the standardized. And so those, you know, like a lot of them we put into the RFA because when ones was doing that work, they were able to sort of set new standards of what we would be measuring. But again, Cure has their own way of, you know, they're independent. OAG is independent. So we can't say, oh, you should, you know, we shared them with them at the time, actually in 2023, before we actually came up with them. We met with OAG to go through them, what we thought, and if they had any kind of feedback. And that was, but they don't, you know, they can do whatever they like to do. Like, so.
So in a merged environment, those would be the metrics that you
Yeah.
would have everyone operate.
Yeah, and then like everything's again a work in progress if there's new things or different things, but these are pretty standard and basic.
Thank you. Let's talk a little bit more about our youth and
Sure.
violent trends that we're seeing there.
Yeah.
While the majority of crime in our city is still committed by adults, and I think sometimes there's a lot of misconception about that, we're still very concerned in the trends that we've seen
Yeah.
with youth violence. And we're seeing kids, as you know, with no prior record being involved in some of our carjackings and other violent crimes with guns.
Yeah.
Where do you think the biggest gaps are now? I know you talked about kind of the mayor's call to you to coordinate some of that effort in our entire system, with our school interventions, with DYRS, with OAG, with the follow-ups to the kids who are getting DDAs or DPAs. What are the gaps and how can we fill them?
I think what you just described, it's a bunch of disjointed entities that may touch a child, but that's not a system. That's just lots of agencies and programs and things. So like, I think the real issue is we don't necessarily have a cohesive prevention and intervention system for at-risk youth, right? Because DYRS interacts with young people at the deep end of the juvenile justice system. The court social services is who they are, and like they have initial touches, but they also have truancy, but they're not service delivery, and they'll just tell you that. They're not the district, right? So there are very few. We may see kids picking up serious charges who don't have maybe previous, but they have touches. They were a missing person, or we don't do pins anymore the same way we did, where it's like person in need of supervision, because you're not charging truancy, chronic runaway, and then I think it's mayhem or unruly child, like are the 3 pins categories. And because of that, these are philosophies, right? It's very difficult to then sort of put an eye sometimes on that child holistically. Their truancy, them being truant a bunch of times may not then be early identified as at risk of future juvenile justice system involvement. And then there being targeted interventions that prevent juvenile justice system involvement. So I think that the lack of kind of a cohesive focus means that you don't just drift towards, okay, and then they don't find their way all the way down. And what we're seeing is very young kids involved in very serious crime that do have touches and things that if we were coordinated, there would have been a alert, right? That something is needed there, and usually the family. That something is going on beyond just this individual thing. And so that's what we're working on right now, because on the adult side, we do have a system. We needed some more work on coordination, and we've sort of seen that. It takes work. It takes like a linchpin and coming back to the table and bringing everybody back on a consistent basis to really look at what the follow-up was. And we don't have that the same way on youth side.
So I have a lot of faith in you and your ability to coordinate a lot of that effort, just like you've done with shooting reviews and commercial corridors and safe passage workers and the new community ambassadors. It is a lot. And if there were unlimited hours in the day, I think you could take on this task with youth. But it sounds what do you think about having a person dedicated, whether it's a person in your office or somewhere else, who's focused specifically on youth who have touches in the criminal justice
Oh, no, we're
system?
doing that. Like, it's not magically me. Like, so when I say me, it's my team, right? Like, we are a small but mighty team that's they'll do like 6 jobs, but we have built out and we've gotten positions and like as basically the CA and the mayor have seen, like as we've been able to build, it's like, okay, here's 2 more positions. Here's right. Like, and part of that was even part of getting one's leadership academy as we kind of slowly build out this space, because we're like, those are interventionists, right? We can use those positions to intervene. Safe passage, we can use that, and we're training them to be like VIs for kids, to identify what's going on the way to school. They've identified kids who are homeless and we didn't know, right? Because they're like, we didn't see her. We walked and we saw them living under the bridge. And these are real cases of that they're now like, they're seeing themselves as part of the process. There's a list that I get every week from DHS of young people who basically have multiple missing person reports and who were near a crime. So we're tracking things. The next piece is, okay, then what? What do we do now? What are we doing about that? And so I say me because it sometimes at a start does take a deputy mayor to help the directors and people to focus the resources, because everyone has limited resources, but in a way that doesn't feel overwhelming. My job is to help identify in a way that doesn't overwhelm what they have to do. It doesn't feel like one more thing to do. But in my office, we detailed over someone from DYRS to help, because it was like, they know, and it was a specific person recently, because I'm like, he knows, and speaking with Director Abbott, who already is meeting with CFA, he's like, we gotta help. We gotta help, right? Like, and so I have to make sure that my agencies don't topple themselves, right? Because like they care and they're like, we gotta get in there. So we have a lot of the tools in place. I'm just trying to help bring the tools like together. And so it'll be assigned. Like the belief is that what in my office we're trying to build is a youth prevention kind of office space, because the more programs that, you know, we get, that's what it is like slowly building out that actual space. And so the next step is this sort of intensive focus on, okay, we have gotten it down and identifying some of these kids. We have sources. We just need the follow-up. We just need to make sure someone's on first. We just need to put a credible messenger on them, whatever it is. And so that's what we're doing together.
Okay.
But I think that you've seen of me, like, I think, you know, in 2022, 2023, that was intense. Like it required a lot of energy and focus, and what it takes. And if you're gonna, the mayor chose me, you all confirm me, and I chose to raise my hand to sit in this space. So it takes what it takes. And I'm not saying that to be like, oh, I'm so special, but I recognize that, and that my agencies are humming. They're doing what they need to do, and we're working together. And they've made so much progress, right? That it requires not the same, like, I need a bunch of directors and like, and so we can put our attention there. And by we, I mean me.
Okay, so is it fair to say that this work is going to happen, but has not been happening in a coordinated way, in the way that you'd like to see it?
It's been happening, but it needs some more attention, and it will be getting very specific and focused attention. Yes.
Okay. What was the impact of the Safe Summer Summit?
Yeah.
And is that an initiative you plan to operate this summer?
It was fantastic. So the whole point of this is like, we were going into we always go in dreading summer. Oh gosh, like we're going into summer. We like brace ourselves. And I'm like a little Pollyanna in my thought that I'm like, we have to flip this and come from the perspective of, we can have a great summer. It does not have to be like we're holding on to try and make sure everyone doesn't shoot each other. Okay. Like, so very quickly, I believed that I believe in coordination, right? Like it's clear. And so I'm like, we have all these credible contexts. Everybody has to be working together, but they cannot work together if they do not know each other, right? Like, and so whether it was, we had DPR, roving leaders, we had DRS, credible messengers and staff, we had all of our VIs, we had all of our safe passage, we had CURE, and they were all like so excited because they felt like a team. So we did some training. Clint Lacey came and did some training. The mayor came, right? Like to encourage and really tell them, you are our eyes and ears. If you see people in need, you have to let us know. It felt like a charge to them. They felt like a part of our big team, right? That we're going into this summer. We had, for our safe passage, we had funded them doing programming that they had come up with in places like, we did summer programming, one of our safe passage drives in Potomac Gardens, because we had seen shooting. We didn't have a single shooting, right? All summer in Potomac Gardens. So we worked with DC Housing Authority, everybody to say, listen, we can work together. If we work together, we can have a safe summer. So it was really kind of like a rally. Like it was some training, some hearing from people, but it was a rally to be like, get each other's numbers. Like, let's make sure all the Ward 1 people know the Ward 1 people, right, who are working. And it was like a force multiplier. And we had the lowest amount of shooting we've had in, I don't know how many summers last summer. That's how we were able to get the reductions we saw, because getting reductions over summer is not easy, and we did. And so that was the point, is like, you all are a part of this bigger thing. Chief Smith came, like, so they all understood, you are our teammates, okay? Like, we're here, you're our teammates, and we need you, like, everybody in the game pulling in the same direction. This summer we'll resource you, like people, they had people taking kids on trips, all of it. And so I would say it was, yes, we'll have it again. Like, I love a good summit. So, that was the purpose and the point, and it was exactly what we needed to be. And then it carried on into how we've gone into the school year, because we may only have 2 VIs in an area, but they're connected with the safe passage workers, and they all feel like part of the same team. Like, we cover this area.
So speaking of safe passage workers, I want to get into that in a second, but there are a number of different, let's call them kind of community supplemental safety supports. That's a terrible name for it, but the, MPD community ambassadors that started this year, the grant program out of your office for commercial safe corridors,
Yep.
safe passage workers, CVIs out of one, CVIs out of cure.
Yeah.
Like, how are you thinking about the division of responsibilities and ensuring that we're not duplicating efforts or leaving gaps because of how many disparate programs there are that it kind of have a similar goal under your office?
So they have similar goals, but they have defined and distinctly different responsibilities. So everybody's goal is safety, right? Like that's like, it's in the general sense, it's safety, but each of them, we were very, very careful to make sure that they're like positioned or like very clear kind of roles of what people are doing in their responsibilities. And that is important because if you heard safe passage before, people thought they were supposed to be like VIs, breaking up fights and doing things. And yes, some of that is appropriate, but they're not police officers. They're kids with guns. Like, we have to be careful for liability and also for people's just like safety, that we don't have everybody. People are like, well, why aren't they doing this, this, and this? I'm like, because that's not their role. Just like they're not a crossing guard, just like this isn't this, that everybody's got a part to play in this that helps us have more expanded resources, but everybody doesn't have the same role. These are not police officers. Okay. So like, you shouldn't expect them. You saw someone with a gun robbing someone, like, and they're like, but they were right there. And I'm like, that is not a police officer. Okay. Like, you're looking at 2 victims. We want them to alert police officers because they're the eyes and ears there. They saw a fight here. There's a certain amount, we teach de-escalation, like we do training on like trying to like a certain level of if it's getting too hot, like that you need to back up. But I say all of that because everybody has a role to play, but it's not the same role to play. And that's important because the need. So we did, if you go to our safe passage page, we did maps, and you'll see in those maps, we worked with MPD because MPD's also augmented their safe passage. We don't want to overlap. We want to work together. So when we were mapping out the routes, we did it with MPD and with schools to say like where. And so you'll see on those maps, this is where MPD is, their safe passage areas. This is ours, because it's about expanding footprint as much as possible, right? Because it's a lot of ground to cover. And like I said, we had a heavy reliance in our city for many reasons on police. We had nearly 4,000. We don't have that, right? When we have more First Amendment activity and more so we all need to work together to support the work of public safety, but we don't need to be like stepping on each other's toes. And that is where coordination comes in, and like everything feeds into everything else. So you heard them talk about, they have a morning call, I think it's at 10:30. We have which feeds into our law enforcement call, which is DCPS, their whole like, they have their police force, and then there's Metro Transit Police, MPD. So what happened here feeds into that. And then if there's an incident, that all feed into the 5:30 critical incident call so that we can make a safety plan with everybody. So it's about working together, like, but people have defined roles, and it's not like these people care a lot. So you hear them saying things like, I got on the bus, or I paid for Lyft, or whatever, like, and that's fine. Like, but we do know like what their actual.
Where are the safe passage workers supposed to go until?
So they have hours.
Like geographically, I mean.
Oh, so we did routes. So there's 122 routes. And there's 12 areas, 122 routes, and it's mapped based upon sort of, we do not want them in front of the schools. That was the thing is like, you only have so many people. We want our school leaders, and DCPS particularly has a whole host of, they have now a whole team of like safety, school safety techs and all of that. They can cover there. We can get more coverage of kids getting off the bus up there or walking from the metro up there. If they cover there and MPD covers here, then we push our people out to the places where kids are walking, or we know they're congregating and not coming to school, or whatever the case may be. So each of those routes we worked on in like, I think it was August and throughout the kind of the summer to come up with these different routes, and they're all mapped out based on that.
Okay. And when you're doing the tracking follow-up, understanding that every altercation is different and
Yeah.
there are different familial issues going on, what are you finding with some of the trends, and are those changing month over month, or are the reasons for altercations remaining consistent?
They all remain, so our kids remain consistent. Unfortunately, like you can look at, like sometimes the numbers are down, sometimes the numbers are up. Physical, you know, we might have less physical altercations in the winter because like the kids, it's cold and they're like moving quickly. But I don't, you know, this has been a trend for a while. The fights are over nothing. They're over nothing. So, you know, I say this and I'm like too passionate about, but like, our kids do not have good, people interaction and skills. They don't. How diffusing tension skills. They don't. And like, that's something we've talked with DME about, is like doing more of that work with even
Earlier.
our younger, like our 8-year-olds and stuff. To how do you break, you don't have to escalate everything to a physical fight. Like we don't need to be getting there all the time, because that's resulting too often. These shootings you're seeing, they're like literally over nothing. I will give you an example. There were 3 kids playing basketball. They were playing together. They got in a little scuffle. It got heated. Young man tells them it got heated. Other leaves, comes back. Young man comes out. He shoots him. That's one of our shootings last week. Over nothing. That you're playing basketball, got heated. They were playing together, right? And then you left and you came back and you shot him. That's not an unusual story, because I read all of them. I read every last shooting, right? And you're like, why does a heated basketball game that you all are playing together result in that? There's something missing, like in our ability to manage relational tension. And our adults, quite frankly, we're not doing a great job of demonstrating it, like from our politics to anything else. Like we're just all angry, and our kids are too. So I say that because like, no, there's no special, like there, it's really crew-based. It's like nothing, social media. That's why you heard Mr. Falwell say they're monitoring social media, because they will tell you on there, so-and-so said something mean to me at school and now I'm going to shoot him. Like,
Well,
yeah.
I'll
Yeah.
put in a plug for my bill to ban cell phones and
Yeah.
use of personal devices at the school day. You know, mostly around student education and outcomes, but the public safety dynamic
It's
is
helped.
very real,
Yeah.
with some of those fights. Okay, I'll come back to safe passage, but I just want to ask a couple more questions on the topic before we leave, and then I'll turn to my colleague, Councilmember Henderson. Do we have a juvenile curfew?
We do. So the law, it's in law. And I don't know the times, but there is a juvenile curfew in DC code law.
And what is the time?
It's
10
different on
p.m.?
Fridays and Saturdays. I have to like look it up, the provision, because I think it's like 11 p.m. I don't want to say, it's like 11 p.m. during the week, and then like Friday it has a different time. It's like midnight if you're under 16 years old. So I would have to pull the code provision for you, but
Okay.
it is in code and in statute.
Are we enforcing it?
We do enforce it. We do. Though I think the one challenge is I think it's for 16 and under. And so sometimes you don't know. But if MPD finds child, so this is why we started our curfew enforcement pilot, right? The ultimate thing is, you know, officers were like picking kids up and they were like sitting at precincts and districts. Their first stop is to try and to bring them home. But if they were having a hard time with that, they're sitting at the districts. That's why we did the enforcement pilot, because there were certain pockets where there's very obvious. We were picking up like 10-year-olds at 3 o'clock in the morning, just walking in the streets. And I'm not even like, we put the numbers out. And so they could bring them to YSC, because these the numbers I think were in our things. It's not huge numbers because they're not looking to bring tons of kids to YSC. The goal is to have them be in home. You know what I mean? So they try to bring them home, but yes, they do enforce it. They are not just letting children. It's not safe. And that's MPD's first thing. It's not safe. And it's also against the law, but it's also not safe. So yeah.
Okay. Well, I do think that's something that we should all get the numbers on. I
Yep.
remember, and help promote it so families know what the role is.
Yeah, we can
Um,
share that with you.
Okay, you know what? I will stop there actually for now, and turn to my at-large colleague, Councilmember Christina Henderson for a 15-minute round.
Thanks, Councilmember Pinto, and it's afternoon now. Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor. Apologies for being late. I was sharing my own hearing across the way, and saw that you were still going and wanted to ask some questions. I'll start or follow up in the conversation that you were having with Councilmember Pinto about the shooting reviews.
Yep.
So Secure DC included that requirement that you coordinate the coordination meeting intervention no less than twice per month to review each shooting that takes place. Are these happening?
Yeah.
And who attends regularly?
Yeah, so they happen weekly. So there are two separate meetings. Coordination and shooting review both happen every week.
Okay.
Coordination meeting Monday, shooting review Wednesday. It was actually at 11 today. So in the coordination meeting, that's where we consider, that's really ones and cure the streets,
Okay.
OAG. And then my office. So that's Monday meeting. Wednesday, which is the shooting review, is court social services, CSOSA, so the adult supervision, pretrial services agency, DOC, DYRS, MPD in my office.
Okay. That's interesting that.
And ones and cure also go to the shooting review.
Okay. I think that's interesting that pretrial is at the table for these conversations. How often or not do we see a situation where a shooting review involves someone who is already under monitoring?
I mean, it's not infrequent.
Okay. This is always the thing when I talk to people and they ask about like the particulars of public safety and crime in the district. And when I tell them, even senators, that the federal government has a role here, and then I explain to them the whole pretrial and business hours, and they're like, really? And I say, yeah, you guys can call a hearing on this, which I think is super important. And when you all are having these conversations with folks on the Hill, I hope that you're talking about this, because I think it is such a, it touts our true enforcement if someone is out on monitoring and then is able to just commit another crime because no one was monitoring. In that way. In terms of the follow-up from the meetings, particularly, and these are the shooting review pieces. How do you all assign agencies to do particular outreach or follow-up? And then how do we sort of determine what is success from that?
I mean, it's different depending on what the identification of what happened in that shooting is, right? Like, so if it's very conversational. We created a series of like prompt questions, right? Like when these were first starting to help, particularly like the federal agencies and like supervision agencies to understand, because there can be a lot of like tentativeness about information sharing. And now it really has become like, okay, well, what do you know about this person? Especially the in-person has been very effective. Do you know what crew they're in? Because we don't know. Oh, we do know they're in that crew. So that's their associates. And that really feeds into, some of it might be law enforcement and supervision, right? Because as you're pulling these pieces out and everyone's together, it's like, oh, this needs more high intensity supervision from CSOSA, right? And then VIs, ones and cure will go back and be like, our VIs really need to like, go and find out the source of the dispute between those two that drove that shooting. Not everyone will always have a piece, but since the juvenile people are in there, right? That's like CSSD, like, what do you need? Because your kid, they're involved in this and like, you need some support. Okay, DYRS, can you provide some resources to help? It's that kind of a very granular conversation. And so when you're talking about traffic tracking, this is the hard part is that we'll come back every week. So then we'll talk about what did or didn't happen. Although throughout the week, especially on the VI side, we're talking all the time, like, right?
Yeah.
But have we had any retaliatory shooting? That kind of becomes the fundamental. I mean, were they able to like then arrest someone as a result of identifying who was the shooter here? But the kind of the heart of what we've tried to really look at is, have there been any retaliatory shootings we can trace to this? And the goal is to prevent that across the board, right? Because a lot of our shootings there right now, they're not random. Like, the district is not like, oh, randomly they were there and they got shot. Like, there's a lot of very targeted interpersonal things going on.
I know, but the targeted interpersonal things that take place in a metro stop, right? Like, now that is a public.
Well, yeah, of course.
And to the extent that we can minimize on those fronts, I'm just trying to better understand though. So this is like the joys of you kind of we've been several weeks into performance oversights. I've had several conversations with agencies on these particular things, but we know that there is this part of human choice in sort of engaging or responding when we offer resources.
That's right.
And in some cases, I feel like we are too lackadaisical in terms of, oh, we tried. Oh, you didn't want to talk to us. And so we're just going to sort of let it go, when I feel like, no, there needs to be more here. I was talking to the Attorney General about this, and I'll bring this up with Department of Human Services, our ACE diversion programs. The idea that we divert someone to ACE and then they have 28 days to decide whether or not they want to participate or not.
Right.
And then if DHS says, no, this person did not engage in services, et cetera, it's referred back to OAG, and then it may or may not have anything. Then that tells me the diversion program is not effective, because it's not a deterrent. If everybody believes that I have a choice of whether or not I do it, okay, then we need to pursue the other options available to us. So that's what I was trying to get at. I'm not sure if that level of types of coordination happens at your meetings.
I think the difference, so on the adult side, the juvenile side's a little bit interesting. The adult side is different, because with MPD, like, our goal is to figure out who's shooting, right? Like, that's the first and foremost. You don't get to decide, like, maybe we'll offer services to this person. We've identified them as the shooter. Like, if they get
we identify you as the shooter, we're charging you.
Right? Like, so there's already a natural built in because of the police aspect of this. The other pieces play into, are there other associates or people who that's a lot of it, right? Is because that's the retaliatory piece of, like, most people are associated with someone. So if we find out from PSA, well, he was under supervision, do you know his associates? Because they have a lot of information about their people. When was the last time they checked in? What's their neighborhood? DOC's there, right? Because they're like, well, he just got released and he associated in the jail with this crew. That's information that isn't always just in a jet, like, it's not present in places.
So the reviews are more about identifying the shooter and preventing future shootings from that incident.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Let me turn to ask just sort of a follow-up question. You might have already discussed this in terms of the ONE's Leadership Academy.
Yes.
My understanding in the ONE's pre-hearing responses is that it's now been transferred to your office.
That's right.
What was the sort of thinking of moving the Leadership Academy to your office?
So I said this earlier, like, we love to create programs which are great, but do they fit in with what the core mission of what the agency needs to be doing right now is? And with ONE's, their focus needs to be on reducing shooting. Okay. Like, that has to be their primary. It's really what the fundamental thinking of creating the offices is, prevention of shooting. And so the two programs, based upon, like, evaluation of the agency, the two programs or three lines of effort we thought they really needed to focus on: VI, violence interruption, pathways, because that's transformative life change, and family support services for those families. Those are the three. They don't primarily, even in their statute, they technically aren't supposed to be serving young people. Now, because of shooting, it can do that. So why are they a driver of an in-school program for high schoolers? I don't know, but
shooting prevention was the initial
Yes,
driver.
but it doesn't necessarily, it isn't maybe the highest and best use of their resources right now, where we need them to focus all their time and attention in these spaces.
Okay.
So it came to me because once we had safe passage, a lot of what was being done with One's Leadership Academy is a lot, to be honest with you, is they're serving in a lot of ways with behavioral techs to support, which that we can say that's fine or not, but what they should be a part of in our mind is a cohesive kind of system
Well,
of school or young people prevention and intervention.
let's go back to that because at least how
some
One's Leadership Academy has been presented to us and to the public, it is not behavioral techs. They're supposed to be doing other types of
So it's whatever the school kind of wants. That's really that's what I was seeing.
That's not what that was supposed. Okay.
I understand what it was supposed to be.
No. I'm just, now this is, okay. When it transferred to your office, did it transfer with staff?
It did. Yeah.
So how many FTEs?
10. And they're the staff, like they literally picked it up. They came over to us.
Did you have space?
Wait, you mean physically space?
Yeah.
No, but
I was like, your office is not that big.
No,
so
but people need to be out doing their work. They don't need to be in desks in here. These are like, they have just like our safe passage. I have teams that coordinate our multi-agency walks. They come in here and check in occasionally, but you need to be out there. I mean, it's just how it is. So like,
the FTEs are primarily in schools each day.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So that whole team moved over. I would love to talk to you further offline in terms of like what's actually happening there.
Yep.
We fund behavioral techs in schools. So the
I know.
idea that we're funding it separately from some additional places, when that funding was not meant for that, right? It was meant to be something more.
I agree.
Let's come back to that. Okay.
Sure.
Let's talk about Safe Passage. And you know how I feel about them green vests. Your office took over Safe Passage in school year 23-24.
Yes.
We had a conversation at I think it would have been budget of last year. So end of last school year, around how we wanted to start off this school year differently. With a coordination meeting, introducing school leaders to the Safe Passage folks that were assigned to their schools, as well as other key individuals that are in the public safety continuum.
Yes.
Now I'm going to ask you, did that happen?
Well, we tried to make it happen. So I organized a meeting, like before, with all of the organizations and Safe Passage workers over in the old council chambers, invited all the school leaders. Some came and some didn't, right? That was before the school year because I wanted to sort of introduce.
That's what we talked about
from the start. And so that was kind of like the first offering of overarching. And again, like different schools are going to interact in different ways. And then we've done like principal meetings or like whoever the site leader is, meetings for each of the different 12 priority areas to try and do that. Monthly principal meetings, like we're trying all these different ways to ensure that there's touch points, but yes.
Did you include charter schools in those conversations?
Yes. Whoever the schools, so there are 12 priority areas. I counted up and I think it's like 65 or schools or something like that within the 12 priority areas, 122 different routes.
Mhm.
All of them are included. It's not DCPS specific. It's more about like the area.
Okay.
Yeah.
When there is turnover, how are new Safe Passage workers introduced into the school community and sort of brought up in the community dynamics?
Same way.
So I guess
mean,
I'm asking, what is their onboarding procedure?
So there is an onboarding process, right? Like that is spelled out in SOP.
Okay.
Like we have SOPs. That govern everything from everything, right? Like, so how they're onboarded, introductions to their team, introductions to school leaders, or
Mhm.
otherwise, it's all spelled out in SOP.
When you all are evaluating whether or not to continue a particular contract with someone,
Yeah.
to what extent are you engaging the school community in determining whether or not those workers met their goals?
We include it because we do both announced and unannounced site visits. We get information from school leaders, from community people, from whomever, about whether or not people are actually where they are. And as part of the site visits, it includes conversation with the actual schools in the affected areas. So that does inform our evaluation of the actual organizations.
Okay. I would tell you anecdotally from some school leaders who are within the priority areas, they still don't know who's outside their buildings, right? So that connection hasn't been made.
But
now,
people aren't directly outside their buildings. So I would be interested in knowing who they are, because here's the thing is, We have monthly principal meetings in which like literally every single month we open up. I'm going to say this, that we can lead horses to water, but we can't make them drink. I myself arranging meetings, showing up, our school leaders have to show up too. And sometimes, and a lot of them don't. So they're saying they don't know. Have they gone out and introduced themselves? Because we're creating all of these different onboarding and forums and spaces for them to do so. And a lot of times, maybe the school leaders are talking about, there's a contact that isn't them, that is the one who is engaging. So I have to say that this is an interactive and iterative process where we've reached out at the beginning of the year. We reach out every month. And a lot of who's showing up is DCPS people, but the charter schools are included in all of this. So there's, there's relational aspects where they have to show up. And if they were having those challenges, I have many people who reach out to me. I haven't heard from school leaders who have not had that be the case. We have my team, we have a website where they can submit anonymously. We've created forums for them to come and express concerns. And if they're not doing that, we can't address them.
Okay.
Because they aren't bringing it to me.
No, that's fair. I mean, to your point, right? We can create all of these various avenues, and if folks aren't going to take advantage of it, then I can't necessarily hold them accountable for it. I will say, in the same thing that I told to Chancellor Farabee, anytime we ask about something that's going on in terms of safe passage or the strength or the efficacy of the program, everybody gives me the same 2 school responses. They're like, oh, we have great stuff going on at Johnson Middle School. Okay, but if there's 65 schools, I need y'all to pick another one to give a similar conversation, because we can't just have one, right? We should anticipate and expect that across the city, folks are still having those similar conversations as well. And this is just one of those things that I feel like it's important for us to get right, because if I talk to parents, safe passage is like the #1 thing on their list. If I talk to kids, for some of them who have some truancy issues, it is a safe passage question for them as well. And if I can't even get you to the building safely, then, that creates a challenge, and we have resources available. We just need to make it work. But again, as I know Councilmember Pinto wasn't here for this, but I do want to follow up on the One's Leadership Academy, because it was billed as one thing. And so it's disconcerting to hear it being described as something else. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. So I want to pick up with safe passage, actually, because I'm hearing from school communities a repeated desire for more coordination. And I know that some principals have really not wanted safe passage workers to come into the school and have made that request that this is a in-community intervention. But then I've heard from some safe passage workers of concern about not being able to go into the school if they need to use the restroom, or if they want to talk to another trusted adult in the child's life about something that they encountered. And so how do you think about that balance of having a model, having the safe passage workers in the community, doing the incident reports we talked about, versus the kind of more fluid interaction with the school leadership throughout the school day?
So we have methods of which they can communicate. We don't want, quite frankly, we don't want school leaders just communicating with random safe passage workers, because that really, we don't know how that information then gets filtered. We have site leads, we have program managers, we have forums by which they can communicate. We have daily communication tools. Again, I say when they want, what school leaders tend to want is information safe passage workers don't have. Usually when they come to me, they want more information about crimes happening around. So we created a tool for that. Like, we have to also respect that people have jobs, and safe passage workers' jobs is defined. Like, we can't turn them into be all and everything. We don't pay them enough for that. Like we don't, right? And we couldn't. So they have a role to play. There are a lot of adults in schools. There are a lot of adults surrounding. There are a lot of forums by which we have created to exchange information, and we need to use those. So like what I hear a lot from schools when they want more information, well, it's usually not about things that safe passage workers have. And if there are things happening, safe passage workers communicate all sorts of in real time with their site leads, who can then roll that information up, to then be presented to schools. But I kind of question sometimes when they say they want more coordination of what, because what do they mean? Because that's kind of the thing, is like, that is a catchphrase for a lot that I'm like, well, what are you looking for them to do? Because their role is to make sure that what's happening on those routes, those kids get to your building safely. Your role, we tag you once you hit there. There are MPD has school resource officers. Like, there are DCPS has created a whole like safety tech team for the school. So I understand there's a lot going on in school, but people have to respect role by role by role. It's important. So with the coordination piece, like, of what? Like, that's what and when you ask me in school or out, I said this, what I'm told by safe passage workers, and previously when we started the program, we thought maybe in some schools not, is what they're looking for is they have a lot of unruly kids and they want a lot of these safe passage workers to sort of intervene and be like helping them with unruly kids. That's not their role either. Like, if there's things going on in the school, we need to get at the root of that with the myriad of people in the school who are tasked with that. If there's information they can share from the route that will help us get kids to school safely, that's fine. But I kind of push back on the idea that these like safe passage workers are somehow more trained or appropriate to be in schools now, breaking up fights and doing things, because that's what they are telling us that they are doing in there, that they become another layer of behavioral tech. That's what they're doing. And I'm like, wait a minute. Like, we've got to figure out what's happening in the school. It might help the school, but that's not necessarily
Their job.
their job.
So I can appreciate that. But from our conversation 30 minutes ago, we were talking about how for our young people, we need your words were, we need more of a coordinated response, especially when it comes to youth violence. And so I can understand that that shouldn't all fall on the shoulders of safe passage workers, but how do you envision them being a part of that ecosystem so that there can be more communication sharing? Or even if the answer is part of it, schools need more behavioral techs, like that should be part of the conversation we're having collectively about youth intervention.
So they play one role, and we get a lot of information, quite frankly, right now, because what we've built is a communication loop between the pure public safety, quite frankly, arm of this system, right? So what you're talking about is another layer of what would be a juvenile ecosystem, is how do schools then early identify, right, of a young person. That becomes another piece. And that is part of the system of how are they reporting in information? Because there are SROs, right? Like, there are school resource officers. There is information that's being shared. DHS gets certain information because of ACE pass step or otherwise, right? Like, DME and OCME are collecting incident information. Like, there's a lot of touch points schools have. So I'm like, the public safety arm coming together with the school, with the health and human services, what I'm talking about, but not making, right, like the safe, letting everybody have a specific lane they occupy and taking the information and bringing it together becomes that's the type of coordination I'm talking about. Not now safe passage workers should be in the schools. Well, schools, give us information. You have a lot of avenues to do so. And then we'll figure out if it's appropriate intervention, who's the appropriate intervener.
But how do we do that operationally when there are so many education related issues with that function and then so many public safety related issues?
The way we do it now, like the fact is, like, it's not that challenge. Like, so DME and OCME play a specific role. DCPS as a chancellor, the charter school board exists. When there are systemic issues or even individual ones, they actually have reporting responsibilities themselves. They are giving information. So that then how it gets linked in, well, we get a lot of information that feeds into all of these daily things that we just talked about. How do we come up with safety plans? Because we got information. So when people are like, there's not communication, I'm like, that's not true. It's just not. Like there may be some schools, there's a lot of schools. Not all of them are safe passage schools, and people don't love that, but programs can't grow. This is a $10 million program in a budget. That's pretty tough, right? So we're investing a lot. Every part has to kind of work within the full scope of their capacity in order for us to have an effective system. It can't be that safe pass, we just like use that as the growth. $10 million, it's a lot. So we can't just add more money or make them do more, or like that doesn't work. So, there are channels by which the whole education, which is 5 billion of it, right? Like has in which to communicate, that we take what they have and make sure it's effectively feeding in. But I would say there is significant communication that helps us to intervene in fights, that helps MPD know when a kid's been robbed here, that helps our safe passage workers. You heard them, they do communicate with schools. You heard from them directly. So I think, is that perfect? Is everybody doing that? No. But every school isn't in a priority area, to be honest.
How many schools are covered?
It is like 6, or I don't know. I had counted it yesterday and wrote it down. So wait, sorry, because they listed them out individually. I counted them. It is 65 schools in 12 priority areas, 122 routes around them.
Okay, and how are the priority areas determined?
By we look at basically a lot of it is incidents, right? Like what areas have the most amount of incidents around them. And so this year there was a request for expansion, for instance, by Councilmember Allen into Eastern Market and Potomac. And it turns out that in fact, they had seen an increase in incidents. So they fit within an expansion area. Same thing with Brooklyn. Councilmember Parker asked, and it's you're right. They weren't before, but there's been an increase in incidents there that warrants that being a priority area. Then, some of these are just longstanding, unfortunately, have higher levels of incidents around the schools, Anacostia being one of them, right?
What do we just define as incidents?
It's literally defined. So some of it's crime, which is a big one, right? Crime. And then for us previous year, now that we have another year under our belt, our incidents are, altercations, physical, verbal, environmental issues, which can be kind of anything that's, could be unsafe. It's like CPTED, like criminal crime prevention through environmental design. Are there things that are, stash spots, things like that? So our incidents can be a little more broad than just crime, but those are the two main things that we look at: incidents and crime.
Okay. Last year during performance oversight, you mentioned that you're working on expanding mental and behavioral health resources in schools. Is there an update on those efforts?
It's hard. So this is I think this is a focus not only of us, but of DME and DBH as well. And I know that Director Director Bazran this year, there was, in order to increase the availability, they tried some pilot programs on, I think, using graduate students, various ways to increase the pool of people they had and who was eligible to work inside. And so that's some of the work that's being done there, because the pure kind of therapeutic need, it's you have the pipeline you have, right? And I know there's been work to increase the pipeline, to look at licensing requirements, all of those things as well. And then there's honestly, some of it is just expansive training. We look at everybody as an interventionist. So even if you were to look at some of our safe passage training and that we try to coordinate too with schools, you're looking at trauma-informed care and de-escalation and mediation and just recognizing mental health crises, trying to make more people aware and the ability to do not full therapeutic, but some level of almost peer-like, but adult peer-like intervention is another way we're trying to expand. But it's like everything. You don't have enough police officers, you don't have enough, right, mental health tech, so we're working on it.
How are you envisioning the future of the One's Leadership Academy now that you have control of it?
Yeah, so you hear me say continuum a lot, and I think I view Safe Passage as the start of the continuum, of the barest of eyes, ears on the ground in providing information, in providing basic intervention. One's Leadership Academy, to me, is a tool that we can use for intensive intervention. So they can be trained, from my perspective, almost like our credible messengers. One of the strengths, I think, of DRS's community-based work is, if you want young people to do these therapeutic things, you need someone who sticks with them no matter what, right? Who is getting them to show up and doing all of that. And so I think, and we've kind of had discussions with DRS credible messenger people, we can train our ONE's Leadership Academy to be those type of interventionists. How I sort of view the referral, some of those could be school-based referrals, right? Where there is the identification of a young person who there have to be criteria because schools will say, a broad range of young people are significantly at risk, but we have limited resources here. But then they can do school-based intervention, but they're trained to really be like transformative mentors, helping to feed into the host of programs that we already have in place, right? Any young person can participate in Achievement Center programming and maybe should, but maybe one of the recommendations in the NIJCR report is credible messengers for all. Well, we're not there, right? Like that's not possible, but we can use them for credible messengers for those identified as most at-risk young people with using an actual like definition of that to be those type of interventionists. And that to me would be sort of like a second space, or maybe even a little bit further down, because we do have DHS that should be slotted in there with ACE and PASS, right? For some of those young people. And this is more of an intensive, like maybe they are court social service kids, or maybe they're got a suspension from school, whatever it may be, but those become those interventionists. And to me, that's a better use of them than we're at Anacostia High. We are doing some programming for anybody who wants like that. Why? Like, I'm just like, it might be good and helpful, but is it really helping us to address an issue? Like, what is the issue we're addressing? And that's been a little bit tricky for me to get it. That's why I say to you, and it's like, it's nice to have it like McFarland, but what are we trying to do? So when we make decisions based upon location versus what's the issue, that's what happened, right? Like they became like, they're doing programming, like paying for like art programming. And I'm like, okay, but I don't know that that's going to help us reduce violence in school.
Mm-hmm. I can totally hear that, but it sounds dissimilar to your argument around moving to a ward-based model for ONEs.
But ONEs is VIs. So, right, like, so what we do with adults and shooting is not the same as when I'm talking about addressing at-risk young people, which is what we have to do, right? If we had we don't have a cohort of VIs for young people. We don't have that same model as we have on crew-based adult side. We don't have it. And also adults, where would they be? We're not intervening at work, right? School is a primary of young people's lives. And in fact, we want them in school for a host of reasons. It's the safest place for them. We believe that they need to be able to read, write, and otherwise if they're going to be prevented from down the stream. So, I think this is an acknowledgement, just like the juvenile justice system is an acknowledgement. Kids are different. So yes, it is divergent, but that's for addressing crew-based violence and shootings in parts of our city. I'm talking about how do we prevent young people at risk from either offending, getting shot, or being victimizing or being the victim of a violent crime.
Totally hear that, but why not have the same standard for ONEs of how to prevent adults from being victimized or shooting in a violent crime? Like, I don't want to diminish any issues at any ward, but if we're talking about having ONEs folks move to Ward 3 or even Ward 2 in certain parts, like I would say the same argument that you're saying about why are we having this art program out of OLA? If our goal is to reduce shootings, shouldn't we have the same level of focus on, okay, we're wrapping our arms around the people who are at most risk, even if you don't want to call it the people promised list? And
well, that's what we are doing though. Like, so, I don't know. I'm a little confused by your comparison. Like what I said is we're focusing those who are most at risk of either perpetrating or being a victim of gun violence. Mm-hmm. That's what ONEs does, right? Like the goal is to both in the immediate prevent any retaliatory violence stemming from a shooting and to prevent any. That's their job. However, they do it primarily what adults that most at risk they've identified often need is work as a job, right? and a place to live. Like, so a lot of pathways focuses on that, or doing some of the soft skill work and the trauma work to get them ready for that. That's what ones is focused on. Children are different. That no one's saying don't wrap around them, but a lot of their lives is centered around schools, and they have parents, and they have different processing skills. They don't need a job necessarily, right? Like, but so the interventions, it's all the same. What I've said is it's based upon what we're seeing that's going to address the need of those most at risk. So the models are the same in that we're focusing on those most at risk of whatever we determine. This is gun violence. This might be involvement, future juvenile justice system involvement. But how you do that is differently, because children inherently have a different life than a 19-year-old or 22-year-old or 25-year-old who's involved in gun violence in the city. A 13-year-old should be at school. Their parents need to be engaged. We can't just get them housing. We need to figure out what's going on in their life within the context of that they sit in a family.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about our safe commercial corridors.
Sure.
How are you evaluating the efficacy of those grants, and what types of things are you tracking as we hopefully support and expand the program moving forward so more commercial corridors can benefit?
Yeah, so as part of their work plan, they have to specify like what are you doing, right? Like, so I think these are the most straightforward, to be honest with you, because a lot of the tracking is based upon their work plan, right? Like, so if you're saying you're employing safety ambassadors to be in the corridor and engage with businesses during these hours, then you need to submit timesheets that demonstrate that. And we go over those with a fine tooth comb, because we just do. And because these come directly to us, all the timesheets. Do you have 3 ambassadors? How many times do they engage with businesses, and what were their hours? Like, it really is like, that's like an example. And then if you're saying that you're going to install cameras in these different locations, connect them into FUSIS, how are you making progress towards that? And so they do reporting on, it's really based upon what the work plan is that they say. In Q1, it is our intention to connect with 10 businesses and MPD to determine where camera placement is. These are real ones that come in. And so we'll say, okay, how many times have you met with MPD? Where are you in the camera process? And a lot of it, we're more involved, to be honest. So it's not like that far removed. We're only seeing every quarter, like, is this happening or not? But that's really what it is like, these are less fuzzy. Like, these grants are less fuzzy, maybe, than other ones. It's like, okay, like, this is what you said. You will employ this many people doing this during these hours. Okay, are they doing that?
Okay, and then are you tracking reductions in incidents, crimes, shootings?
So that's always true in all these areas, to be honest with you. So yes, like, we'll pull and look, right? Like, so to be fair though, like, for a bid, so let me use the downtown, right? Like, we will track incidents in the Golden Triangle, 7 different which ways, right? It's difficult to tie that necessarily, like, I would say for like that, I would tie it to all of the efforts versus saying like, we can tie this to the Golden Triangle bid. They were going to do 3 full-time ambassadors and cameras. What we could probably do a bit on is, some of their camera work, for instances, is like some of the businesses where there were robberies. Well, do we have reduced robberies in the area? That's easy to track and are things that we can pull. But some of them are a little bit, it's difficult. It's not as clean, right? To say, okay, if Marshall Heights has put in cameras, the entirety of the Marshall Heights area now is,
Yeah.
like,
It's always hard to prove, right, that but for one intervention.
That's right. It's
we wouldn't
all of
have
that.
had. But I'm just thinking about, as we head into hopefully another year of these, as applicants who are currently receiving the grants, if that's something that you're considering of, okay, how effective have your ambassadors been, in addition to utilizing the grant money for what they said they would do, like, have we seen
reductions? Are they enrolled in FUSIS? Yeah, we can look at that, and we'll look at that.
Okay.
I think they're all really effective. It's all of the things. And I think because we're seeing such reductions in so many areas, like, I'm like, it's all of it. So
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm glad to hear you say that and hope we can see expanded versions of these programs in the budget that you all propose soon. Okay, I just have a couple more questions about some of the other agencies under your purview that we haven't had a chance to talk about, and then we will move on to fire and EMS. So speaking of fire and EMS,
Yes.
what is the update on your role in negotiations that are happening with that new healthcare provider or healthcare services, I should say, that we had talked about several months ago with some of the mental and physical healthcare needs of our
Oh,
firefighters?
so the, he's here. So the union, so we did pull the very large, a current RFP, and I think that IFF has reviewed it and is ready for us to now collectively meet. Because I think he sent me an email like last week, to say that ready to have a collective meeting to go through some of the things that can be pulled out. MPD already knows what can be pulled. What they would be comfortable with having removed. And so that's the next step, is for my office to arrange that meeting of what we want taken out of the RFP. Because that's the biggest thing you heard OCP say, is that, I mean, it's kind of up to us. Like, this thing has become a behemoth, and it is. That agreement is massive. Just printing it, I mean, I'm not even joking. It's huge. So the next step is like a new RFP that doesn't have all of these prohibitive requirements that just kind of it appears to me they just got built upon over time, like just stacked upon stacked. So we'll reach out to arrange that with IFF and with MPD, or with fire and EMS and IFF and MPD, to painstakingly go through and figure out what we can pull for a new RFP.
Okay, I appreciate your attention to that. I know it is very important to you as well, and important to all of us to make sure that all of our hardworking staff in our public safety cluster gets the support they need, and especially with, you know, some of the incidents that you mentioned, the plane collision and all of the emergencies that have gone on this past year, making sure that they have physical and mental health support,
of course,
to be even more important. Did anyone from the agencies that work with OUC on dispatch or any other agencies raise concerns to you regarding any preparedness of the cluster transitioning to a new dispatch system?
No.
How has your office improved real-time coordination between MPD ones and OAG in responding to violent crime incidents? Have we had improvements from the real-time crime center that you can share?
Yeah, I mean, the real time. So we did a situational update, me, the mayor, and the chief, in December, that had like a lot of numbers on the real time crime center. I don't have that, but we can provide that. It's been significant. So one of the big pieces when you're talking about MPD and ones, I can't again speak as much to cure, is we have to be able to be on the lookouts out as fast as possible, because one of the quickest ways to prevent any future retaliation or other crimes is by actually apprehending. And so the difference is stark. Prior to the real-time crime center, MPD would have to go to cameras post-incident and pull, and then you would get the BOLO, the be on the lookout for. Now they're able to, because of the technology, automatically push those out to officers. And that's a big piece on the street, and also get images out. Ones particularly are on all of the alerts, so they'll get automatic, like the automatic alert of a shooting or otherwise, and anything that goes out through Alert DC, which does include the lookouts, right? And so that allows us to much quicker kick our critical incident protocols into place to get information from the VIs back over to MPD. So it's night and day. Obviously, you going and pulling cameras that you can find from a place and then getting an image is very different than having MPD analysts and detectives who are sitting right there to identify and able to say, there's a camera there, we can pull it, push it immediately, which really helps to get much better and quicker coordination all the way around.
What are your goals for improving reentry services and some of the operational challenges that you're finding as folks transition either out of DOC or BOP facilities?
So I would say there's always the big one is that we'll continue to push, is that we need information about when people are being released, right? Sooner, so that we can actually try to do some more reentry work with them before they leave BOP. And it's not just kind of like they're back. You know what I mean? I think there's the challenge with reentry. It's the same ones of housing and workforce development. And so we've been working with Director Carey particularly on how do we develop pools of employers directly. DWRS has done kind of a good job on this of going individually to employers, asking for subsidized employment and then moving to unsubsidized. And so working on a more model like that on the reentry side, working with whether it is the WIC or employers directly is some of the work that we're doing with him. I think the other piece you have on the other side, the Ready Center, there's the basics, and that's been huge, is actually having the actual standing Ready Center, because there are the basics on reentry that are so difficult for people if they don't have their paperwork coming out of BOP, getting an ID. Well, we do have DMV on site. We do, if at the current Ready Center now have DBH and DHS, so people are able to make their appointments that they need right there. So a lot of that has been helpful. It is coordination because, again, you don't want to lose people along the way. And then working with DC Housing Authority, there are a certain number of housing vouchers that they give, making sure that they're with the right people, the right type, that they're getting placed for housing, and that we are moving people if they can along, because there you can only give so many vouchers, and what starts to happen is so many people are occupying them. So those are some of the things that I'd say that we're working on, both with Director Carey, with Morka, and then also with DOC on the Ready Center side. The BOP side is always a work in progress, right? With our federal partners, just depends on who's sitting in the seat, whether they're willing to give us information. And I think there's some legislative work that could be done there that would be helpful, in that, you know, when the mayor testified, I don't know, 23, that there was some discussion at that point in time about some information sharing, like the BOP side, just mandate that they give us district residents 6 months before they're leaving, right? Just so we can start reentry work. So
Yeah.
those are some of the things.
Thank you. And definitely we'll continue to work with you all on that effort with our federal partners. I think that and the Privacy Act are some very concrete areas that the federal government and Congress can help us improve public safety. We talked a little bit about social media, or about cell phone use in schools and kind of it's breaking out, but have there been any other efforts or progress underway or on tracking social media use or working with social media companies to get threatening videos removed or taken down?
So, I mean, both you heard our Mr. Fallway say VIs monitored social media, so does MPD. The issue that you can imagine that is a longstanding one is it's not that simple to work with, or it's not simple to get social media companies to remove things in a timely fashion. Like, so, and this was more with a YouTube issue, right? Like where videos would be up, and getting YouTube to take them down is not easy. The world changes with a TikTok, and honestly too, it was like Snapchat, TikTok, like, and because everything's so fast now that you've already sort of lit the match before anybody could even get it down anyway. So I think that's our bigger challenge, is particularly during the pandemic when young people and people went to like Instagram Live and TikTok. That's the Wild West, right? Because we could never get to, even if you could get the social media companies to pull things down, it's already been seen so quickly that you've already sparked what's going to lead to the incident. So, you know, it's a challenge, I think everybody points out nationally.
We heard from one of our public witnesses from DC Safe about this idea of having a similar focus like we've had with violent crime, with carjackings, for domestic violence. And I think that's a really interesting idea for kind of a task force model, especially with where we're seeing these very concerning trends around domestic violence. And as we know, so much of this can happen in private, which then makes the proximity of if there is a gun involved, even more likely to end a life. And so I wanted to give you a chance to respond to that idea.
I completely am on board with that. I think so when I went to one of the meetings, and I think it's a lot of the same agencies, right? So DHS, MPD, I think it was DBH. And it requires, on the district side, it requires leadership. All of those coordinated efforts, none of them just happen. And so it's a matter of capacity at times. Like at that point in time, I was like, I'm not sure that the right people from the agencies are here, but I think that the right people are in all of these other spaces and they're tapped, right? Like at the time, that was really what it was. So I fully agree that this is an area where it would likely benefit from that model. And I think it's a matter of, is this the right, are we in a space where people can really bring beneficial, I'm not saying that just meeting isn't good, but that it's the right people who can actually help to lead to the types of decreases we see in the other spaces. And so I fully am aboard with like exploring and seeing if we can have, because again, a lot of it, as you point out, takes
daily effort.
Yes. And so that's really like when I talk about capacity, because it is the same agencies. And then it has to, because it's a cross cluster, it has to be a deputy mayor. And you know, so I'm more than willing to explore if this is a time where like we can find a way to, given what the numbers are and it all matters and like where we are, that like I think I do agree it could benefit from that sort of a model. It just at the time, I think it was 23 again too.
Yeah.
Everything was 23. It was a lot. So
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. And I think given the model that we have with the grants going out to CBOs from OVSJG,
yeah,
it's even more ripe in some ways to have that coordination so that we can make sure that we are, our agencies are talking to one another locally because there are
Yeah.
agencies and then you help us with the coordination. But in an environment where a nonprofit might be receiving a grant and then they may have no idea what
sure.
a sister nonprofit is
DHS
doing.
also is giving a grant over here. now.
Right. So I
Yeah.
think that is a ripe area. Very time sensitive or I'm lacking the word appropriate for today because later we are going to hear from Dr. Diaz, who is the interim director of DFS and OCME.
Yeah.
Do you have plans to appoint him as a permanent director?
I mean, Dr. Diaz is amazing. And certainly one of the things that we saw during the crash and recovery was the way in which we've often said that we believe in a consolidated lab. We've just said it, right? Like, and what we saw there was them work together. I think that at the time, a couple of years ago, when Councilman Allen proposed changes to the model, we were like, maybe the right model is to have a more consolidated lab in OCME. And so we're looking at all of those things because, I mean, we love Dr. Diaz and he has proved in himself to be amazing. Certainly. And I see Dr. Love over there and we love her too. And everybody, but just the way in which DFS, OCME and the public health lab have been able to, that they worked seamlessly. In a very challenging time, they did things like turn around DNA in 24 hours. And there's nobody else in the country who could have done what they did. And so I think it was a test of our idea of like, does this consolidated model work under the leadership of a single head? We would say yes. So that's going to take some work. But we don't, as long as he stays with us, we want to keep Dr. Diaz. And not lose to like Miami or like, the beaches somewhere. So.
Well, Miami ain't got nothing on the District of
That's
Columbia.
exactly right.
And I agree that Dr. Diaz has done a really exceptional job at DFS and OCME. I will respectfully note that you are exceeded from the statutory limit
18 months,
of an interim director. And so
Yes.
I welcome a permanent nomination for him, and we will certainly move that quickly if received. I want to ask you about the news this week of the MPD reinstatements of Officers Sutton and Zabowski following presidential pardons of their criminal cases. What is your thinking about those reinstatements and if the evidence that we have internally for our own MPD policies and our own standards make it appropriate for them to continue on our force?
So what I would say is this, is that district personnel regulations say we can't, I am not, and nobody can speak specifically about any employee's personnel or disciplinary matters. I stand and reiterate the position that the mayor and the chief have said that when MPD officers, any officer, there are policies and procedures that they must abide by. And when there are allegations they haven't, there is a process, a very extensive and spelled out in statute process by which they are afforded due process and go through a disciplinary and administrative procedure. And so I would say that it's not appropriate for me to comment on what is or isn't in there because I don't see their disciplinary file or lack thereof. What I do feel very confident in saying is I feel confident in MPD's process that they have for evaluating and determining whether or not there've been violations of MPD policies, and if finding, then applying appropriate discipline.
Okay, could you speak generally then about what those policies are to review a potential violation?
Yeah, so there's a general order that is pretty, if you've read any MPD order, you know that they're extremely detailed. That it talks about the tolling. So if there's an allegation of a violation of a policy, there are very kind of clearly defined processes for IAB, the Internal Affairs Bureau, to do an investigation, to submit any findings to the appropriate people. There's a discussion about the status that the officers will be in while that's happening. And also if there's any criminal indictment or any criminal process, that the tolling of those timelines and that process while that plays out. It speaks to what happens after that process is resolved, how it kind of finds its way back into the MPD disciplinary process, and then has timelines for appeal and all of that spelled out. Because, you know, if there's one thing that's true, MPD, as many of our agencies, but certainly law enforcement agencies are like very specific. And so that is in their general order related to the disciplinary process, which I don't have the number with me, but it is all laid out in the general order.
And I have the general order pulled up now, and one of the pieces that it specifies for discipline is when the DRD director determines adverse action is appropriate, he or she shall assess the appropriate penalty based on the TOP. And then I think interestingly, it says the DRD director shall have the sole discretion to determine applicable disciplinary charges and specifications in cases where adverse action is recommended. So without speaking to the specifics of any one employee or employees, is it a fair assumption to make that any employee who goes through the adverse action process, the review process on if any policies are recommended, will then have a disciplinary recommendation made to the chief?
A recommendation, yes, will be made in accordance with the policy. So I don't know if the chief is the DRD director. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not.
No, I don't think she is. I've been
I'm like-
made to the chief
Oh, made to the chief.
as opposed to made by the chief.
So I would say that they act in accordance with the policy. So if that is where the recommendation goes to, then yes, then that's what MPD does.
Okay. Do we have an expected timeline by which that type of review would be completed?
I can't speak to the specifics of any personnel matter. And then generally, there's timelines defined in there, but I can't say like, this is how long an administrative process would or wouldn't take.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I'm going to turn to my Ward 7 colleague, Councilmember Wendell Felder, who's also a member of the committee, for a 15-minute round.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning or good afternoon, pardon me. Deputy Mayor, members of your senior leadership team. I'll jump right in.
Sure.
Could you speak to the current public safety initiatives that are being implemented specifically to drive crime rates down in Ward 7?
I mean, so 7, 6, this is just primarily much of Ward 7 is in 60. Some of it is, I guess, also on the edge of 1D. So in this,
It's 6th District, 5th, and 1st. So we
Yeah.
have 3 commanders.
yeah, so I would say this, that a lot of the citywide initiatives, because what you just pointed out is that as that Ward 7 resides in 3 different districts, apply. Those are all of our task forces, whether it's one of the issues that we've seen in 60 particularly is carjacking. It has one of the higher numbers of carjackings across the districts. And so our carjacking task force is focused on ensuring that we swiftly interdict, apprehend, and are able to bring to prosecution good carjacking cases working with the U.S. Attorney's Office. And so that's one piece. And also, I would say this because this happens a good amount in both 60 and 70 is stash spots and identifying where people are dumping cars and trying to break up that activity, locate the cars, and use that to help us to prevent further activity with carjacking. Then there's a lot of the citywide initiatives, Operation Atlas, which is a citywide team that the chief has stood up to support in areas where we're seeing increases in violent crime. There's our homicide reduction task force areas. I think last year we were in Rosedale, Anacostia, and Washington Highlands. So I'm not sure that we touched there. This year we're Buena Vista, Anacostia, and Rosedale. But a lot of our belief is that when we drive down homicide across the city or in those key areas, it impacts the rest of the city. And so last year we were able to drive down violent crime by 39% in those areas. There's also all of our multi-agency work that we do, which is spread out, which is our multi-agency task force, public safety task force, which brings together probably about 50, I'd say about 10 any given week of our agencies from MPD, DOB, DPW, for hire vehicles to do targeted enforcements in different areas that are identified by the commanders as it could use some of the other enforcement, car towing, ticketing, street cleaning, outreach. DBH goes out with us and Fire EMS to do opioid awareness, distributing fentanyl, test kits and strips. So those are happening. I'm trying to think of other things. We're doing a lot of outreach with bids, and is Marshall Heights 7?
It is.
Yeah, Marshall Heights is one of our grantees for this round of our Safe Commercial Corridor grants, where we have given them a grant from our office to help us. They are doing, I think, some camera work to installing. So what we believe is having more camera coverage helps us to be linked into the Real-Time Crime Center, which helps MPD to also be able to more quickly monitor and address crime. And so we've asked our business communities to really help us in increasing camera coverage. And so we've given a grant, and Marshall Heights is one of our grantees, to help bring on more cameras. They're working with MPD to identify areas that'd be helpful so that it can be linked into those can be linked into our Real-Time Crime Center. So I think those are just a few of the different things that are happening.
Copy. Just a follow up. How are the priorities for law enforcement and community policing being tailored to meet the needs of residents, specifically in Ward 7? And
Yeah.
I have a couple of other questions, and I want to make sure I get through my questions in
Sure.
this
So I'll
round.
just be brief because
Okay.
you'll have Chief Smith here next week. But I would say this, that Chief Smith from the start put an emphasis on officers being in community, right? And also not just our officers, but our white shirts, right? Being out and actually engaging through walks and through participating in ANCs and community meetings, because the best way to actually know what community needs or wants or otherwise is to actually speak with them. And so that continues to be an emphasis. You can't do community policing without actually engaging with community. So whether it is through CACs or ANC meetings or just the actual walks that are held across the districts, I think that's a really key emphasis, is creating pathways for communication and also ensuring that officers are out of their cars, because beyond just meetings, if our officers are out serving foot beats in the actual areas that they are assigned to, they should be coming to know businesses and residents who, even within a ward, every community and neighborhood has different needs. And that type of interaction is part of community policing.
Thank you. As a deputy mayor, you obviously you meet with DOC, the ones, DYRS, Office of Returning Citizens. Is there an overall vision and mission that you have that is articulated to those respective agencies? And if so, how are you working with them to achieve that goal?
I mean, so I would say this, the mission of our office is defined, right? Like it says what our job, the mission is to, oh, I thought it was written here. It isn't, but the mission is to create safe neighborhoods and safe communities that are able to thrive. And so everybody plays a role in that. And I do articulate that. We have cluster meetings and we talk quite frequently. I think sometimes when people think public safety, I know this, they think MPD. Right? They always think of police, which is an important part. We do need to drive down crime. But even in driving down crime, everybody plays a role in that. You see Dr. Diaz in here. The work that DFS does to help us to have good forensic sciences helps us to close cases. In order for people to thrive, they need to live. So making sure that OUC dispatches correctly and quickly is important so that MPD or fire EMS can arrive quickly. Making sure that we're investing in programs like the whole blood program that are helping us to basically do practically trauma surgery in the field that is helping people to live, right? So that turns a potential homicide into an ADW, right? Working with DOC to make sure that we have safe and humane facilities, but also that we're doing work on reentry, connecting the Ready Center at DOC with MORCA so that people don't end up back in the system. And also working with DOC intelligence so that they're feeding information, because what happens in the jail is often what's happening in community back to ones and MPD so that we can be preventing the next shooting. So I think we spend a lot of time talking about how meeting our core, the agency's core missions, which they must do with excellence, helps us to be a functional system, but also how we can work together to support each other to advance the larger mission that the mayor has set for public safety, which is driving down crime and creating safe communities across our city and all 8 wards where people can thrive.
Deputy Mayor, you just mentioned driving down crime. I'm pretty sure in your conversations across the district, you have a group of stakeholders who feel like when you're talking about public safety, we have to take a holistic approach.
Yes.
And then you have a group of individuals who say, we don't have enough police officers.
Yes.
Recently, the district has released numbers that said there's been a 35% reduction in crime.
Yeah.
But our police department is not where it needs to be from a staffing standpoint.
That's right.
From a deputy mayor's perspective, what would you attribute that reduction in crime to?
So it is taking a whole of government approach and a whole of community approach to crime. We needed to you heard the mayor say 2 years ago and continued to say we needed to reset our public safety and justice ecosystem. There had been policies and laws that had really impacted our ability to have a safe city, both in how we were doing constitutional policing and how we were holding people accountable, right? So we needed to do work there. Our agencies needed to have good directors and leadership. And so we had to do some work to get administration in the seat, right? We needed technology. We have the lowest number of officers we have in 50 years. And while we have a demand in January or up to this point, we have 4 national special security events where you see all of our officers, firefighters, EMTs, and people being the ones to carry the load. We had the recovery and rescue and recovery mission of the crash in January. That is our public safety professionals doing that work while also making sure our city goes. So we need people. We've done more than 1 million hours of overtime at MPD the past several years. The way we support that is things like the Real-Time Crime Center, where we say, hey, listen, we can, if we invest in technology that helps to make us more efficient and effective, we can drive down crime, right? It has been working on the coordination with our VIs. VIs need to be focused on, or violence interrupters, on driving down shooting. And they were focused sort of broadly on a host of community issues, which may be good, but it was my job to help us focus on shooting. And also creating an expectation and understanding that law enforcement isn't on one side and VIs are on the other. We must work together and we must communicate. That's important. So I just named a few of the pieces. It really is about all of it, all of the investments, but nothing can replace the people. So the mayor's made significant investments in helping us to have to increase our staffing, not just at MPD, but really across the cluster. We needed more call takers and dispatchers at OUC, right? Like if we're going to have the types of call answer times that we need, we had to invest there and we did. So it's a host of things.
And from your observation, do you feel like MPD needs more officers?
Yes.
Okay. Dun, my Ward 2 colleague spoke about the recent pardon with the officer. On the ground level, there's been a lot of chatter in the community about community and community trust, right?
Mhm.
How do us as a district show neighbors who are watching that they can still trust police officers? Your role as the deputy mayor, could you speak to moving forward, how you plan to engage with the neighbors to
Yeah.
get their input as it relates to community trust issues or community concerns to make
Sure.
sure that they're not turned off by the system and the process?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a lot of what I described. The reality is that we are here to serve the residents and visitors of the district. So we need to hear them and create opportunities for that to be the case. Part of that isn't just asking people, oh, they can always contact me. It's going to them and showing up in the spaces where they are, because a lot of this is relationship, right? When we say trust the police, well, I would posit that our community does, in fact, trust our police. That in fact, part of what was allowed us to drive down crime was because what we heard from community was, you keep having people who are shooting us out here and then asking us to help you, right? And as they saw that change, they were more willing to help, because oftentimes in our city, those we talk a lot about perpetrators, but oftentimes we don't talk about those being victimized most in our city and what they're asking for. So I would say that we continue to do the work that we've done, that I ask our agencies to do, that the chief does, is being out and listening to people, even if it's hard conversations, that's okay. Like, because none of this is perfect. It's always a work in progress, and we're willing to hear and make adjustments if there are ways that we can be serving better. And so I would say that we're committed to continuing to doing that, to showing up in community, not only when things are going well and it's a comfortable situation, but when we know people are upset, because that's okay, right? Like, that's why we're here. And so that's my continued commitment.
When you think about the public safety ecosystem, it kind of touches everything.
It does.
Could you speak to what role does mental health play in your approach to improving public safety, not only across the
Yeah.
district, but specifically in Ward 7? And are there any specific initiatives aimed at providing better mental health resources to residents?
Yeah, so we, just in the same ways we don't have enough police officers, I said earlier, we don't have enough mental health professionals. And we know that certainly one of the things that we saw post-pandemic is we track fire EMS. So we have a weekly dashboard in which we can see what the transports are. And the two highest categories are mental health and substance use. Those are, it's not even close, right? Like, when it comes to what our actual transports are, the numbers are like far more than people probably would think. And so yes, so we have regular conversations, obviously not just with Dr. Bazran, but with our host of providers that we have, that we grant through Office of Victim Services and Justice grants, because not everything's about clinicians. Some of it's about peer support. Some of it's about training people to be sort of interventionists in community, to either recognize or to provide kind of varying levels of trauma-informed care, because, we can't produce out of thin air, mental health professionals, but working on the pipeline through programs at UDC and licensing, working closely on the emergency side with the CRT, which is the crisis response team at DBH. So that we have the Access Helpline through OUC, where they are partnered, just like with our nurse triage line, where some mental health calls, instead of going to MPD, we're working on strengthening it so it can go to a mental health provider, because that might be really what's happening there. And so we were part of the Harvard Kennedy School cohort twice to help strengthen that program, so that we're triaging more of those calls into the right spot. So those are some of the things that we're doing to try and continue to augment our ability to respond to mental health issues.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, members of your team. I want to be mindful of folks this time. Madam Chair.
Well, thank you very much, Councilor Felder, and thank you, Deputy Mayor Apia, for being here today and for the very helpful, robust discussion, but also for what you and your team have done over the last couple of years. We will always be tied together and we kind of started these jobs
the
around
same
the same time. Of you as the deputy mayor and my chairing this committee. And so it's been a pleasure working with you and your team and to the many, many folks on DMPSJ staff, but also all of the agencies under your purview. We do not take for granted how difficult these last couple of years have been, and every piece of the system has been such an integral part of seeing these improvements that are now being felt by our community throughout the city. So I know there's a lot more work to do, but thank you for your partnership. As always, if you have any kind of closing thoughts, I'll give you the last word.
I always, you know, me at this point, I always close with thank you. Thank you to you for your partnership and kind of sticking in there with us. Like it has been a challenging couple of years and we continue to have work to do and big challenges ahead. But I do think that we've demonstrated that what is the truth of the district is we're extremely resilient. We can do a lot of very hard things all at one time, all the time. And I just am extremely grateful for everybody's hard work. And I think that it really like can't be said enough that, I mean, the people in public safety and justice work hard all the time, 24/7. And I don't think it's like truly unsung heroes. And so they're like, when I say the number 10,000, there are 10,000 employees. And then we have so many grantees and partners who are really in this with us. So I just thank everybody for our community. Like everybody's been in it with us and council. So I always end where I start, just saying thank you. It really is the like privilege of my life to lead this thing. It's and so we're just gonna keep on pushing, like the mayor says, just keep pushing. Keep pushing. So thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Okay, we are going to turn to our next agency today, DC Fire and EMS. Oh, great. Perfect. We are going to first hear from our public witnesses. We have David Hoagland, President of the District of Columbia Firefighters Association, IAFF Local 36, and Commissioner Trupti Patel, ANC Commissioner for 2A. Welcome. And we will hear from you first, Mr. Hoagland. Oh, I heard there might be some tornadoes in the ether, so what'd you say? Yeah. Oh, it wasn't the, okay. Sorry, someone just hit the light. Don't want to start any rumors around here. Okay, Mr. Hoagland, if I could ask everybody to keep it down in the hearing room because we're moving on to the next agency. Thank you very much. 3, all of our public witnesses have 3 minutes. Thank you, everybody. Okay. We are starting with David Hoagland, President of District of Columbia Firefighters Association, IAFF, Local 36.
Good morning, Councilmember Pinto and members of the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety. I'm Dave Hoagland, President of the District of Columbia Firefighters Association, Local 36, the International Association of Firefighters, and proud member of the Metro Washington Council, AFL-CIO. I provide committee testimony today on behalf of our membership with an immense sense of pride that is difficult to fully measure, let alone put into words. In early January, all eyes were focused on the District of Columbia as we hosted another historic event, the presidential inauguration, an event that's unique only to the district and yet commonplace for all of us that call the district home. However, do you understand the immense planning coupled with the long hours of those focused on the highest priorities of security and safety facilitate such a momentous occasion on that scale? In the wake of the inauguration, DC firefighters responded to the airplane disaster, capturing headlines throughout the nation. DC firefighters' perseverance and grim determination were on full display in our response under the harshest conditions imaginable. During this time, our membership addressed the pain of losing one of our own. Lieutenant Robert Heaney, at the age of 49, succumbed to occupational cancer, leaving behind his wife, Beth, along with his daughter, Molly, and son, Finn. It was hard to lose both a friend, coworker, and a member of Local 36's executive board, a man that had so much more life to live. These events simply highlight the fortitude of our members to continue serving others. As we move ahead to the future, we cannot forget that these hardships that we should use as a daily reminder. We must always remain vigilant in our strategic goal of preserving life and conservation and property here in DC. These strategic goals can only be met by a committed focus on staffing, training, and resources. I'd like to thank you again for your leadership to help address our staffing with the reintroduction of our drop bill. The growth of the city in the past 10 years has been rapid. I don't think we've grown in proportion to our population, resulting in a higher call volume year after year. It's vital that we add staffing to mirror the population we serve. DC Fire and EMS still relies heavily on AMR, a civilian EMS global for-profit corporation that was meant to be a temporary stopgap measure to help us meet demand for EMS service. Higher call volume leads to greater demands of our members, leading to unnecessary burnout and sick leave usage. DC Fire has long advocated for the creation of an internal paramedic program, allowing a pathway for current members to achieve a higher level of EMS care. We'd like to learn more about the strategic goals for this paramedic program, both short, mid, and long term. It's important to ensure we have adequate funding to sustain our efforts into the future. As the capital of the nation, the dynamics of emergency preparedness is more challenging than any other city. We rely on data to ensure that we're prepared to respond. We are working on updating our GIS study that was conducted a couple years ago, but we still want to strongly advocate the department place Truck 1 back in service in the Fort Totten neighborhood. With the addition of the McMillan Reservoir development, there's a lot of density in that area. We're also looking at the acquisition of RFK property, and we want to make sure we're planning there for the potential increase in population and marine emergencies there. I'll close with talking about the incident on the Potomac River. This incident really highlighted our vulnerabilities that night. Our primary fireboat, the John Glenn, equipped with the most capability that was not at our disposal. Sadly, the risk of not having the Glenn was not bad timing. Rather, it had been dry docked in Baltimore for the past 2.5 years. Without any other resources added to offset these capabilities, it's been an unnecessary liability. We've been at the bargaining table for a new contract since July. We're hopeful that now that the arbitration award has been issued to MPD, the city can continue its focus on public safety and award DC firefighters a well-deserved contract. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Hoagland. And if you have a longer version of the testimony, please submit it and we'll make sure we have that for the record. I do have some questions for you. I want to start with some of the concerns around the AMR. What issues have your members brought to you as it relates to the AMR?
I think the largest concern as we've transitioned to this direct dispatch model is that they are not trained to the same level and depth that Local 36 members are. So they're now operating on a lot more complicated incident assignments. And we've been working with the department to try to reduce the ability for them to be dispatched on a lot of our more complex incidents due to their lack of understanding of how exactly we operate.
So what do you think should happen to make that on par?
Well, I think we just need to work with OUC and figure out a better way to dispatch them. There's benefits to the direct dispatch. Obviously, prior to that, we were all responding and then calling for AMR. So we realized that that creates a delay, but we've also got some disagreements with management about the exact types of calls that AMRs should be running. We've always been of the opinion that they should be on lower acuity calls and we can focus on more serious emergencies. But the thing that's been completely lost in the whole conversation is us continuing to add resources, and AMR has sort of transitioned to this now semi-permanent contract. And it's really difficult to track exactly how many units they have at any given time, where they're receiving their staffing from. And, even if you get transported in an AMR ambulance, you get something in the mail that says you've been transported by the DC Fire and EMS department. Please respond to this survey and let us know how DC Fire and EMS department treated you. Well, they're not the DC Fire and EMS department. They're a complete separate entity. So we want to also make sure that those lines aren't getting blurred in the public. And we're really focusing on service delivery in the district by our members.
Interesting. Okay. That's helpful and tangible. You mentioned the John Glenn and not having access to it on January 29th following the midair collision. In what ways do you think having access to the John Glenn would have been helpful in that type of tragedy?
Yeah, so this was obviously like a very catastrophic event, and we had multiple agencies respond. But the biggest challenge that we've had with the absence of the Glenn in the cold winter time is the lack of having the icebreaker. So thankfully, another vessel sailed through the waterways that day and broke up a lot of the ice. But even on coming back in the incident, the ice was reforming. So there was a lot of damage that was done to a lot of lighter boats with thinner hulls as a result of trying to navigate through the ice. But it's also important to note that we had all these divers operating, and there were boats that the divers could operate off of. But it's good to have just one standalone boat that's a dive platform. Alexandria has a fireboat that's smaller than ours, that has a good dive platform that a lot of our members are operating off of. But the challenge is you need something. We also had them diving off of many of our smaller boats. And when a diver goes down and it rescues somebody, they have to come back up, and that boat that the diver's operating off of cannot move because there's a line attached to the diver. So it was really just not having an extra tool in our toolbox to be able to focus on other things associated with the event. And it just adds to delays of moving things to shore, because then you have to pull the diver up, you have to pull the tender up, and it just created not as seamless as a workflow as it could have been on that incident with the plane crash, and then some of the other incidents we had on the waterways a couple weeks prior.
So those incidents that happened before in January, do you think that we would have had a different result had we had the John Glenn available?
Yes, because it would have been proactively sailing these waterways, so the sea lanes would have been open. So our smaller, faster boats could get to the scene quicker. There was an incident on the Memorial Bridge where divers were operating off of MPD's airboat, but MPD's airboat works really well on really thick ice, but as it was moving, it was breaking the ice. And there was also just not a lot of room to operate off of that airboat for the divers. So in that case, it was a close enough proximity to the pier where the Glen could have made it as well and navigated under the bridge there. And that would have been a better working platform for our rescue divers in that instance.
Thank you for that. And certainly something I'll plan to speak to the chief about shortly, about the timeline for those repairs, getting the Glen back into operation. So in the many ways that we need to be thanking and providing a great workplace environment to our hardworking fire and EMS staff, how are things going with the Office of Pay and Retirement Services, and what sorts of challenges have some of your members raised to you, if at all, about this?
Yes, so I'm going to testify tomorrow in the oversight for DCHR, but I think the biggest challenge that we have, there's a couple different issues going on with them. One is that as we're signing up new members to be part of the union, it's taking a very long time for them to process their membership and have their direct deposit and their union dues deposited to the union. So that creates issues for us when we're trying to conduct our business, because we need money to represent our members. But additionally, we have a lot of challenges with paid family leave in our agency and a long time frame for getting it approved. So we've had several instances over the last few years, and we're trying to improve this, where members apply for PFL for a qualifying event like a birth of a child, and their paid family leave is still not approved and entered into the system by the time their qualifying event has occurred. So then as a result, they end up using a different type of leave to cover their absence. And then when the paid family leave finally shows up, they start using that, but then they're stuck dealing with a leave restoration issue. And these leave restoration issues take several pay periods to deal with. We even have pay problems that are a couple of years old at this point, where we have members who are owed back pay due to salary adjustments, et cetera. So I think it's really challenging because we want to support our members. We want to be able to, everybody has things going on in their personal lives, and we want to be able to support them when they're off too, so that they can come back to work healthy and ready and willing and able to do the work.
Thank you very much for flagging that. That's something else I had in my mind. Oh, the drop bill.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your partnership on this. We've reintroduced it. Can you talk a little bit about why this would be helpful for your members?
Yeah, certainly. I think so. The challenge is we're still trying to get up to, we're still trying to identify and hire up to the correct staffing factor. We've been hiring to a staffing factor number that's several years old at this point, and it needs to be updated. So it doesn't, you can't just train a new firefighter overnight. It takes time. It takes a long time to process their applications. Meanwhile, if you want to retire from our job, it's essentially asked to just give 60 days notice if you're eligible. So 60 days is not enough time to train a new firefighter. Whereas with this drop program, if our members enroll in this program, which has a 3-year term, the department can see the amount of members who are enrolled in that program. They can retain these experienced members to train the newer members, and they can have a lot more lead time and be better able to predict attrition. And therefore they can set more accurate targets for hiring goals for depending on who's in the drop program. And it just gives everybody just a lot more time to prepare and plan for the future. And it'll be, as you know, we've talked, it'll be tremendously helpful for MPD as well.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much. Thank you for your help there. And thank you for all you do, both in your capacity, leading the union, and working as a firefighter. So appreciate that and appreciate all of your members' work. We are now going to turn to our chief of fire and EMS, Chief John Donnelly. Hi, Chief. Do you have anyone else from your team who's going to be answering questions? Okay, well, if you have anyone answering questions, if you could state your name and position for the record on the microphone, and then we'll swear everybody in who may be answering. Thank you all for joining us. We can start here. Will you push the microphone on?
Dr. David Vidberg.
Sorry, could you just speak into the microphone?
Sure. Dr. David Vidberg, Medical Director.
Thank you.
Andre Edwards, Assistant Fire Chief of EMS.
Michael Knight, Assistant Fire Chief of Professional Development.
Tim Hansen, Assistant Fire Chief Services Bureau.
Gary Steen, Assistant Fire Chief of Technical Services.
Wonderful. Welcome to you all. And if you could turn your mics back on and I'll swear everyone in. Do you swear when the red light is on, then it's on?
Yep.
These two are, yeah. Or green, I guess.
Green on that.
Let me try one more time. That looks. All right, it's okay. Maybe we'll just lean into this one. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you are about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Wonderful. Thank you all. Welcome. And now I'll turn to you, Chief Donnelly, for any opening statement you may have. As you may know, the committee welcomes any amount of testimony for the record, but we're keeping our oral testimony for government witnesses to 10 minutes. Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto, council members, and staff. I am John Donnelly, Chief of the Fire and Emergency Medical Services Department, and I am pleased to testify before you today about the department's performance during fiscal years 24 and 25. My testimony is also available online at fems.dc.gov. I would like to take a moment to recognize and thank the employees of DC Fire and EMS, the Metropolitan Police Department, the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, the Department of Forensic Sciences, the Office of Unified Communications, and our regional partners in the Council of Governments and our federal partners, and countless others for their extraordinary support during the response to the January 29th mid-air collision over the Potomac River. DC Fire and EMS, MPD, and the Office of the Medical Examiner worked hand in hand in the immediate aftermath of the crash and the days after. Roughly 2,500 responders from federal and regional partners also mobilized. And our local community stepped in with extraordinary acts of kindness and support to our first responders and those affected by the crash. January saw an unprecedented public safety mobilization before January 29th. The counting and certification of electoral votes, the state funeral of President Jimmy Carter, the presidential inauguration, a line of duty death, and significant weather events, in addition to 18,000 responses. Our response and teamwork during these events demonstrate to our community that DC Fire and EMS is a well-trained, multidisciplined, skilled workforce ready to confront any challenge. The uniformed and civilian employees of Fire and EMS planned, drilled, and executed these missions with the professionalism our residents have come to expect. We are also the third largest healthcare provider in the city, committed to improving life-saving patient outcomes within the nation's capital by focusing on hiring, training of healthcare professionals, and innovating through the development of new programs, and by assessing and communicating risk reduction strategies to targeted communities. And in January, we administered our 200th unit of whole blood. The fact of the matter is DC Fire and EMS must be able to do it all: fire prevention, fire suppression, technical rescue, and emergency care. And that is the focus of my testimony today. We have been successful in our hiring. In fiscal years 24 and 25, the department remained focused on hiring to our staffing factor. This measure is critical to both ensure we are not overworking our members and to controlling overtime spending. In fiscal year 24, we hired 166 new operational employees, significantly driving down our vacant operational positions. In February 2025, we had just 9 operational vacancies. While this number fluctuates with retirements and attrition, this is the lowest number we have had at any point in my career. Progress has continued into fiscal year 25. Cadet Class 27 started in November and currently has 35 members. Recruit Class 411 began in December with 7 firefighter paramedic recruits. And Recruit Class 412 started 2 weeks ago with 12 firefighter paramedic recruits and 15 firefighter EMT recruits. The department's current vacancy rate is 2.4%, down from 8.3% 2 years ago. The department's recruitment and hiring process is inherently staff intensive, with sworn and civilian employees and officers engaged at various points throughout the process. Our employees are our best recruiters, sharing this great career and opportunity to serve with members of the community. In this past year, we have expanded programs to improve the health outcomes for our patients. And DC Fire and EMS is no stranger to leveraging innovation in medicine to meet the department and community's greatest needs. In April, the department launched a low titer O-positive whole blood initiative, which provides pre-hospital administration of whole blood to patients suffering from massive blood loss. Fire and EMS has emerged as a national leader in this area, where previously the best care may have been to speed to the hospital. We have expanded treatment for patients with the most serious injuries like gastrointestinal bleeds and penetrating trauma. And since launching whole blood, the department has transfused over 246 units, or an average of 1 unit every 32 hours, with 0 reported complications. Most recipients are young men with penetrating trauma, and this treatment has proven to be life-saving and speeding in their recovery. The department also continues to see out-of-hospital cardiac arrest survival rates that exceed the national average, particularly for the category of bystander witnessed non-traumatic cardiac arrests presenting in ventricular fibrillation. In fiscal year 23, we achieved a record high 44% survival rate compared to the national average of 28%. In fiscal year 24, our survival rate was 37%, still significantly exceeding the national benchmark. And while this result reflects a slight decline, the percentages are based on fairly small sample sizes, where just a few outcomes can notably influence overall rates. Improvements in cardiac arrest care management, including increased citizen CPR, protocol updates, new technologies, targeted training, and specialized roles, have driven these survival rates. Related to this, we achieved 45% bystander CPR participation during fiscal year 24, up from 31% in fiscal year 23. This is the highest level since COVID, when bystander CPR significantly decreased. We achieved this milestone with the training of more than 100,000 members of the public in hands-only CPR since the program's inception in 2015. And I believe that our partnership with the OUC in getting telephonic CPR to more people and our Hands on Hearts program are the reasons for this increase. Finally, in fiscal year 25, the department launched direct dispatch of our third-party basic life support or BLS provider, AMR. This is a fundamental resource allocation improvement. Through effective triage at the call level, AMR can initially be dispatched to the scene without a department ambulance being sent first. This initiative was made possible by investments from Mayor Bowser and the council and has an immediate positive impact on critical measures. We are seeing better transport unit response time to basic life support calls, shorter AMR drop times at the hospitals, and better transport unit availability for both the department and AMR units. In all of this, the department has sought to create pathways to the middle class. The department takes great pride in the opportunities we are providing to the next generation of first responders. One of our flagship initiatives is the Action Program, which is our 6-week summer youth program. Our cadet program is now in Cadet Class 27, and Cadet Class 27 is 75% larger than Cadet Class 26. We currently have 300 applicants for our cadet program for Cadet Class 28. We also have Camp Spark that reaches out to school-age girls and young women to introduce them to our career and make them or give them the opportunity to understand what we are. And there's an opportunity here for them to serve our community. And finally, our paramedic education program in our partnership with UDC and Howard University Hospital as a clinical partner will provide not only an opportunity for our members to become paramedics, but will include citizens as well and provide them a pathway to the department. But we are not waiting for the paramedic program to develop new paramedics. We continue to send EMTs from the department that are interested to other programs throughout the area. And currently 51 of our firefighter EMTs are actively training to become paramedics. And we just graduated 11 paramedics from the program at George Washington University. Before I conclude my testimony, I would like to address the status of the department's largest fireboat, the John Glenn. The John Glenn is an important resource, and its primary mission, regardless of the weather conditions, is to be a water supply source in the event of a catastrophic problem or a large fire along the waterfront. It is also an icebreaker. 2.5 years ago, it was sent out for work at our dry dock, at the dry dock in Baltimore, and we have identified during that process unforeseen structural and mechanical deficiencies, which have expanded the scope of repairs needed to meet safety standards for the boat. The vessel's age is a significant challenge in obtaining replacement parts and updating systems. Further, the design of the older vessels often involves a high degree of interdependence between structural, mechanical, and electrical systems. All of this has created a cascading effect on the timeline and financial planning for the project. The department remains in constant contact with the vendor repairing the John Glenn, and we have also regularly sent people from our harbor unit and our special operations division to the vendor location to monitor and inspect ongoing repairs. We expect the vessel to return to the district in the coming weeks. And to be clear, while the John Glenn has been out of service, Fire and EMS has been able to respond to every water call with the resources it needs to complete its mission. While I wish the repairs had been completed more quickly, we must also recognize the complexities involved and the constraints in the process. Our employees are committed to the department's core values of bravery, accountability, safety, integrity, and compassion and service. And we have integrated those values into everything we do, from personnel and firehouses in each neighborhood in the district. Thank you. I'd also like to say thank you to our labor organizations, IAFF Local 36 and AFGE Local 3721, and to all of our employees who bravely respond when called, deliver compassionate care to our loved ones, and those who work behind the scenes to keep everything operating efficiently. Thank you. Thanks to Mayor Bowser and the council's commitment to keep our workforce and our community safe. And I think we had a remarkable record of performance in fiscal year 24 and 25. Chairperson Pinto, thank you again for the opportunity to testify today. My team and I are available to answer all of your questions.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Chief John Lee. Thank you for that testimony and all you do and your team throughout the year to keep us all safe. Really, really appreciate it. And I want to start with some questions around what we saw with the January 29th midair collision, where you really stepped up for not only our city and our region, but our nation in a huge way to coordinate that response. And so thank you for all of that effort and for representing the district so well. We heard from HCMA when we talked to them a couple of weeks ago that there would be an after action report for the plane crash. What's the general timeline to get those results?
So HCMA is doing the regional one or the official large scale after action report for that. I believe they're hiring a vendor for that, and that'll be going out for bid soon. The typical time you see on these is roughly a year. So it's going to be a little while. On a shorter level, the fire department is conducting one, and our chief of operations is working with the regional fire departments to focus on just the fire department response. And that will also include like police divers and other boats that came in. I would expect to see that one in about 6 months.
Okay. Thank you.
There'll also be an NTSB report that we have to deal with in the next couple of years.
Right. From your perspective of what you saw on the ground or in the water that day, how did fire and EMS fill that role of response? And were there any areas that you have already identified that you want to work on for the future to make sure that that coordination can be seamless?
So I think I was on the scene pretty quickly, within the first 25 minutes or so. I think that all the things that we've learned from the Air Florida crash, from the 9/11 response, which happened basically in the same area with a lot of resources coming from the region, and then getting together to operate under a single unified command, worked. So I don't have any glaring issues that I need to call the other fire chiefs or the mayor about and say, we need to fix this now. Anything that I have is pretty small potatoes in terms of maybe we should have done some terminology here, or maybe we could have done this better. The problem areas that generally happen of people self-dispatching to the scene did not happen. The radio communications and the interoperability of the units was extraordinary. The previous work done over the last 10 years on the Potomac River rescue and response plan was the basis for the entire response. Everybody from all the different jurisdictions, MPD, fire, and all of our partners knew what their role was, and they responded in that fashion. So I think all the work that's going on is what made that successful.
Okay. What is your understanding of who's responsible for calling DMORT, the Disaster Mortuary Operational Response Teams, or DMORT's need to coordinate with other agencies? How did that work in this disaster, and how is it supposed to work?
So, there's a couple ways to answer that. In the pure incident command system, it's the incident commander's responsibility. And that is generally something that would trickle back to HCMA and the Office of the Medical Examiner. I talked to Dr. Diaz within the first hour of the incident in terms of coordinating what we were going to do with that. And he was doing the exact right thing in activating them. So in my mind, there was an incident command decision, and that they were activated very early. Now they're a federal asset, and federal assets don't get here. You should probably count on 72 hours. So until that asset and all the other federal assets are in place, these are local incidents that local responders, either with one particular jurisdiction, but in this case with all of our partners, are responsible for mitigating and dealing with. And I think the region, the district did an amazing job that day. And DMORT made a huge difference.
So what is the distinction between OCME's responsibilities with something like this and DMORT's responsibilities? Like who called them? Who called DMORT?
So we can, I know you have Dr. Diaz next, and I like to ask him that or HCMA. There was a discussion with me as the incident commander about whether or not they were needed. I said they were. My understanding of what DMORT is and how we plan them, say, into the inauguration is they are an asset that expands the capabilities of the local medical examiner. They do not replace the local medical examiner, and they work for the local medical examiner.
Got it. Okay, thank you. That's helpful framing. And we can certainly, and we will talk to Dr. Diaz about that this afternoon. What kinds of mental health supports or peer support programs were and are available for first responders involved in the recovery efforts of the plane crash?
So prior to the event, our steady state for mental health support and really support for the wellness of our providers comes in three real areas. We have the police and fire clinic. There is a mental health component to that with full-time registered, staff that does that. We have a peer support team, which is peers, other firefighters that help direct people to care through a network of organizations and care providers that we're aware of. And then third, we use O2X to help people be physically fit and mentally strong and resilient, and some, people that can participate in that. So what we determined a few hours into the incident was that when we changed people out for the next operational period at 7 a.m, we wanted to make sure that every person working that event, not just DC Fire and EMS, but every person had the opportunity to talk to a peer support counselor before they left, either at our training academy or in their home jurisdiction. And that was a checkpoint for the incident command as they were managing the resources being demobilized from the scene. Our peer support team stood up. They were activated within the first hour, and sometime after midnight were in place at the training academy so we could begin to send people there. They did an excellent job. They're a team of about 30 people, and they worked a lot. They talked to a lot of people, and I hope that they made a difference. The following week, through Local 36, together, we talked to the IFF president, Ed Kelly, who brought in or activated the national peer support team from the International Association of Firefighters. They came in and saw about 290 of our people and other people from across the region over the second week of the disaster, and connected people with care. Our peer support team is continuing to meet with people, and I know some people are being seen at the clinic as well.
Thank you very much. And how long will that continue?
As long as it needs to. I mean, we have that capacity as our steady state, so we'll continue that as long as it needs to.
Thank you. I want to ask you about another incident that happened recently. It was an underground fire on February 21st that PEPCO thinks, well, they're investigating what the cause was, but we think it was an underground equipment issue that led to a fire. This is at 21st and M Street. This was very early in the morning, like 4 a.m., and it affected power for over 1,000 residents, stakeholders, businesses, hotels, all in this area. And PEPCO worked to restore power throughout the weekend, but it lasted nearly 3 days. And this was a freezing weekend. So people's, contents of their refrigeration and freezers were spoiled, but also they didn't have heat. So it created a lot of challenges for people. Was fire and EMS involved at all in the recovery of that incident? And if not, at what point would fire's involvement be triggered? This was a PEPCO equipment. PEPCO had their own crews, but at what point do we get involved, city?
So I can follow up and know if find out if we responded to the initial event. I'm not sure on that off the top of my head. We do run a number of what we would call them manhole fires, where there's smoke coming from a manhole and electrical elements on fire. That's we see that at different times a year during snow events or for other reasons. We are generally not involved in the recovery. I think the Fire Prevention Division had some role in helping buildings that lost electricity maintain their fire safety during that. But we did not, we don't have any ability to replace those wires and do that. And I think that that's really, the fire went out pretty quick. The problem was that they had to replace a lot of equipment over underground, which takes time.
Yeah. I guess I'm trying to understand at what point it would trigger into a city fires response. So if there's a specific fire in a manhole with Pepco equipment and they're able to put it out and respond to it, that makes sense. But I would imagine if there was a much more comprehensive fire that kind of spread underground quickly, that went through many different neighborhoods, that fire would be involved, and I'm trying to understand at what point that would be triggered.
Yeah, I don't, I'm not aware of how this unfolded at the very beginning. Typically, say if we had a fire in a building, we would stay and work through the recovery and hand it off to the building when they had the appropriate resources to do that. I'm not sure what the initial power outage on this building was, on this incident was, and if it expanded as part of the repairs, which we may not have known before the scene. I think that this is more of an emergency management response. At the end of the day, we are absolutely involved in that. And I guess we're going to have to look at whether we triggered that response appropriately or not. I don't have that information, but I'll get back to you.
Okay, thank you. When we had performance oversight with HCMA a few weeks ago, I asked them kind of some similar questions about this incident because I was concerned with residents who were not able to be supported. And this happens with a number of different emergencies who need access to somewhere to stay with heat. But, you know, we don't have systems in place to provide everybody an alternative location. This was affected, as I said, over 1,000 residents. And so I was worried about some of our ability as a city to support folks in a 3-day outage like this. And Director Osborne said something along the lines of, well, there are a lot more fires in the district now that are happening. And I wanted to get your sense on if that is true. Are we seeing more fires, more incidents like the underground Pepco fire? And if so, what is contributing to this increase?
So I think we are seeing an increase in fire calls. There's an increase in structural fires. We can share that data with you. And I think it's somewhere here in this report. I don't think that we're seeing more Pepco type fires. In fact, I might go the other way on that. We've had less of those than we may have 10 years ago. But we are seeing more fires, and the fires are more complex because our city's more dense, that we have less single family residential and we have more highly integrated dense housing, right? So that's one of the things that's important to us, is that we stay in contact with that. That's what our Fire Prevention Division is so important. That's why when you hear the single stair discussion in a change in building regulations, that I say we shouldn't be doing single stairs in buildings over 3 stories, that they should have 2 exit ways out. So I think we're engaged in that. We're aware of it. But it is a challenge. We're denser, we have more people, and we're getting busier.
Okay, and in terms of prevention, what is the general protocol if a resident, for instance, says, hey, there might be a fire hazard in my neighbor's apartment or in a neighboring structure? What are the systems that you all have in place to explore that?
So a lot of that depends on the type of structure, right? We don't have the ability to enter a person's house upon a complaint. And we did process about 800 citizen reports of complaints. last year. About 650 of those are currently closed, and the other ones are in some level of investigation or looking at or correction order having been issued. If the building is in is not a single family house or not inside somebody's house, it's easy for us to inspect. A small business apartment building, we can inspect the common areas. If there's something else that we find related to a single family house, maybe some other type of problem, we can knock on the door and ask, but we have no right of entry in that based upon an unobservable complaint.
Okay. Thank you. I want to get a little more into this next round because we
Okay.
have had a couple of structures where people have indicated their concern and then there has been a fire. And that to me is the worst outcome, especially when people have been made aware, or if our office has been made aware, certainly. And that's something I want to explore a little bit more.
Okay.
But I'm going to turn to my colleagues for 15-minute rounds. I'm going to start with my colleague, Councilmember Charles Allen from Ward 6, who's a member of the committee and the former chair of the committee. And then to my at-large colleague, Christina Henderson, for a 15-minute round.
Great.
Thank you very much, Chair Pinto, Chief Donnelly, and to your leadership team. Good to see you all again. Let me also echo my gratitude, commendation, just grateful for the incredible response that not just our department led, but for the whole region, of course. But I think you took the point, and we really appreciate that. I think there was an incredible amount of heroism that took place in an incredibly tragic event. And I know, especially with some of the responders I talked to, the men and women of the department train for this constantly. It's still something altogether different when they actually have to live it. And so understandably, as the chair talked about some of the after action reports, those are the right things that we do, both for the long-term process as well as some short-term elements. But overall, just know that you've got a whole city that appreciates the just incredible response and work that took place. And I'll add to that, I know that, especially talking to a few of the responders myself, the trauma of that, again, folks can train and train and train for it. I'm not going to put everything here in this public setting, but I know the gruesome nature of the job takes an incredible toll on the men and women in the department. So the work of the peer support teams, I know Chief Donnelly, I called you shortly after, and I appreciate how quickly everybody was working on that. It's going to be there for a long time. And so I know the department, I frankly thank Fire and EMS. I know because we worked on this before, has been well positioned and really recognized this need, perhaps earlier than other first responding agencies. And so has really made it a priority. I think that's been a priority shared by management, by labor. I really, if you need anything from us in this, we need you to speak up and let us know, because I think this council will certainly work to back you up. I think the whole city will. But I know you've got folks that are going to continue to hurt for quite some time. Anything else you just want to add about some of the efforts that you're helping lead to make sure that we sustain that type of outreach to folks that are going to have pretty significant lingering trauma from the response they had to make?
Yeah, I think you're right that this job creates a lot of trauma for the people that respond to it. And we talk to our responders about that from the beginning, whether, we've had responders respond to their loved ones in situations where they died, whether from natural causes or from violence or a car accident or things. These are things that our system is built to handle. And I think that there is a lot of support there. There is always ways to do it better, and we always are learning about better ways. There's been 3 variations of peer support during my career, and I think it's good that we continue to have conversations and continue to work on it, and that's what we're going to continue to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I know that next week also the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments is going to be recognizing our DC firefighters and responders, as well as the entire region. So I think you'll hopefully see next week also a regional appreciation that takes place for the hard work there. As we look at our kind of after action piece, obviously you already outlined that with Chair Pinto. HCME will take the lead on kind of a long-term, year-long effort. There's obviously shorter term things that you can start to respond to. That night, I was listening in on the radio a little bit, and I'll say I heard calm, brave voices coordinating a response, and that comes as a result of the training. There were also parts where I heard calls for folks seem to be desperately trying to find Mustang suits to get into the water. Folks were running out of gloves in some places. How have you, on the short term, been able to look at some of the more immediate responses to then think about how either resources are deployed or different provisions are stationed in different areas? Is there anything in some of those immediate responses you want to flag as shifts or adjustments you make or have made?
So we haven't made any, and I think so. I tell our chiefs all the time that what you hear on the radio is only a portion of what's really going on, and it may or may not be accurate without context. So we used a lot of equipment during that event. We were able to get a lot of it replaced due to the hard work of HCMA, the Office of Contracting and Procurement, the support of the mayor in getting money available right away. And we replaced a lot of equipment. I don't know that we had an equipment shortage. I do think that this.
And to be clear, that's not, I don't think I'm saying an equipment shortage. It's the displacement of the equipment. I mean, this was a large scene. You're on both sides of the river, you're in the river.
So what do you mean by displacement? I'm sorry.
In a large scene, you had folks that were on the airport side, on the DC side.
So that's
you had folks all over the place, right? So in terms of being able to move those resources around to be responsive.
Yeah, I think that that's a function of command in the organization. And I think that if you heard people communicating about that, that's a positive sign, right? That they were saying what they needed. There was a boat going back to the fireboat quarters. In spite of the number of boats that were there, there's really the DC fireboat is a fully staffed resource on the river. There's no other fireboats that are dedicated to the river. They are ultimately a pretty small resource at the end of the day. We brought a lot of people back in to support them. MPD Harbor is the same thing. Other than the Maryland Department of Natural Resources, none of the other police departments maintain a presence really anywhere on the river. So you get a lot of we got a lot of response. We asked for a lot of response. We had a lot of people come in, and that all had to be coordinated through Unified Command, and the river branch was responsible for that. And they were actually parking, not using some of the resources because we had enough in the area. Is that it was more of a hard to reach area than a large area. The aircraft went down in particular spots, and the problem or the challenge was contained to a pretty small geographic area. We couldn't get more resources into those areas than we had there.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate it. Well, I know we will work obviously with the department on that after action and then help work to make sure we support what those findings are so that we continue to grow from them. I want to turn to our water-based apparatus, and I have a hunch I'll ask about the Glen. I appreciated your statement there at the end of your testimony. Glad to hear that the Glen's coming back in about 3 weeks or so. And I also want to be clear.
I didn't say 3 weeks.
I thought you said
coming weeks.
Coming weeks.
Coming weeks.
That is, let me see, if it was a month, you'd say a month. So I'm going to go ahead and kind of round about it around 3 weeks.
I'm doing my best.
All right. We'll have a big celebration down there together. I do want to be clear for folks that are tuning in and listening. I think the Glen is absolutely a necessary component on the river and on the water. But over the last decade, the fire department has also done a phenomenal job of expanding and diversifying our water-based fleet. So we have a large number of small, nimble craft that can reach different spaces for different demands and different needs. It's not an either or. You need to have all those components. I strongly believe we've got to get the Glen replaced. We've got to have ice breaking capacity. And I've tried to be consistent in that for a long time. So in the next few weeks, not a time certain, next few weeks, we'll get the Glen back. I did want to understand a little bit about, I mean, I was surprised it was in dry dock for 2.5 years. So it's going to, it has cost us approximately $3 million, as I understand.
Yes.
And one of the hangups is that it was not, or it was deemed not eligible for capital budget costs, and so it had to come out of your operating costs?
Yes.
What I'm trying to understand is, did we have trade-offs? How did the department pay for that using your existing resources? Were there reprogrammings? 'Cause I had not seen any reprogrammings, for example, to help cover the costs. To be clear, we want to make sure the costs are covered.
I
I'm
hear
trying to
you.
understand that.
I hear
The
you.
how did we do this?
I'm gonna, Dan, do you have that? So I'm gonna ask the CFO to come up.
Yeah.
Or AFO to come up and explain where the money came from.
Got it. And while
And I think Dan needs to be sworn in.
sure, we can do that. And Chair Pinto stepped away for just a brief moment, but Councilor Henderson and I can make sure we swear you in real fast if you'll raise your right hand. Do you promise? There you go. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, Dan.
So, in starting that, it's spread over 3 years now, and that is part of it. We've had to go, we didn't expect the scope of work when it started, so things have continued to grow. And that is a big part of the challenge. So over the last 3 years, Dan, how have we paid for it?
So I believe it's around 2.7, 2.8. I'll have to go back, and I'm sorry to have been sworn in and give a non-response here, but I'll have to go back and look exactly at what we did with the numbers, and we can get that back to you with respect to how we made it work. But you're right, we did it without, I believe, although I wasn't here at the time, council reprogramming. So obviously we did it through other mechanisms. Can we get you those numbers or those details?
Okay, I'd appreciate that. And if you get it through the chair,
Yeah.
and then she can make sure the committee gets that.
Yeah.
Obviously the complexity of repairs on a 60-year-old, more than 60-year-old ship is tough. So my understanding is we had to order a new steering system that came from Canada. We had to get another part from Germany to come in to put this whole thing together. Now, my understanding is, so is that correct that we had to get the steering system came from Canada pre-tariff?
We have had, yes, pre-tariff. We have had to get parts from foreign countries.
Yeah.
I'm not sure Germany or Canada is exactly right. I know some has come from Europe.
Okay. One of the things that I'm also trying to make sure I understand is some of these pieces, and this gets to the speed of getting the team at the dry dock to get this done. I think the steering system was at the shipyard for about a year before it was actually installed. The piece that we had to get from Germany, I think it was in dry dock for 2 years before we got it.
Yeah.
Is that a sourcing problem? Is that we didn't know that we actually needed that part until they kept going in and investigating in different pieces?
Yeah. So 2 things happened there. One, we didn't know we were replacing those until we got into the work. So then they have to order it. The second part is that then we had to alter a contract and find the money. So yes, those pieces sat while we identified funds and went through the contracting process to get that work authorized and in a legal way.
Okay. Was it the necessity of trying to find the operating budget dollars rather than capital dollars in any way part of the length of time it took?
Probably. I mean, you start having to find money, right?
Mm-hmm.
That you weren't planning on. It's going to be a challenge in either.
Yeah. All right. So eventually we got to replace the Glen.
Yes, sir.
So in the CIP, we've got $15 million beginning in FY26 and 7 in FY27. What is our timeline for actually replacing the Glen since we've got the capital dollars in the budget?
Yes, I can't commit those dollars yet, but yes.
Well, they're in the budget.
Okay.
Do we have a design?
So we are in the final stages of getting the contract from OCP for the design. We do not have that contract in hand yet. Let me confirm that. So we don't have a contract we can work with the vendor yet. So as soon as we get that, it's 18 months to design the boat, and then we can put it out for bid to spend the $22 million to get the new boat.
Do we have a contract that is signed? It just hasn't been approved?
We're not able to use it yet. I don't know if it's come to council yet for approval.
I have confidence if this contract came to council, we would move post haste to get it approved.
I said I didn't know if it's come to you yet.
All right. I would love to work, obviously through the chair, to make sure that we know when this contract and what we can do to expedite this.
Oh, as soon as we will make sure you know.
Okay, I can go knock on some doors, walk around. All right. My time's on a clip, so I'm going to move fast on a couple of things. We had $50 million in FY25 for our fleet maintenance reserve facility. How we doing?
So, the 50 million.
Fleet maintenance.
So we are moving along in that process, and I think we've got, do you want to talk about that, Jim?
Status of the project. Can I get kicked out?
Yeah, you're kicked out.
Great.
So we have demoed the site and they're working with OSSE to do the bus lot. And then once that's completed, we'll start the fleet at the logistics facility.
Okay. Do we anticipate that it's moving forward?
Yes.
We've
moving.
broken ground. So we're moving
All right.
forward with it.
I like it when the shovel's in the ground. All right. Fantastic. And my time's going to tick down here. One of the things we've also talked a lot about is how we plan for future growth of the city. I know we spent a lot of time, for example, with the growth on Buzzard Point, thinking about Engine 7, which has not moved forward the way that I would love it. But we also have potentially new city being built out around RFK. Stadium or no stadium, it's an amazing opportunity for us to build more city. In what way is Fire and EMS engaging on thinking about what our demands are? The firehouse we have over there at 15th and C is not going to be able to handle an entire new part of the city. So it's already running pretty fast and frequent.
We're engaging with DMPED, and we see this as an opportunity to add some space for response assets and to serve what's being built there. That's also a pretty nice location to support east of the river, because you can get a lot of places from there.
Yep.
So we're aware of that. In terms of what an exact proposal looks like, we're not there yet, but we are engaged with them.
But you got a seat at the table.
We're all, yes, absolutely.
Okay. It's a prime opportunity for us. It's one that I think missed a little bit when we were thinking through Buzzard Point many years ago. So let's not miss this one. It's a good opportunity to do that. Thank you very much. I want to turn Councilor Christina Henderson. Councilor Pinto asked me to hand it off to you. So Councilor Henderson.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen, and good afternoon, Chief. I know you've been going for a bit, but I want to focus some questions on the paramedic program.
Sure.
As you know, I chair the health committee, so I have a particular interest in ensuring that we are getting what we need in terms of healthcare workforce in the district, and also building pipelines, because while someone can start as an EMT or a paramedic for you, they can get their nurse license or go to med school and become a doctor for us later. And so that's super important. You discussed the recent developments of a new paramedic training program in your opening statement, which I think is very exciting. I want to dig in on some of the practical aspects of this. The council allocated $1.24 million in FY24 and $1.8 million in FY25 for the paramedic school. Have you all encumbered any of those funding in FY24?
Yes, we have. We've been using that funding for the internal upgrades and to seed the UDC program.
Okay, so that has been used for seed funding. Okay. And in terms of FY25, what about the 1.8 million that you've been budgeted for this year?
Same thing. They're going to need, I don't know if we're encumbered yet. We're continuing to pay the tuition on the upgrades and what UDC needs to build. That was sort of the proposal for all the reasons you said at the beginning.
Okay.
Is that we're looking out toward the community to figure out what a program needs to start. And that's what we've been trying to help with.
Okay. Now, I like UDC. The president at Eddington is upstairs testifying in his own hearing. I'm curious how you all chose UDC to partner with for this, given that this now is going to require some build out on their end in terms of equipment, training, classrooms, et cetera, specific for a paramedic program, wherein we have other universities or programs that already have this type of equipment. They just don't have the teaching personnel yet for that. And so I'm just curious if you could
Sure.
talk more about that.
So when we started this process, there was no paramedic programs in the city at all. There's some EMT programs, and most of the equipment that you use is comparable to what a nursing program has.
Right.
So we put this out, requests for proposals from all the universities, and we didn't get any interest. And we lobbied and worked and extended deadlines and tried to help the different universities along.
Okay.
GW in particular, through the region's fire departments, started their own program, but it's not open to anybody other than employees of a fire department, which is not what we believe is the best way to meet our needs going forward into the far future for all the reasons you said at the beginning.
Right.
So while we are sending people to that, we also have to provide some other support to that.
Right.
UDC stepped up to the plate and said that they could do this. And then Howard, as a hospital, was interested in doing the clinical rotations that our people need. And I think we've got the two best partners that we could have, and we're going to be involved in it, right? I think I hear your skepticism, but I don't.
Not skepticism, just curiosity.
Yeah. So they're the ones that step to the plate.
Okay.
And this is typically a role that is held by, and it's going to reside in the community college of, and it's really a community college program. And I think that's why we don't have the other universities with the interest in the same way that UDC does. None of them have the same mandate.
That makes sense. I just, I don't like to duplicate. I don't like to spend money where money has already been spent. And so if there were other programs where it already existed and we could scaffold or augment, that's preferred, but it seems as though you all exhausted every option available to you. And then UDC it's a good fit. And to your point, I think this in other jurisdictions, it is the community college that is running these types of programs. And so that makes sense to me. On that front, what is anticipated in terms of the budget for UDC going forward for this program? Is it, are they hiring, will UDC be hiring the specific instructors going forward? And then we are just providing the funding, or will some of your staff be essentially quote unquote professors in this program?
So the UDC is going to have to hire the staff.
Okay.
They're going to have a budget that works for them within their budget. I don't plan on subsidizing this with any sort of direct payment over a period of time.
Okay.
The way the fire department will support the program is twofold. One, we're going to send students to it and pay tuition. So that, yeah, if you have a program that has students in it that are paying tuition, that's what you got to work your budget from. The second part of it that's really important is that the students will be able to do their clinical ride outs with the District of Columbia Fire Department. And I think that's an attraction for students, and it's a great opportunity for us to evaluate people coming through to see if they're going to be a good fit for us.
Great. One of the things that was key and yet missing from the rollout is the timeline.
So spring of 2026 is the goal for the first students.
Okay.
There's a rigid accreditation process, as you would expect, that they have to go through. It's something colleges are used to, but they need to go through that. And we're looking at spring of 2026.
Okay, great. All right. So that's the community college program. Let's talk about the high school program.
Okay.
To what extent does the involvement of FEMS still work in that program with DCPS at Eastern? And is it producing the graduates that you all need?
So we're not a real partner in that we don't have an agreement, and we come when invited to support and do that. That is a freestanding program at Eastern. And as far as their results, I'm not aware. I think we've had some of the graduates come to the cadet program, but I'm not clear. I wouldn't know what that number is.
Okay. When I look at other jurisdictions who've sort of built out these health professional pipeline programs, and they seem to be doing it a bit better than us. So for instance, I mean, we have some other interesting areas. So right now, I've got certified nursing assistants program that's sort of happening on the high school level through a couple of LEAs. These are individuals who help at skilled nursing facilities, can eventually do home health aid work. That's great. It's over here. We've got a partnership right now with Howard School of Pharmacy for pharmacy technicians to help train for folks to go into that field, where I've got a lot of pharmacy openings. If you've ever been to a pharmacy and you got to wait what feels like 1,000 years to pick up your prescription, here, we're paying for folks to get trained and to take the test and get accredited and licensed to do that. We just talked in the hearing that I was just in about dental assistants. So we're trying to grow the pipeline. And these are pipelines of jobs where folks don't need the 4-year credential in order to be able to be successful. I feel like if we're able to do more of that in high school, this can work for us. But for some reason, it's not really working well here in the district, even though we have the jobs available. We have I think, a very solid public health system in terms of hospitals and universities. So like there's a career ladder that folks can certainly see. And yet it doesn't seem as though, at least for Eastern, that they are producing either the student interest or otherwise. Have you had any conversations with the chancellor about perhaps maybe it needs to move to a different school?
So my understanding is that Coolidge is starting an EMT program.
Okay.
I think there's been some work on that. I'd also say that given what EMT is and the complexities of that these people that are going through the home health aid or the certified nursing assistant programs are excellent candidates for a community college based or other based EMT program upon graduation.
Yeah.
There are systems that are, New York City has a high school, for instance,
Yep.
that runs an EMT program. We would like to see something like that. I don't think that we have the capacity to be the deliverer of that and to run that program.
Okay.
And for the same reason, we shouldn't be running the paramedic
program. No, everyone needs to sort of stay in their lane and do their pieces. What I want to avoid though are training programs that are not training folks to the standards for someone to be able to get a job with FEMS at the end, right? You go through all that time and interest, and then you're still either you can't pass the exam, you don't have the credit.
Yeah.
Your coursework didn't cover what was necessary. So that's what I'm trying to minimize.
I hear you. And we do introduce, like we do talk to the students in there on a semi-regular basis. Our recruiters come through there. And one of the things our recruiters do is tell people what it takes. You have to do a pretty rigorous physical process to come on the job.
Right.
So we're trying to reach those kids in 9th grade so that they remain physically fit, that they get involved in an after-school activity, that they if they need help with their diet. Our O2X folks have talked to the students at Eastern.
Mhm.
And when our recruiters are out in any high school or any environment, they're always telling people what it takes to be ready to come on this job. And I think that's a big part of why we've been able to fill. Right now, we have 300 applications for the cadet program that'll be starting in the fall that we're sorting through. To date, 80 of those applicants have completed the first parts of the process, which is loading their birth certificate, their driver's license, and completing the entry test that they can take at home. So we're all working toward that. But we're going to support the programs that are there as much as we can.
Okay. All right. I want to ask a question, sort of a follow-up to something that Councilmember Pinto was asking around. I think she was asking you about particular homes that might have been fire hazards, et cetera. So this actually comes up in the health committee from the perspective of hoarding disorder. We've quite a number of individuals in the district who suffer from this. It is a medical condition. And through DC Health and Department of Aging and Community Living, we are trying to send folks out to folks' homes to help minimize the amount of things that are in their homes. To what extent do you all have conversations with DC Health, Department of Behavioral Health about their hoarding program?
So we work a couple ways on that.
Okay.
One, our mobile integrated health team, the old street calls team, tries to engage with the residents. And they're in constant contact with Department of Behavioral Health in particular on this issue. When the fire marshal can get involved if there's a fire code issue. Hoarding, unfortunately, inside your home is not in violation of the fire code. So that's a challenge, right?
Okay.
And the ability to go into somebody's home without a court order, that's really going to have to come from a behavioral health standpoint.
Yep.
But we used to have a hoarding task force. I don't think that that's necessary right now with the way the agencies are talking to each other.
Great.
I don't think things are falling through the cracks. We're aware of them. But sometimes we have success and sometimes we don't.
Okay. Speaking of how the agencies interact with one another, I do want to give a kudos to the work that you all have done around opioids.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if all my colleagues know this, but we emailed with your team regularly to get the numbers because you had the best data in terms of the actual number of calls that were coming in for overdoses that were not just fatal, but also how many times you all use Narcan or other means to revive someone. Gratefully, have seen the number of overdoses, fatal overdoses in the district reduce. I'm not entirely sure we've seen that on just the non-fatal calls as well, the similar reduction. So we still have work to do.
Yes, we do.
People are not dying, but they're still overdosing. And so we still have work on that end. I have one other question if Councilmember Pinto would just give me a second. So we had our public witness hearing for a Department of Behavioral Health a couple of weeks ago, and we had a young woman who gave a pretty harrowing testimony of her experience going through the FD12 process. In her particular case, it initiated from law enforcement or otherwise, but she felt like she was having a mental health crisis, and she made a call and she was determined to be FD12'd. She was transported to the Psychiatric Institute of Washington, which, I could probably do a whole nother round of talking about the wait times for your folks to be able to hand a patient off to any of the hospitals. They've reduced, but they're not all the way there in terms of getting better. And one of the things, though, she spoke about was while she was waiting to be transferred, I guess, officially into the custody of PIW, and that she was trying to ask I'm assuming a paramedic or EMT, whoever was with her, but it was a FEMS individual, around like, hey, what's happening? Just asking questions. Why is it taking so long, et cetera? And she noted that the person said, well, whatever you did to come to PIW, you deserved it. And I wanted to bring that up because, and I don't know in terms of the training that is taking place in terms of who is in the ambulances and facilities, is that not everyone who is being transported to PIW on FD12 has done something criminal in order to get there, right? And so to the extent that that is just a touch point that's in the training for folks to recognize, I think that would be helpful because that sort of response escalated a situation that didn't need to be escalated, if that makes sense.
I understand. I think I think our employees know most of our FD12 patients have nothing to do with a law enforcement. I mean, nothing to do with a criminal event, right? It's for protection of the individual. And that's why law enforcement's involved. I think it's unfortunate that one of our employees said that. If you give me some details later, I can make sure that person has the right training. But that's not the care we expect to give. And incidentally, our patient transfers at Psychiatric Institute of Washington are among the shortest of everything we have. And because of the opening of the stabilization center on K Street, they have seen that success and are interested in doing more, which I think is really good. Because it gives us other non-emergency room options for
Right.
patients. And just in the last 2 months, I think they had 40 patients admitted last month, or maybe it's 40 over 2 months, which is a huge increase. So that's a good thing. And there'll be another stabilization center opening in Columbia Heights, hopefully within the next year. And that will also help us get some of these people out of the emergency room and get them into better care.
Yep.
So hopefully the opioid numbers and any sort of abuse numbers come down.
Okay, I'm well over my time. Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Councilor Henderson. So, Chief, I want to ask you about the handling of fire evidence.
Okay.
We know that the handling of this evidence is a crucial part of response. What is the procedure when it comes to handling fire evidence after a fire has happened? And how are you coordinating with DFS in those cases?
I'm going to Chief Scene oversees technical services as a former fire investigator. He's going to give you that one.
Good afternoon. So evidence is collected on the scene by the fire investigators or ATF or Metropolitan Police. We have a task force, just depends on what the incident is. That evidence is then transported by our fire investigators to DFS. It is signed over to them. We have evidence cans. We also have the ability in bags for some of it. Some of the evidence goes to the ATF lab for testing through the MOU that we have with them.
When you say some of the evidence, what is that? Do we have a
So it
percentage or
would
how
depend on what the call was for. If it rises to the level of being the ATF task force call, the ATF normally is interested in testing the evidence on their own.
Stove, that'll go, right?
Yes.
So also some of the things that go to the ATF lab are things like a stove or a microwave to see why it may have short circuited. If we think that was the cause, they have a different capability.
Okay. And I've heard that for the items that are sent to ATF, that it usually takes a much longer time to review that evidence.
That's true.
So who makes the determination of where it gets sent?
So it's made case by case basis, depending on what the call is for, and if it is a task force related call or just a district response call. That's how that decision's made. But
Okay.
there are times that district calls are going to the ATF that aren't task force calls. So we have an ATF dog, and they like verifying that their dog is working properly for us on a district call as well.
Okay.
So chemical evidence, things like that, I don't believe take any longer through ATF. What the things that take a long time are the electrical engineering things. And they can take up to or more than a year or two.
Got it. And I've heard that some evidence is being outsourced to a Georgia lab. Is that happening?
I don't know the answer to that. I have to get back to you on that.
Okay, so if it's not going to ATF, then it's going to DFS?
Yes.
And so you're not aware of any evidence being sent to Georgia?
Not sitting here right now, no. I'll have to check with
Okay.
The assistant fire marshal and the unit commander at FIU right now.
Okay, great. Thank you, sir. I understand that one of your top priorities as an agency is maintenance of existing infrastructure. Can you talk about some of the maintenance projects that you all are undertaking and how that is looking in the year ahead?
Sure. I'm asked Chief Hansen to come back up. He's going to give you some details, but I can tell you that in our budget submissions and in our actual work, we have prioritized maintaining fire apparatus, improving the shop, making sure our preventive maintenance is done to fire trucks, that all the certifications are being done, all the testing and certification every year that are supposed to be done are done, because these things are expensive. They take a long time to get right now, and making sure what we have is in the best shape possible is what our importance is there. In our firehouses, the most important thing to me is that we can maintain the ones we have. We want roofs that don't leak. We want doors and windows that that's shut and sealed and secure. We want kitchens that are able to hold up to 365 days a year of cooking. The heating and air conditioning should work, all of those things. So we prioritize those two areas. Chief Hanson, you want to brag a bit?
So we're obviously concerned for quality of life for our firefighters. We work on our new kitchens for different firehouses. So we have like 3 kitchens going at any given time. And a lot of times what we're able to do is do other additional upgrades as the firefighters. We sit down with them and find out what their issues are in the firehouse and address them. And that's capital money. And we have a small cap budget. And so we basically just rotate gyms, HVAC, roofs, exhaust systems to get the diesel exhaust out of the firehouse. Really anything that goes into the firehouse we're tracking in Salesforce down to the serial number and the year that it was made. And we're monitoring all of the repairs and the cost of those repairs, and they're helping to drive us to the decisions on which ones we replace first with that small cap budget.
Thank you. Due to workforce shortages, many paramedics end up working a lot of overtime. How does your department balance staffing needs with rest for workers to prevent burnout?
So that's one of the reasons that, so first of all, we're going to maintain an ability to have our responders, whether it's the paramedics or say it's a specialized position like the fireboat operator or even battalion chiefs or company officers. We train and staff in a way that people are able to do their job, and we don't want them replaced by somebody that doesn't have it. So that's part of what our staffing factor is. And that's why we know we need more paramedics. So that's why we've been training paramedics, and we hope that as they come out that we can keep those numbers low so we don't have as much overtime for them. I think we've driven down that number over the last year or two, but it's still probably too high. And we're working on that.
And when you say too high, do we track how much overtime?
Yes, I
Okay,
get that
could you share
email
some of those
every 2
numbers?
weeks. Yeah, we can share that with you. Absolutely. We do have a limit on how many hours they can work in a row and then if they exceed that, that's got to be approved by the shift commander.
What is that hour limit?
It's 36 hours in a row. So one shift plus 12 hours. And it does occasionally get exceeded due to needs of the department.
Does that include sleep?
So we don't have designated sleep times. It may not.
Okay. As I know, probably all of us can attest when we've had to pull all-nighters in not an emergency situation, our, capacity is limited. So does that amount of overtime go into some of the recruitment and staffing decisions and support that you need for additional funding to bring on more people?
Yes. And the staffing shift is there's a whole bunch of studies that say a whole bunch of different things depending on what you want to get out of it. We use a 24-hour staffing model, and that works for us. It allows our people to come in and then get 3 days of rest in theory if they're off. People are able to sign up voluntarily for overtime. We have not been using mandatory overtime since November of 2023. Which is a big reduction in the problems that we had in the past. So right now we're using voluntary overtime to fill everything that we need to fill. But if you work no matter whether you're a paramedic or a firefighter, if you're working the next day, you're going to work that 36 hours. So it's part of what we do. There's also, if you were doing 12 hours and they were commuting and you were switching them days and nights, there's a whole bunch of sleep disruptions around that. So we're not interested in changing that. This is the system that works here for now.
How are your recruitment efforts going?
So we're doing good. We had 2,000 people take our entry or apply to take the entry exam that we did about 4 months ago. We're processing that list. We have what I think we testified earlier, we had 9 vacancies in February. I think with some retirements that have come through, we're looking at a class in July that's going to have 25 to 30 people in it. We are able to process these people, run them through all the pre-hiring things they do. And we're not experiencing the problem other people have. I think that there's a lot of things. Our culture is good. We have a supportive culture. We train our people. That's recognized around the country and around the region. We serve the nation's capital and the communities here. That's a pretty big deal to people. And I think we support our people with the best equipment. The shift doesn't help. It's a good shift compared to some of our neighbors. So we're in a good spot, but that's why we want to fill our vacancies to drive down all of those numbers. And that's why we want to create paramedics.
Sorry, just to clarify, when you say the shift doesn't help, do you
No,
mean the shift does help?
Shift helps. I'm
Shift-
sorry.
What do our neighboring jurisdictions have for their shifts?
So in Northern Virginia, you could work 24 hours on, 24 hours off for 3 rotations and a 4-day break. In Montgomery County, you would work 24 hours with 48 hours off. Our people work 24 hours with 72 hours off. It works out to a 42-hour work week. And that's a good shift for them. The other ones are 56-hour work weeks.
Got it. Okay, thank you. And on the other side of staffing, as we focus on retention and trying to make folks stay on the force, I have a bill called the DROP Act. What are your views on how this could help with retention at the department?
So while I don't know that retention is the main reason for that, we don't really have a retention problem in the department. We have a few people leaving. A lot of them leave because their partner's moving to a different location, or they're going to go to med school, or some other reason. We don't have much of a retention problem, but I do think what President Hoagland talked about in terms of being able to predict when people leave is it would be nice. It'd be better. That way we can plan farther ahead. It's like I just told you in July, I think the class is going to be between 25 and 30. It'd be nice to know that it's going to be 32 because that's the vacancies I have, or and maybe even higher ahead of the other people leaving. I do think that the drop program, we need to be careful with it. We need to make sure that it covers the officers, the people outside of the union as well, the chief officers, because if it doesn't cover the chief officers, I have some concerns that people would want to take the promotion. It's a nice benefit, one they would have worked hard for and one they earned. And if we set it up correctly, it can be pretty cost neutral. And I think that that's important.
So is your concern there that somebody could get to the level of getting promoted, but then not want to take the promotion because they wouldn't have access to the drop?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. So I know you talked to Councilmember Henderson about the paramedic program. I just want to reiterate my enthusiasm for this program and see if you had an updated timeline of when it's going to begin.
So UDC is saying that they should be able to take the first students in spring of 2026. They're going through their accreditation process now, and that's a pretty robust process.
Right. And how many people will they be able to train a year?
You can answer.
So for the UDC program, for the class size that they're looking to be able to offer us about 30 students for each program start.
So that would be 30 students a year, or for their multiple cohorts a year?
So the goal would be able to do multiple cohorts a year, but we have to see what the interest is, and as we're increasing the pipelines for EMTs to go to paramedic school.
Great. When do you expect UDC to announce a program director?
So I believe the job posting at the program director has been posted, but I'm not sure if that has been filled.
They don't actually need one as part of their accreditation process, so it could be closer to it. I don't know what their timeline is.
Thank you. So there is a necessary partnership between fire and EMS and OUC to make sure that folks get the attention that they need and are dispatched quickly. We had our oversight hearing with OUC a couple of weeks ago, and I asked them some questions that they said were better suited to fire and EMS. So I'd like to ask you some of those now. As we think about the automatic mutual aid agreement between DC Fire and EMS and the Arlington County Fire Department, according to OUC alerts, which alerts Arlington County 911 to emergencies on the Potomac River bridges and river, what steps have been taken, if any, to implement this program or this partnership?
So the way that currently works without the CAD to CAD is when a 911 call is received for a call, say on the 14th Street Bridge, that invokes a two-way response for a divided highway. And this is an important thing to understand what a two-way response is. It sends the closest unit, say traveling northbound, and the closest unit traveling southbound, because the traffic backup can cause long delays in getting to the scene. So before we started working with Arlington, we would send our two closest units, both coming from going north, and then having one, they would have to turn around and come back south. That's not a great response plan. So Arlington also noticed this because they have some areas right on the other side of the bridge that would help them. So Arlington, we worked with the Arlington chief to notify them that OUC would begin to call them. So this isn't automatic mutual aid. This is a mutual aid request. And a mutual aid request requires that the OUC in DC contact their counterpart for dispatch in Arlington with a phone call or a radio call. They could do it either way and say that they need a response to the southbound side of the 14th Street Bridge or the Memorial Bridge or whichever it is. Then Arlington would have to send a unit.
That Arlington would have to what?
Then Arlington would send their response with us. We all work in our SOG. We worked out the radio channel that we would use because some of our channels are encrypted and Arlington doesn't have access to those. So
I just didn't hear the word you said. Arlington would send
their units, whichever the appropriate units were. And
thank you.
We have SOGs that match up to make sure we can talk to each other and we communicate, and the response goes.
Okay, that makes sense. How have things been going with your partnership with OUC in addressing some of the challenges that we were having, especially last year with dispatch? And do you feel confident when there are errors that are identified that you all are working through those together to make sure that they don't happen again?
So I'm confident we're working together to make sure that they have. And I think the big thing that's helped the OUC the most is I think they filled most of their vacancies so that they have staffing. I know that they've also filled all their fire dispatchers, which allows them to have the staffing to monitor the radio and some people that are specifically trained to help to dispatch fire calls, because it is different than what the police department does and the level of information, the way things are rolled out. So when there's a problem, we do work together. I have regular meetings with the director, and at our other levels, we have regular meetings.
Can you provide an update on the department's work on the nurse triage line and how the utilization rate has hopefully increased over the last several years?
So some of this will go, let me get the doc up here too. So some of the best things that are happening with that are enough call takers to not feel the pressure to move the call on and take a little bit more time to get to the right spot. We've also done work that the doc will talk about in getting the protocol right. I think what we're seeing is that we are able to divert calls there, and we are able to utilize the nurse to get people to the right care from the field when an ambulance gets there, because there are times, certainly that the call taker can't get enough information to make that decision. So the nurse triage line isn't just the 911 thing. It's also a tool for the people in the field to use to get people to the right healthcare. The doc's been working with the OUC on the call taker protocol and can talk a little bit about some of the other, or can also talk about the clinic network we have. You have to have somewhere to take people, and the city is fortunate to have those. That's why ours works differently than everywhere else.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. So I've been meeting on a biweekly basis with OUC. Director McGaffin has been at a few of the meetings. Been meeting with their educators, program analysts, and we have been systematically going through the 26 EMS dispatch cards and looking at the questions that are asked by the call takers. And based on the answers to those questions, the triggers that are activated. So is it a BLS response? Is it an ALS response? Is it a referral to NTL? And we've been trying to, in essence, simplify the script a bit for the call takers so that they can process those calls a little bit more efficiently. And we've also really been focusing on our last few meetings, making sure that one of our primary objectives is to not just get patients the right resource, but to also make sure that we're driving more appropriate low acuity calls to the nurses. And so just at our meeting last week, we were reviewing what's called our sick card. It's one of the 26 EMS cards. And looking, it was just a very, very, very long, complicated card. And we were trying to, again, simplify it, make it a little more user-friendly for the call takers to accurately identify those low acuity calls that could be shunted towards the nurse for dispo to, a clinic, telehealth, self-care, and so forth. Aside from the bi-weekly meetings, our partners at AMR have stepped up their training to train the EMTs about how to do field referrals back to the nurses. And then we've been conducting regular case reviews where we've received feedback from the field from our paramedics and EMTs about how a call transpired where they called the nurse triage line, whether it went exceptionally well or not so well. I've actually been requesting the audio for those calls, the interaction between our field providers and the nurses, and listening to those calls, both myself and the medical director from GMR, AMR, parent company that runs NTL, and providing feedback to the field. And what I've been finding is that the calls are actually handled very well and patients are getting what they need out of those calls. I listened to a call recently where somebody was wheezing. They needed just their meter dose inhaler, their albuterol inhaler refilled. It unfortunately elicited a response, but once our crews got there and called the nurse, they were on the phone for about 8 to 9 minutes with the patient. A lift was downstairs within a few minutes and they were at a clinic being seen and getting a prescription refill. So it really does work. And we're trying to instill confidence in our EMTs and paramedics that the system really does work and that they should use it.
And it's also a healthcare literacy issue for our population, right? People call 911, they want to go to the emergency room. A lot of times that's not the best answer for them. And it's not just the time they're sitting there, but getting to a place they can develop a relationship with the doctor is really important.
Absolutely. And I think we need to all kind of continue the public education about this resource so people know about it and are more comfortable with the idea if they're getting referred there. What types of cases would you say are examples of best categories to be referred to the nurse triage line?
Tons of things. So typical cough, cold, congestion, medication refills, aches and pains. Many of these things are conducive to the nurse giving advice and teaching the patient how to care for themselves. Again, a lot of this has to do with health literacy. I think a key to the success of the program is more of public education, that when folks call 911 and they are referred to the nurse, that they're being referred to the nurse for a reason. They're going to actually get more rapid, appropriate, efficient care by speaking to a nurse rather than being brought to the emergency department where they're going to be placed in a waiting room and waiting for hours and hours. So I think a large portion of this is educating the public, particularly segments of our population that have impaired health literacy about the real benefits of that 911 call being sent to a nurse and how that's actually going to result in them getting better care faster.
And then there's other options too, right? When they are talking to the nurse, they can sometimes be referred to a doctor through telehealth, who then can prescribe something that they can, use the lift to go get and get back home. We're covering both ends of that. And I think that that's important as well. There's a lot of benefits there. It's,
Definitely.
but not everybody, it's not for everybody. That's the other part that's important.
So in terms of numbers, I want to get a sense of proportions and how that has changed over the last couple of years. So we could start with how many calls do we have a year coming into OUC, and of those calls, or that are referred, I should say, to EMS, and then how many of those calls are nurse triage line calls?
Sure. So in calendar year 24, there were 5,600 referrals. So that's about 15 referrals per day. Bear in mind that referrals can come both from the call taker, funneled to the nurse, directly to the nurse without our units rolling out of a firehouse, or they can come from our field providers after they arrive on scene. So there were 5,600 referrals in calendar year 24, 15 per day on average. We respond to about 440 EMS incidents per day. So with 15 referrals per day, 440 EMS calls per day, there's about 3.4% of our calls referred per day to the nurse triage line. In my opinion, this is too low. There are likely somewhere on the order of 20% or more calls that might be appropriate for low acuity calls that might be appropriately referred to the nurse. And so again, most of my efforts when I visited OUC at my biweekly meetings have been making sure that we optimize the systems there, the EMS cards, the questions that are asked. And I'll give you one very specific example. Until last week, it used to be that there were kind of two calls to OUC. There were first party calls where you called 911 for yourself, you're experiencing an emergency, or third party calls, you're driving by, you see somebody on the ground. It used to be an exclusion that if there was a third party call, that it was ineligible for an NTL referral. What we recognized in looking at the card is there was actually no second party category. And so in a very collaborative manner with OUC, we revised the card to allow for second party callers to have their calls sent to NTL. For instance, if I were calling, if Chief Donnelly became sick, sitting next to me and I called on his behalf, the call takers will now ask, can I speak to the patient? Rather than just assuming I'm a third party caller. And I think just simple face-to-face meetings, collaboration, where we kind of look at the cards together and come up with simple solutions should over time drive up the number of calls that are successfully referred to the nurse.
Okay. And of that 3.4% number, has that been consistent over the last several years, or has that ticked up?
I think it's been pretty consistent. We may have been as high as 4.8 at one point. But as our call volumes ticked up, I'm not sure that it followed. So it's up and down, but it is that type of percentage. It's never been much higher.
So are you all engaging in public education around this option?
So we did some campaigns when it came out. It is something we talk about when we're in the community events. I don't know that we have a current program running. We don't have a current program running.
Okay. So maybe we should think about that and to make that consistent across government. So all of us are talking about this really every time we're in the community. So we can try to get that number up. So it will get people better care, reduce wait times, reduce strains on, it's really win-win-win, as they say. So we will certainly do that and talk about it more, but it sounds like an area that across departments should have some more focused education.
We'll get you some talking points.
Sounds good. In your testimony, Chief, you spoke about how the department launched the direct dispatch of third-party basic life support provider, AMR.
Yep.
Can you walk us through how the triage process decides whether to dispatch AMR or a department ambulance?
So the process simply, it doesn't distinguish between a DC BLS unit and an AMR BLS unit or basic life support unit. So an ambulance with 2 EMTs that's licensed as a basic life support unit is treated the same by the computer-aided dispatch system, and the closest one goes to the call. and basic life support units do go on ALS calls as a first responder if they're the closest unit. So they could go to more complex calls. They're just like one of ours in the way we treat them in the computer.
Something we've talked about over the last several years has been ambulance wait times for lineups at hospitals. Can you provide an update on the DC hospital offload time or APOT performance improvement initiative?
Dr. Holman, or Dr. Bitberg, sorry, wrong doctor.
So
Sorry, wrong
the APOT initiative continues. So this is something I'm very passionate about because I see it from both sides. This is a patient care issue. We recognize that when patients, we can compress their pre-hospital phase of care time and get them to the hospital quickly, but if they wait in the hallway, queued up to get back into the department, that's where there's the opportunity for the patient to have clinical demise and bad outcomes. So we're very focused on this from a patient-centered perspective, but we're also aware of the importance of getting our units back out on the street and being able to answer the next call. So we've done a lot of things to help reduce the ambulance patient offload time. DC Fire and EMS engineered and launched what's called the Hospital Link dashboard. It is a dashboard that we've made available to every hospital. It's customized for every hospital in the district. It has 3 columns. It shows units on the way in. It shows units that are waiting to be offloaded and with a countdown with a timer, how long they've been waiting to get offloaded. It changes colors at, sentinel time, 60 minutes and so forth. And then it shows in the 3rd column the units that have actually offloaded already. Coming from working the past 10 years as the director of an ICU in a hospital, I know that visual management works. When your front line can see the data, they can be empowered to make changes. So DC Fire and EMS launched that dashboard. We also meet with the DC Hospital Association, the Department of Health, hospital leaders, membership from the C-suites of the hospitals on a biweekly basis as part of our ambulance patient offload time quality improvement initiative. And each week, DCHA actually chairs this committee, even though we were kind of the charter member that kind of got it launched. We ask hospitals come forth and show us tests of change that they're making to try to improve offload times. The last 2 things I'll say is we're doing a lot of other things on our side to try to decrease the influx of patients into the ER. We talked about NTL already. We're trying to optimize that. We're working with DBH and Care Bridges to open up the 2nd DCSE stabilization center up in Columbia Heights. The chief mentioned earlier, we've actually, Chief Edwards, myself, and other members of our team have met with PIW's leadership, and they're frankly envious of the success of the DCSE. And just in kind of having those conversations, we've been able to take more patients directly there. And we know that mental health consumers occupy emergency department beds for days and hours. So that also will have a trickle down effect to hopefully decrease our wait times. But the last thing I'll say is that we need help with this issue. We need help from council. We probably need help from the Deputy Mayor for Healthcare Finance and other oversight agencies. We need to make sure that DC Health ensures that hospitals activate their surge plans when their emergency departments are busting at the seams and overcrowded and they're boarding more patients than they have sometimes beds available. We need hospitals. We need to get hospitals assistance with getting Medicare beneficiaries approval to move to skilled nursing facilities and nursing homes and rehabs at the end of their hospitalization, because all of these inefficiencies lead to patients sitting in the emergency department and not being able to move up to beds in the hospital. We need to improve emergency department bed capacity in the district. Cedar Hill Regional Medical Center opening up on the east side of the river is a great thing, but it's going to correspond with UMC's closure, and it will help, but it may not help enough. We need more ED bed capacity. And then, I think lastly, anything that we can do on the council's level to increase awareness of kind of the dire nature of the need to improve emergency department capacity and urging our executives at hospitals to bring resources to the emergency department, nurses, techs, more beds to put patients in so we can offload them. Just anything we can do to improve awareness at this level and bring attention to this matter is critically important, especially being in the capital where we have to have resiliency to quickly absorb surges of patients, given the things that could happen, in the district, the unique environment that we work in.
Thank you very much. If we define high volume users as people who call for an ambulance 10 or more times a year, what are we seeing with this population? How many people fall into that category in the district? And what are we doing education wise to try to drive that number down or give them some more access to long-term care that's not necessarily reliant on an ambulance?
So we had in fiscal year 24, 440 patients that we would categorize as super high volume utilizers calling 10 or more times, actually being transported 10 or more times. They represent 0.9% of the patients that we touch, but 10.3% of the patients we transport. So this is a significant challenge. One of the solutions is data collection. So we use in the Office of the Medical Director, our data analysts help our mobile integrated healthcare team keep tabs on these patients. We have our mobile integrated healthcare team that can be requested by our frontline responders to respond when they see patterns and that, hey, we've been here 2, 3, 5, 6, 7 times. We need to engage with our hospitals and our nursing homes. And particularly when we're responding to lift assist calls, I would argue within the first 72 hours after a hospital or nursing home discharge, I think we need to improve the pipeline of 180-degree feedback to hospitals and nursing homes. And there may even need to be a little bit of incentivization or penalties against healthcare agencies when we're responding for lift assist in such a short order after a patient's been discharged. It likely indicates that the patient wasn't in fact safe to go home and fend for themselves. But in short, we do track the HVUs and the super high volume utilizers. We engage our mobile integrated healthcare team. We engage with other agencies in the district to try to get the resources that they need, whether it be a ramp in their home to get up and down in a wheelchair, Hoya lift to help a family member lift them in and out of bed to get them to doctor's appointments. So this is something we're very focused on.
Thank you very much. Chief, what efforts have you taken or are you going to undertake to prepare for big events coming up like World Pride?
So just like we prepare for the inauguration, there's a planning team that's citywide and there's one internal. We will, we will have plans for any of the specific events, make sure they're staffed appropriately. We have some training coming through Office of Human Rights to make sure that everybody's up to speed on the different people we're going to encounter. And I think that this is something we do special events all year round. This is just a big one. It lasts a long time and we're in good shape.
Do you have enough funding to cover the added supports that we'll need from the department?
Yes.
Okay. Great. I never hear that.
We're gonna bill for it, or we're gonna use the EPF funds, but yes.
The APF funds.
If it falls under something that has the special events that either do not get paid for because they're First Amendment or because with the city's waived the fee, we have access to funding for that.
Right. Through the festival MOU. Okay. How many fire hydrants, switching topics totally, how many fire hydrants are in disrepair or in need of repair, and what's our plan there?
So we work closely with WSSC we have a memorandum of understanding with them about the maintaining of hydrants and reporting. So at any given moment, there's a tracker that tells us whether or not hydrants in service or out of service. I will get you the numbers following the meeting. We can follow up with the exact numbers.
Okay.
We report them. We do test a percentage of them. The DC Water tests the other percentage. Knock on wood, that I think we have a water supply system that's giving us the water we need. We have not had any problems on fire grounds related to lack of water. So I think we're in a pretty good spot.
how do you coordinate with DC Water to ensure that hydrants can maintain water pressure? Or is that not?
So, if the water system's functioning, right, that's what it does. And there's pressure zones and they bring water through the reservoirs to do that. We don't, they would notify us if there was a problem. We had one of those over the summer where there was a low water pressure. There, actually, it happens even more occasionally. We get that notification and we can adapt our plans if something's going on. Sometimes a water main break causes that, sometimes an equipment problem. That's a built-in part of our system.
So it's DC Water's responsibility to affirmatively notify you if they notice that there's a pressure problem?
Yes.
So have we had any problems in the last year where your team has gone out to utilize a fire hydrant and hasn't been able to?
No. Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Now, we do notify them if we have a fire and we want more pressure.
Right.
Right, they have an ability to increase pressure in the different pressure zones, and we will occasionally on a large fire make that notification.
Okay, well, Chief, I could go on for many more hours, but you're the second of 4 agencies we have today, so unfortunately have to move on. And that concludes my questions, but look forward to continuing our partnership this year, and thank you for all you and your team do throughout the year. We appreciate it so much.
On behalf of all of us, thank you for your support.
Thank you. If you have any other closing thoughts, you're welcome to. No, we covered it. Okay. Thank you, Chief. Thank you all. And as a reminder for anyone who's interested in sharing your testimony for the record will be open until the close of business on March 19th, 2025. So look forward to reviewing that. Okay, we are now going to turn to Dr. Diaz. First, we're going to discuss the Department of Forensic Sciences and then the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. This is a unique situation as Dr. Diaz is the director of both agencies. And so, Dr. Diaz, I'd like to invite you to provide your testimony for DFS and then for OCME, and then we can have a discussion on both agencies as we move forward. But welcome and thank you for being here today. Do you have anyone on your team, Dr. Diaz, who's going to be answering questions? Great. And sorry to cut you off. If I could just make sure she can introduce herself and position for the record with the microphone on. Or you can, but we just need to get that for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Jennifer Love, and I'm the Chief Science Officer with the Department of Forensic Sciences.
Wonderful. Welcome. Thank you. Okay, I'll now swear you both in. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Dr. Diaz, if you could just say that yes into the microphone. Could you confirm into the microphone?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Excellent. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Dr. Diaz. I need you to say yes into the microphone for the oath of office. I mean,
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. I know it sounds a little odd, but the microphone only picks up if the light is red and we're speaking into it. Otherwise, they can't hear us and we can't say it for the record. So thank you. And I'd now like to invite you to make any opening statement you may have.
Good afternoon. And as you stated, I will read both the statements on behalf of the Department of Forensic Sciences and on behalf of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. Good afternoon again, Chairperson Pinto, council members and staff of the Committee of the Judiciary and Public Safety. I am Dr. Francisco Diaz, Interim Director of the Department of Forensic Sciences and Chief Medical Examiner for the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, OCME. Thank you for inviting us to testify on behalf of Mayor Muriel Bowser to discuss the fiscal year 2024 activities and accomplishments of the Department of Forensic Sciences. First, I would like to thank you, Chairperson Pinto and the committee for affording me the opportunity to reschedule the hearing as my team and I work
through the process of identification, notification, examination on behalf of the families of the victims of the January 29th airline collision. I would also like to publicly thank our local, federal, and business partners and the staff at the Consolidated Forensic Laboratory for their work in support of the victims and their families. I am pleased to report on the progress DFS has made over the past year, utilizing the resources provided by Mayor Bowser in her efforts to provide safer streets for district residents and visitors. I value this opportunity to recognize agency efforts to improve our operations, maintain our quality, engage our customers, build toward the future, and help create a safer, stronger DC. I'm excited to announce we have an experienced science advisory board dedicated and willing to engage with the agency on continuous improvement and innovation. The scientific expertise of the Scientific Advisory Board members, led by Mr. Laura Sutkamp, is a tremendous resource for the Department of Forensic Science. Now, briefly, I will provide an overview of the accomplishments for each of our 4 programs within the Department of Forensic Sciences. The Forensic Science Laboratory, FSL, operates through 5 specialized units that collectively provide comprehensive forensic analysis services for the District of Columbia. The core units include the Forensic Biology Unit, which handles DNA and serological testing, the Forensic Intelligence Unit, which manages testing requests and coordinates with the stakeholder agencies, Latent Fingerprint Unit, which analyzes fingerprint and friction-rich evidence, the Forensic Chemistry Unit, which conducts drug identification and surveillance, and the Casework Administration Group, CAG, which was added in June 2024 to support technical and programmatic operations. To enhance its capabilities, the Forensic Science Lab maintains partnerships with accredited external laboratories for additional testing services. Most notably, I previously announced that the National Accreditation Board, ANAB, restoration of the Forensic Biology Unit and the Forensic Chemistry Units in December of 2023, on January 17 of this year, the Department of Forensic Science received the thrilling news that the Latent Fingerprint or Friction-Rich Unit has successfully achieved accreditation, fully restoring the Forensic Science Lab ability to perform all offered forensic testing services in-house. It is worth of note at this junction that the Forensic Biology Unit and the Forensic Chemistry Unit were reaccredited as well in December of 2024. The fiscal year 24 performance metrics across units demonstrated significant achievements in processing criminal evidence. The Forensic Biology Unit processed 292 physical evidence recovery kits from sexual assault cases, maintaining compliance with the Sexual Assault Victims' Right Amendment Act by completing 211 kits within the mandated 90-day window. They also entered 1,064 DNA profiles into the FBI's CODIS system, generating 505 hits and reducing their historical backlog by 85%. The Latent Fingerprint Unit completed analysis for 911 cases and made 2,398 entries into the automated fingerprint identification system, yielding 520 hits. Forensic Chemistry Unit, after receiving ANAP accreditation, processed 614 drug analysis cases and analyzed 2,644 syringe surveillance samples as part of a CDC-funded program to track emerging drug trends. The Forensic Intelligence Unit handled 4,151 requests from various agencies, including the Metropolitan Police, United States Attorney's Office, and the Office of the Attorney General. Professional development and community engagement were key priorities across all units in fiscal year 24. Staff members attended numerous national conferences, including the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, International Symposium on Human Identification, Mid-Atlantic Association of Forensic Sciences Conference. The staff participated in extensive educational outreach, conducting sessions with various schools and organizations such as Mount DeSalles Forensic Class, George Mason University, Jackson Reed High School. Technical training was emphasized with the staff completing specialized courses in ISO 17025, forensic internal auditing, and technical assessor procedures. The forensic chemistry unit made notable advances by identifying so-called pink cocaine for the first time in the district, launching the RX Destroyer program, and implementing a drug tracking dashboard to identify trends. The newly established CAG team successfully completed training across multiple units and helped streamline evidence handling procedures throughout the laboratory. The Crime Scene Sciences Division operates 24/7 through two specialized units, the Crime Scenes Unit and the Central Evidence Unit. In fiscal year 24, the division responded to thousands of crime scenes and collected over 70,000 pieces of evidence. Crime Scene Unit or Crime Scene Sciences serve as the first responders at crime scenes where forensic scientists document and collect various types of physical evidence, including blood samples, fingerprints, weapons, cartridge casings, and clothing. Following their field work, the Central Evidence Unit manages the crucial transition of evidence from crime scenes to the laboratory, maintaining a strict chain of custody and proper storage conditions. During fiscal year 24, the Crime Scene Science Unit achieved several notable accomplishments. They independently processed more than 7,000 crime scenes and received 27,000 service requests. They successfully integrated 12 new staff members who completed their Crime Scene Science Academy training and field training, helping the unit reach full staffing capacity. The unit also implemented 2 crime light autos in their workflow, enabling them to document evidence beyond the visible spectrum using ultraviolet infrared sensitive cameras. Meanwhile, Central Evidence Unit developed a new training academy program designed to better prepare new hires with the necessary skills and knowledge for their daily task. The Public Health Laboratory serves as the critical state laboratory charged with the identification and monitoring various public health threats in the District of Columbia. During fiscal year 24, Public Health Lab performed 208 proficiency tests and 15,031 clinical and surveillance tests across its multiple specialized units. The lab's scope includes tracking influenza, COVID-19, mosquito-borne illnesses, hospital-acquired infections, and potential biological threats. Through its immunology and virology units, the lab analyzed 322 mosquito pools for viruses, conducted rabies testing with a 3.5% overall positivity rate, and performed COVID-19 testing on 1,783 specimens. The next generation sequencing laboratory sequenced 1,156 SARS-CoV-2 samples and analyzed 251 samples for foodborne illness surveillance. The molecular diagnostic unit played a crucial role in respiratory disease surveillance, testing 2,145 specimens for influenza and SARS-CoV-2, while the microbiology unit processed approximately 900 specimens for various pathogens and antimicrobial resistance monitoring. The clinical toxicology unit maintained its emergency preparedness through various test verifications and expanded its surveillance capabilities, particularly in monitoring drug overdose trends. The bioterrorism unit processed samples for potential bioterrorism agents and conducted training workshops for clinical labs in the district. Additionally, the laboratory operates the BioWatch program, which is a biosurveillance system designed to detect airborne biological agents through daily air sampling. The Public Health Lab comprehensive testing and surveillance programs are supported by specialized units such as the accessioning unit, which serves as the central hub for receiving and tracking all specimens. Throughout fiscal year 24, the lab has demonstrated its vital role in public health protection through extensive testing, monitoring, and surveillance activities, while also engaging in professional development and community outreach through various workshops and training programs. The Department of Forensic Science Administrative Support Team consists of several key departments that provide comprehensive oversight and support across the organization, many working in ongoing partnerships with various district, local jurisdictional, and federal partners. The Chief Information Office serves as the primary technology solution provider, managing critical systems and infrastructure while delivering information technology support to all divisions. The Human Resources and Training Team focalizes their attention on building strong career pipelines in public health, crime scene sciences, forensic science through recruitment, selection, retention, and development efforts, as well as community engagement and educational initiative. The legal team provides critical legal advice, analysis, and representation, ensuring continued compliance with laws, policies, statutes, and regulations.
Dr. Diaz?
Yes.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. We are having a protocol where our government witness testimony is going to be limited to 10 minutes for oral testimony for each agency. So we have your full testimony for each in writing, but we put double time on the clock for you to do DFS and OCME. So I just want to remind you of that if there's a way. I don't think you've moved on to OCME yet.
I'm about to.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yes. And I finalize with the legal team provides critical legal advice, analysis, representation, ensuring continued compliance with laws, policies, statutes, and regulations. The operations team ensures the continuity of key operational functions, including budget management, contracts procurement, performance management, oversight and coordination, employee health and safety, and facilities maintenance. I could not be prouder of the work DFS has done under our leadership. I am confident DFS will deliver even greater returns for the people of the district. I would like to acknowledge Mayor Bowser, City Administrator Donahue, Deputy Mayor Apia, and their staff for their continuous and generous support of the Department of Forensic Sciences. As we strive to achieve the mayor's vision for a safer, stronger DC, I would also like to recognize our Science Advisory Board and public safety partners who support DFS. I'm thankful for the DFS team who work within the office and labs of DFS, whose stronger science has led to safer streets for all of our friends and neighbors in the District of Columbia. Thank you, Chairperson Pinto. Having 6 minutes and 40 seconds, if you have no objection, I will go with OCME. I will skip the greetings, and I'm speaking on behalf as Chief Medical Examiner of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. Mayor Bowser's fiscal year 2024 focalized on improving the experiences of residents and business interacting with the district government. Our agency, OCME, supports this vision through the statutorily mandated mission to perform accurate and timely medical legal death investigations. During fiscal year 24, OCME investigated 7,551 cases, including 1,679 cases accepted, 1,869 cases declined, and 4,003 cremation cases. It's worth of note, this is the first year during my tenure at OCME that drug-related cases have declined, but we can talk about that later. Today, I want to highlight the significant work of agency employees in response to the January 29, 2025 plane crash near Washington National Airport. A review of the work of the incident will serve as a lens into our agency's operation and performance. The overall commitment, teamwork, fatality management experience, and compassion for the families of the victims were the key factors that contributed to the success of this effort. Our death investigation, mortuary, medical examiner transport teams reported that night to prepare operations for possible fatalities. These employees, along with our medical examiners, anthropology, identification, fatality review, and administrative employees worked tirelessly through a challenging and grueling process over the next 2 weeks. First, staff coordinated high-level management in collaboration with several entities that included the airline, NTSB, Federal Aviation Administration, Disaster Mortuary Operation Response Team, as well as HCMA, Fire and EMS, Metropolitan Police Department, and other regional partners. Additionally, efforts included staging at the incident site with a temporary morgue, establishing a process for the intake and reunification of remains, postmortem examinations of all decedents within 24 hours of arrival at our facility, toxicological testing through our forensic lab, when required, continuous communication with the families via staffing at the Family Assistance Center in Bethesda, Maryland, a rigorous scientific identification process carried out by our anthropologists and with the invaluable assistance of the Forensic Biology Unit and the Forensic Science Lab of DFS. I will talk about that later. Coordination of information technology with DMORT, the dignified release of decedents to their families, and the provision of administrative resources such as supplies, equipment, and grief counseling services. All 67 decedents were processed, examined, identified, and released to families within 13 days. Despite a myriad of moving parts, the implementation of the agency's response was seamless and timely. I would like to acknowledge the entire team of both agencies for their dedication and demonstration to the world stage how to effectively respond to a fatality incident. They deserve the recognition that they have received from numerous individuals and entities in this jurisdiction and other jurisdictions. With regard to other agency functions, the Forensic Toxicology Lab has continued to not only provide accurate and sound postmortem testing, but also supports Metropolitan Police, United States Capitol Police, United States Secret Service, United States Park Police, and the United States Attorney's Office, and the District Department of Transportation, as well as DC Sexual Assault Nurse Examiners. I also know the work of the agency's Fatality Review Team, which facilitates the review of the circumstances of the death within certain populations, such as children, infant, and developmentally disabled, as well as maternal, opioid, and violent mortalities. These 6 review committees amount to the most of any jurisdiction in the nation. The work of this team allows analysis of issues and the provision of recommendations to district entities serving defined populations so they may address systemic problems, provide better services, and be held accountable. Lastly, I'm also pleased to report that our extensive quality efforts, the agency maintains accreditation with the National Association of Medical Examiners, as well as with the American Board of Forensic Toxicology, as well as the breath alcohol program, and the whole agency is accredited by ANAP, same as with DFS. In closing, we work to serve our families during a time when they are most at need, the sudden and unexpected loss of their loved ones. The residents of the district can have confidence that the agency mission is being met and the agency's implemented quality death investigation and certification per industry standards, best practices, and with compassion. And since I have only 1 minute, I would like finally to thank you, Chairperson Pinto, as well as Mayor Bowser, City Administrator Donahue, and Deputy Mayor Apia. And with that, we are ready to take your questions.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Dr. Diaz, in both of your capacities. Really appreciate all of the hard efforts that you have made and your team. And it has been quite a big year for the departments. And thank you especially for your recent efforts with the recovery of the remains following the January 29th mid-air collision. I cannot imagine how difficult that process has been, but I think the reconnection that you have been able to do with all of the families is quite impressive. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to start with questions about DFS and then we'll move to OCME, understanding there's some interrelationship, of course. But first, I want to congratulate you on the reaccreditation of the Forensic Biology Unit, forensic chemistry unit, and latent fingerprint unit. I think this really represents a huge amount of progress at DFS, especially from where we were in 2021. What is your strategy to build in safeguards to ensure that we can sustain this level of success and sustain the reaccreditations that you've earned?
Short answer, a culture of quality. If there is not a culture, then accreditations, continuing education, training is usually not accomplished. And that's easier said than done. That is the direct byproduct of having the scientists motivated and in an environment where they know they can thrive. It takes time, it takes intentionality, but on my opening statement or opening remarks, I mentioned that, for example, we presented at the American Academy of Forensic Sciences. That is an annual meeting that encompasses 6,000 scientists in the United States and Canada. DFS and OCME together presented 14 scientific papers, presentations, workshops. That was the largest agency that presented in that conference. Those are the small things that put DFS in the map of forensic sciences. And that's our goal. And in terms of how we can continue that, if you use the metric from November of 2023 to February, now we're in March of 2025, that's a little more than over a year, where in November of 23, there were no accreditations. Now we have 5, forensic chemistry and forensic biology ×2, because every year there is reaccreditation. So that process is what allows the different scientific units to be at the ready.
And how do you build a culture of quality? Or maybe perhaps asked a different way, what have you found to be most effective in your efforts to do this?
Motivating each individual scientist to be engaged in their subject matter. There are a lot of moving parts, for example, in the Department of Forensic Sciences. One thing is chemistry, a whole different thing is friction-rich, as they call it now. Another thing is forensic biology, crime scene sciences. So each scientist needs to be motivated that they can make a difference in science. They separate and apart from doing their daily work, they can advance science. They can share the knowledge we have acquired. Just a simple example I will give you that is a little bit of a tangent, but Councilwoman Henderson was talking about hoarding with Chief Donnelly. We noticed that trend at OCME, and we identified just yesterday, that's serendipitous, 268 cases of hoarding, quote unquote. That's a great scientific research, if you would, because knowing how they died, why they died, do they have medication, non-medication, what's the toxicology, what's the autopsy? Maybe we can identify some trends, because at the beginning of my career, I barely saw hoarding. That was an exception. Now it seems like 1 out of 10, and that's anecdotal scenes, death scenes, there is a hoarding situation. That tells you about society at large. That's an example. So you need to engage the scientists to be motivated and put themselves out there.
I think, yeah, and that's a very sad and interesting example of the trends that we see in other spaces with people reporting more loneliness and isolation, and trying to understand if that can lead to an uptick of hoarding or of being in an environment alone. So thank you for raising that. How are you thinking about, or how did you think about your strategic prioritization of which units to seek reaccreditation for first, and what is the next step in your mind?
Couple of next steps, I think, in my opinion, and we talk about in the different years, in my opinion, all of our units are staffed by great scientists and people that put everything they have into the work they do. And in my opinion, the withdrawal of the accreditation was very traumatic from the psychological point of view. And it's not about who the director is. It's about who the scientists are, what is their capability. And I think they have demonstrated that on 2 consecutive years, they assess more than 100 different items, have come back with 0 nonconformities. That means that's a passing rate of 100%. More important than that, what's the next step? And we talk about in previous years, the isolation that, in my opinion, DFS was subjected to, scientific isolation and shyness in a way. But now we have some of our scientists accredited as assessors themselves. Now they've been accredited. Now they can go to other places and assess other laboratories. And that's a prime example of what crime laboratories and forensic science department needs to do to be engaged. If you're isolated, you don't go anywhere in the scientific field.
Okay, so in terms of the next unit to get pre-accredited, do you have a focus?
I do, and those are 2. And to my left, I have Dr. Jennifer Love, the Chief Science Officer. We do have a vision for the crime scene science unit. It's not statutorily mandated. However, in order to have a culture of quality, we would like to have that unit accredited. That may take time because it's never been done. So I cannot promise you that next time this year they're going to be accredited, but we are working towards that, taking into account that it's not statutorily mandated. One unit, for example, that we haven't asked for evaluation is the firearm units. We are waiting, along with the rest of the crime labs in the United States, with a report by the National Institute of Standards and Technology that is set to redefine the guidelines on firearm examination and tool comparison. Once that reports come out, which we believe will be this month, then we will have the tool to how to reconfigure that unit. And once it's reconfigured with the scientists properly trained, then request accreditation. Those are the next 2 projects.
Okay. And if that all goes according to plan, will then every unit be reaccredited within DFS?
Yes, taking into account that crime scene has never been accredited.
Yes.
So that's not a reaccreditation. That will be a de novo accreditation.
Right.
Yes.
Understood the distinction. And I think a great example of trying to have DFS be the best in the nation. But that's good to confirm. So hopefully that will all take place this year, possibly.
Hopefully so. We can, Dr. Love, I don't know if you want to add or subtract into the firearms or crime scenes.
Thank you. Yes. We do hope to, it's a slow process in which we can start. However, to the point of completion will take some time. So in order to have the crime lab or the crime scene sciences accredited, it does take a review of our current documents that we're currently following and just making sure that there's no inconsistencies across the documents. They address every one of the requirements, the international standard requirements. So we need to go through requirement by requirement and just make sure that our documentation does reflect them appropriately. So it's a tedious process, but we are on our way down that path.
Thank you. Let's talk a little bit about the Science Advisory Board, another partnership that, from where I sit, has evolved greatly in the last several years. In your pre-hearing responses, you described some elements of the relationship between DFS and the Science Advisory Board. Can you elaborate a little bit on what specific changes have been implemented in order to foster a stronger working relationship and to take into account the expertise being provided by some of our SAB members?
Yes, and the key word is expertise. We have the president of our advisory board just retired for being the crime lab director of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. We have another member who was the director of the forensic biology unit for Harris County and established the DNA program in Houston as well as in the state of Ohio. We have the director of the crime lab of Broward County, Florida. And we have a past president of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, as well as, and finally, we have the DNA administrator for the state of Wisconsin, Department of Justice. So that gives you an example of the type of expertise, and what we are requesting of them is advice into best practices, and more important than that, their own experiences in accreditation, their own experiences in administration, their own experiences dealing with the daily work. A crime laboratory, a Department of Forensic Sciences, is a very difficult choreography in each and every unit. So the day-to-day work is way more. Our people are so great that they make it appear as easy, but it's difficult.
I want to ask you about fire debris analysis. You may have heard some of my conversation with Chief Donnelly about this, but does DFS have any fire debris analysis capabilities in-house?
We don't, but I will defer to our Chief Science Officer.
Yes, this is not a type of analysis that we're currently doing. So no, we don't have that capability.
Okay. So it's my understanding that in DC code, there is a requirement that DFS handle fire debris analysis in-house, but that there are some other areas that we contract with ATF and with a FAST lab in Georgia. Now, the fire department didn't seem to be familiar with the Georgia contract, but we've heard that from other folks within the fire department, which affects processing times. And so is it something that the department is thinking about taking up or has capacity to lean into, especially given the statutory requirement to do so? And if not, we should revisit the statute.
Yes, to answer your question, yes. First, we need to determine how many requests. What we are doing, what the Department of Forensic Science is doing, is receiving the evidence and sending the evidence to the appropriate partners, whether it's the ATF, and you heard that some of the federal partners may have a 1 to 2 year reporting time, as well as other labs. Once we have the numbers of how many requests, what is the complexity of the request, then we should be able to have an answer either way. Either is it worth financially to establish a unit, or is it worth continuing outsourcing to federal partners or not?
Okay, I am certainly not an expert in fire debris analysis, but I imagine that I've heard that it isn't able to be maintained for long periods of time, given its nature. And so it seems to me like a type of evidence that really should be handled in-house within the district, because any delays that we have with outsourcing, especially with a type of evidence that could go bad or become less effective, is even more present here.
Yes, and I agree with you.
Okay. Are there any funding supports or other ways that we can help you build out that unit?
I don't want to tell you something I don't have the answer, but as soon as I have an answer, I will communicate. The answer is probably yes, but maybe not.
Okay, thank you. I look forward to continuing the conversation about this. Certainly of concern to me when I learned about this, so thank you. So, sorry, one moment. As we've gotten the units reaccredited, your pre-hearing responses indicated that the FBU has a casework backlog of 115 cases and a combined DNA index system or CODIS backlog of 189 cases from that loss of accreditation period, and that you've established a plan using both in-house and outsourcing capabilities to address this issue. How is that strategy going? What comes next? How are we working through the backlog?
I think it's working well. I think we have cured the backlog 85%. I don't want to steal the thunder of Dr. Love, but I think it's worth of note. For example, in this, and I don't want to make this hearing about the tragedy that occurred, but it's an example on how efficient agencies can be when appropriately funded and staffed. Our forensic biology unit not only was instrumental in identifying the decedent, but at the risk of being graphic, unfortunately, there were anatomic fragments that needed to be reattached or reconnected. And you can only do that via DNA. And no other lab in the United States, and I can say this unequivocally, had the capability of having those answers as the Department of Forensic Science had, in most cases within 24 hours. So imagine if you have a torso, but an extremity is missing, and you do rapid DNA and you can have the answer, then you can reunify that body really quickly. We had offers, generous offers, from laboratories all over the United States. However, our forensic biology unit was able, with only increasing the timing of being staffed 24/7, to have those answers for us. So that's one example. And now our attention is centralized on those results, on those analysis. And I think Dr. Love can expand a little bit more into that, because I think that's extremely important.
Yes, thank you. So the strategy that we had put in place at the time of accreditation allowed us to focus our in-house capabilities as well as using the resources we had for outsourcing. It allowed us to simultaneously bring down the CODIS backlog as well as the casework backlog to nearly 90%. With the January.
But I'm sorry, when you say 90%, do you mean the number of backlog cases was you got through 90% of them?
Right. So
Okay.
when we received accreditation, we had roughly 1,038 cases in our backlog. And today we have roughly 110 cases. So yes, so we've been able to reduce it by nearly 90%. So yes, that strategy that the forensic biology unit leadership initiated back with accreditation has been successful, and we will continue to follow it until we reduce both backlogs, CODIS, and casework down to nothing. Yes.
Do you have a timeline by which you think that will all be reduced to zero, the backlog?
Our hope is next year when we come to speak to you at our performance hearing, we'll be able to say no backlog. So yes.
Okay, that's a good goal. We'll remind you then. I understand that DFS is actively bringing evidence processing capabilities in-house, which represents an important step, I think, towards increasing the operational capacity of DFS. How is this initiative going?
That initiative is going well in the process of reaccreditation. We have shifted from being mere processors of evidence and shipping that evidence to partners across the United States to processing the evidence as well as analyzing the evidence.
And do you have a timeline for that?
I think for the forensic chemistry unit, I think that we have the capability. For the friction rich, we have the capability as well. It takes a little bit of time from when you are not accredited and training to be accredited to get into the work. I will be a little bit more optimistic than Dr. Love, and I would say less than that time. The forensic biology unit also is an equation of how many cases we got, the complexity, what type of analysis, as well as testifying in court for on behalf of the cases that we perform.
Okay. I want to ask you about some of the vacancy trends that we're seeing in the public health lab. So from what we can see, it looks like the vacancy rate has more than tripled in the last 4 months, from 9.8% the end of fiscal year 2024 to 30.1% by January 2025, while other divisions have maintained pretty consistent staffing levels. What's this about?
Yes, if you don't mind, I have Ms. Gretchen Bromley, our Chief Operating Officer. You will have to be sworn in, Ms. Bromley.
Sure. Yep. If you could state your name and position with the microphone on for the record, and then we'll swear you in.
Good afternoon, Gretchen Brumley, Chief Operating Officer for the Department of Forensic Sciences.
Thank you so much. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
So why you're seeing a difference year over year, because Chairperson, if you recall, in collaboration with the mayor's recommendation, you provided additional positions that were locally funded for the public health lab in this year's budget, which were not there last year. So we are actively working on recruiting those positions, which, you know, unfortunately, because they are niche positions and they're clinical and they're scientists, have proven a little difficult. But through partnerships and some of our outreach efforts, we're being incredibly intentional about that recruitment.
So is it fair to say that about 20%, the 9.8% vacancy that we had to 30 is all new staff?
Yes, it is all new staff positions.
Okay. Whew. What a relieving answer.
Yes.
And how are the recruitment efforts going?
So they're going, we have a partnership with Howard University. Their microbiology students come in for internship, and we are hoping that we become their career choice post-graduation. We are also in partnership, and we've done recruitment outreach with Bowie State, as well as several other organizations.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Last year, you talked about funded cliff as one of the most significant challenges facing the public health lab. You noted that the PHL is transitioning grant funded staff to the FTE local positions that were awarded in FY25 and working to increase testing capacity to support district agencies, including DOC, as a means to generate revenue. How are those mitigation strategies working?
So those discussions are ongoing, not only with the Department of Corrections, but with DCHR to determine if there is, if there is the possibility for our laboratory to conduct some of the testing that is required. We are currently doing some testing for the DOC, but we are looking to expand that.
Thank you. And then Dr. Diaz, thinking about vacancies for the agency, there's been, we talked about some of the shifting accreditations and reaccreditations over the years and some of the complex outsourcing issues that we've had. This year, you mentioned that DFS had reduced the agency vacancy to 21%, although I think that was the same number we had as vacancies for last year. So has there been a reduction in vacancies, or was this is just a technical error?
Before Ms. Bromley answers, let me answer this way. I think it's quite obvious what the Department of Forensic Science went through, not only in the public eye, but also in the scientific community at large. When you have an agency that lost its reputation, whether it was fair or unfair, is not for me to judge. But I will answer with this example. 27 years ago, I finished my training in forensic pathology in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And when I was asking, where do you think I should work? I asked my mentors. One place they told me absolutely unequivocally no was Washington, D.C. So that was 1999. And I have here Ms. Beverly Fields, who's been working with OCME since 2003. What it took to turn around OCME, that reputation, intentionality, quality, a culture of quality, that took years. We plan to have that process more reduced in time with DFS, and that's why we are aggressively publishing, aggressively attending conferences, because that's when people see what DFS is about. They see their leadership, they see their scientists, they see that the place is a place worth working for, that they are not, by virtue of working at DFS, they're not going to have their reputations impugned. I think we have done way better than before, and I hope that by next year, those recruitment efforts are way less because of that aggressive outreach into the scientific community. But I answer with my own personal experience. It takes a lot of intentionality to turn the ship around in terms of the perception from the people who are going to apply.
And I appreciate that. What I'm trying to understand though is the numbers, if it's been reduced from those efforts that you just talked about, but the vacancy rate that I have listed was 21% this year and also 21% last year.
So I'll give you an example. It was 21% last year. We're at 20.6% this year. And so, for example, from the time that we submitted the responses to you, I think we were maybe at 47 vacancies and we're down to 44. So while we see the movement, it's really small in terms of the percentages, and sometimes just the percentages don't tell the entire story.
Gotcha.
I hope that's
okay.
helpful.
Okay, thank you. As we look at the crime scene sciences division, you talked in your pre-hearing responses about evidence processing being actively brought back online with current equipment procurement completed and staff training underway. How is that initiative going?
That initiative is going very well. We are piloting a couple of new instruments to process crime scenes faster. If Dr. Love would like to expand on that.
Yes, for the evidence processing unit, we did need to procure some updated equipment. And so that equipment has been received and is currently being put into operations verified for effectiveness. We have completed training of the staff from an external vendor. Several trainings have been completed. The SOPs are nearly completely done with the rewrite. Our next steps will be to figure out the staffing as well as the supervising positions of the unit. And so we are relatively close to bringing it back online.
What does relatively close mean?
I feel by the time we meet next year, we will have it back online.
Well, I wouldn't describe a year as relatively close. I think of relatively close as like 2 weeks.
I would say that we are at least 6 months out.
Okay. Okay. How about response time improvements? This is something that we've looked at the last couple of years with DFS. Have you conducted any additional analysis on how the response times are being improved?
Dr. Love.
Yes, some of the things that we're doing in terms of response time is really taking a close look at the data to make sure that the numbers that we're relying on are accurate. We did note that we did have what we would expect from human error, AM, PM sort of incidences. So we are reviewing the time closely and making sure that we are reporting it out accurately.
Have there been reductions in those times?
My understanding is since we're beginning to understand the data and we have cleaned the data, we are seeing that with the more accurate data that it is reflecting a better turnaround times. But we're continuing to evaluate the data.
Okay, so we don't know yet by how much.
We don't, not by how much.
Okay.
Yet.
In light of the very sad changes in the federal workforce and a lot of people losing their jobs unexpectedly, without ability to plan, with a lot of expertise across many of our agencies and the staffing challenges that DFS is having, are there any avenues of potential federal departments that DFS is exploring or can open up opportunities for of people who may have expertise and skill sets that you're looking for?
Absolutely. There has been informal talks from colleagues and friends that work for the federal government and now are in, for lack of a better term, maybe precarious position. And they're making inquiries as to looking at the Department of Forensic Sciences as a place to work. Scientists with tremendous background and expertise. So we're having those conversations during the American Academy of Forensic Science meeting. Dr. Love and myself met informally with several people that are definitely inquiring because of those preoccupations.
What are some of the federal jobs or departments or divisions that exist today or existed a month ago that kind of offhand would be most well suited of the type of skill set that you're looking for?
Several federal partners have laboratories, crime laboratories with expertise in DNA, with expertise in investigations, with expertise in chemistry, with expertise in biology. And I don't think it will be fair for me to mention them because the status of those agencies is unknown at the time. While they have a job, they have a job. But we are certainly getting, at the risk of being repetitious, we're getting numerous inquiries and we're looking forward. And I think Mayor Bowser has a plan that she outlaid yesterday in terms of hiring federal workers that may no longer have a job in the federal workforce to work for district agencies. And as sad as it is, agencies like DFS could benefit.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think some of this is a education campaign, right, to people of what opportunities may be available right here in the district. So thank you for thinking about that. In my Secure DC omnibus bill, we authorized DNA collection at the time of charging for violent crimes, dangerous crimes, and select offenses, requiring DFS to develop significant new capabilities. DFS, when we understood at the time, would need some time to be able to build the infrastructure, to be able to review these samples. This is something that the federal government does. I think 33 other states do. The department has developed a 3-year implementation plan with an estimated cost of $3.5 million involved in outsourcing testing as an interim solution. What will you need to get this off the ground to handle DNA testing in-house in the way that was contemplated in Secure DC?
And I will defer first to Dr. Love and second to Ms. Bromley so they can talk about the two pieces, the science piece as well as the logistics and finally the financial aspect of it.
Thank you. From the scientific perspective, it does require building a new laboratory. So the DNA analysis being done for databasing, it's slightly different. Similar instrumentation, but in terms of the workflow, in terms of developing your standard operating procedures, in terms of building competency, and then in terms of proficiency testing, it is different from the forensic testing that we currently do. So it would be a matter of procuring instruments, of writing, validating those instruments, writing and developing SOPs, creating a training program, hiring individuals, establishing competencies, and then proceeding with the casework. And so with the plan, the multi-year approach would be to initially outsource the testing as we build internal capacity and then bring it in-house.
How much would it cost a year to outsource?
Your hand, because I don't, they're in the plan. Okay, give me just a moment to refer to the plan. So when we did the math, which was several months ago, the estimated annual cost to outsource the samples was $140,000 a year.
And how much would it cost to build a new lab, build out the capabilities, infrastructure, hire the experts?
Okay, so the estimated cost for salaries and benefits is $581,000. The estimated cost for equipment is $1,777,000.
Is that for just a one-time cost or a year?
That would be a one-time cost. There would be some maintenance, but this is to procure the instruments. Well, the annual cost for contracted services, this would be to maintain the instruments and so forth, is $97,000 a year. Yes.
So, I mean, we just had a discussion about the benefits of doing evidence review in-house. And as a general matter, I would love to see us do as much in-house as possible with DFS, but with those types of cost differentials, does it just make more sense to outsource DNA testing?
So the advantage of doing in-house testing is really the turnaround time. So my understanding with the goal here is to be able to analyze these specimens rapidly so that we have a fast answer for law enforcement, and then the jurisdiction process can continue. With outsourcing, we see some delays that we would be able to control for if we did internal house testing. Also, we would be able to prioritize when requested by law enforcement. So bringing the testing in-house does allow us to provide a better service to the community.
How long is the average turnaround time to handle it in-house versus being outsourced?
So the outsourcing, we have in our contracts, we have a 60-day turnaround time. Now this was an outstanding circumstance, but with the airline crash, we did 77 specimens in 5 days. Now that was a unique situation, but it does reflect when we need to expedite what we can do.
And that you have the equipment for that type of technology that was needed for identification of specimens that's different from DNA testing?
So, right, the DNA testing that FBU did with the airline crash was was more forensic testing, what the same equipment, the same analysis that we do for our forensic testing. When we talk about databasing testing, it requires a different accreditation through the FBI. So the DNA testing we did for a response to the air crash is not the same as what we need to do for the database testing. However, in terms of being able to prioritize and expedite cases, we would be able to do that once the laboratory is built, but it is a different unit, if that is clear.
Yeah, okay. Have you all taken any steps yet in the last year to start to build out this functionality to handle in-house?
Beyond doing the research to understand the lift, that's what we've done so far.
Okay. And are we currently outsourcing this evidence?
We are not. We're not receiving this evidence at this time.
Okay, and why is that?
To be honest with you, I don't have an answer right now for that.
Okay. I think this is very important to be able to test for this evidence. We know, especially with our domestic violence cases, and many of our rape and sexual violence cases, there have been so many successes in finding perpetrators in other states and through our federal DNA testing, especially repeat offenders. And I understand the challenges of building out something internally would require more costs, and I will do everything I can to try to help support those efforts from a funding perspective. But in the meantime, I think we need to be at least doing the outsourcing so we can have access to this evidence. This just can't be a capability that we just don't handle at all in Washington, DC.
And I agree with you, and I think the investment is a worthy investment. The proof is in the pudding. If we were able to manage the reunification of those anatomic specimens to their loved ones because of the capability of surging. And that's what Dr. Love was referring to, is the capability of surging. A lot has been said about private providers in forensic biology. They do have a bottleneck as well in terms of turnaround time. There is a limit in the number of scientists that work on those specific areas. So having it in-house and having the capability of shifting your priorities makes a world of difference. Now, because we have to juggle many things at the same time, now that we have accreditation behind us and a 2-year in a row accreditation, then we can concentrate on taking the forensic biology unit, chemistry unit to the next level, as well as fingerprints. And that will be the next level. My advice will be, I know we are in a rough fiscal time, to make that investment. I think it's worth it rather than to have outsourcing some labs that are contacted. Not all, sometimes they don't have the capability. They have a backlog as well. There's a limit.
Okay. Thank you very much. I look forward to working with you on that as we head into the budget season coming up next. I want to ask you, Dr. Diaz, about the OSAC certification process. In your pre-hearing responses, you indicated that DFS has not started the OSAC self-certification process, although DFS qualifies for self-certification because it's implemented at least one OSAC standard. Given the importance of national standards in ensuring quality forensic work, what is your thinking about not applying for this certification despite being eligible?
Certainly, and I will let Dr. Love answer as a member of the OSAC.
Yes, thank you. So being an OSAC implementer is really just self-proclaiming it. There is no accreditation. We haven't taken that step, although we could. What we are doing is we are ensuring that we follow the OSAC standards. Specifically, what we have done to date is we do have an ongoing project in forensic biology where there is a current comparison between the ISO standard, the OSAC standard, as well as our current protocols to make sure that they align. With latent fingerprint unit, when we during our reworking of that unit, we ensure that we are following multiple OSAC standards. So we follow multiple OSAC standards. We recently did a validation test specific to following an OSAC standard. So we could self-proclaim. We haven't. We're continuing to evaluate where we may need to tweak things to make sure that we comply with all of them. So we are complying and we are evaluating. We just haven't raised our hand to OSAC and put our names on the list.
Do you see a benefit in doing so?
you know, it's interesting because I'm in these conversations with, you know, there are laboratories that do self-proclaim, and then they do a large media announcement. Then there's other laboratories that say, okay, you say that you follow them now. What were you doing, you know, a year ago? Whereas they were following them a year ago. So there's this give and take within the community. You know, we've just been focused on other things. We've been focused that our labs get accredited and that we maintain accreditation and that we're following the OSAC standard. So I feel it's just a personal preference, really.
Okay, thank you.
And if I may, briefly, I think it's a matter because of the state of, or where DFS was. It's better to centralize your attention in the things that you can accomplish. More is better. That, for example, OCME has a dual accreditation, and some colleagues in the medical examiner community disagree with ANAP because they don't think that it pertains to medical examiner. But as Dr. Love was saying, you have to make sure that everything you say that you are doing aligns first and foremost with your accrediting entity of choice, which in this case is ANAP. And you cannot self-proclaim OSAC when maybe at some juncture, maybe in a trial, somebody's going to say, guess what? You were following 120. How about this one, 122? You are not following that. So you need to align everything and tweak everything to have the accrediting entity as well as OSAC, which is not an accrediting entity. But the more you have, it's better to say it once you are certain beyond any scientific doubt that you are following all those protocols.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful context. I'm going to transition now to some questions about OCME. So I don't know if you have other members of
Ms.
your
Fields,
team.
you're so kind. I'm calling Ms. Beverly Fields, who is the Chief of Staff for the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner and has held that position for 20 years. And following Ms. Fields, and will be sitting to my right, Ms. Tracy Martin, who is the Coordinator and Director of the Fatality Review Committees.
Great, welcome. Thank you all so much. And if you can turn your microphones on, I'll swear you in. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I'm sorry, your microphone.
I do.
Thank you. Yeah, once it's red, then we're in good shape. Okay, well, Dr. Diaz, I will reiterate my thanks and gratitude for all of you and your team's hard work following the midair collision in January. I'm trying to understand how things should work with DMORT. And it's my understanding that OCME's responsibility for mass fatalities to call upon DMORT for some support is the general standard. So how did this work with this accident? And are there ways that in the future DMORT should be more supportive?
I think they were outstanding. Let me begin by saying that. I will walk you briefly through the process when the collision occurred. And I went to the office of the medical examiner around 10 p.m. By 11:30, shortly before midnight, we had a conference call with NTSB, the Armed Force Medical Examiner System, because there were military personnel involved and they do have jurisdiction, as well as DMORT. And in that meeting, then NTSB asked me officially if I was going to ask for the assistance of the disaster mortuary response operation team. And I said, yes. It's worth of note that it consists of two parts. The disaster mortuary operations response team has a medical legal death investigation component. They have force multipliers that could be in turn of forensic pathologists. It could be toxicologists if it needed. It could be autopsy technician personnel. it could be anthropology, it could be forensic odontology, and so on and so forth. The second component, and it's not DMORD, but they work together under Health and Human Services, and I'm going to call it wrong, but it's the Medical Emergency Disaster Coordination. They're both dependent on the Department of Health. I am happy to say, Madam Chairperson, that as I said before, our agencies are well-staffed and well-funded. And because of that, DMORD I didn't ask for forensic pathologists because we knew roughly the numbers of victims. And with the number of forensic pathologists we have, we could deal with it. Same with the number of autopsy technicians. We have 14 autopsy technicians and 14 or 13 medical examiner transport team that also can serve as an autopsy technicians. We have in the same building, Dr. Love is a forensic anthropologist by training and profession, but OCME has our own forensic anthropologist. So again, and I don't want you to decrease our budget by me saying that we are well-staffed, but we are well-staffed in comparison to the United States. I used to work in Detroit, Michigan, a county that is 3 times larger than the District of Columbia. We would not have that capability for certain. And that's when DMORD comes into play. Where they were of invaluable assistance is that the Family Assistance Center was in Bethesda, Maryland. So that medical disaster assistant, as well as DMORD, they brought medical personnel, they brought medical legal death investigators, they brought personnel from coroner's office. It's worth mentioning that DMORD is voluntary. The people volunteer their time, even though DMORD as an entity is, those are agencies of the Health and Human Services Department. Once they were in Bethesda, and I will check with the numbers, but to my estimation, they brought 30 to 40 people with all the necessary equipment. And what is the importance of that? Imagine you have 67 individual victims. And in the hotel, there were not only the next of kin, but it was family, not necessarily the next of kin. So to put it this way, each victim may have 6, 7, 10 people representing them. And the importance of DMORD is that they can interview the family. They can talk to the family. They can gather medical information. They can gather information from their dentist. And they have the technical capability of gathering that information and transmitting that information to our office. So in our office, they deploy 6 people. And those people basically were managing the flow of information that we were getting. Each disaster location and each mass fatality incident comes with their own characteristic. And I think that the geographic location help us because it's not only OCME that we're able to process that a mass fatality, but we had here the testimony of fire and EMS, and I have nothing but excellent things to say about the coordination of DC Fire and EMS as well as Metropolitan Police. Metropolitan Police assigned 9 detectives to be in Bethesda, basically going through the notification process. There has to be an official notification process that by statute is the Metropolitan Police that does those notifications. So DMORD, to answer, is the same as Chief Donnelly answer, which is the medical examiner makes that decision. Yes, I need force multiplier. And I think at this juncture, I need X number of pathologists, X number of autopsy technicians, X number of this, X number of that. And in our case, where they prove an invaluable asset, volunteer their time, was talking to the family, getting information from the families. And they were there since Thursday. And because this was happened here and they're located here, volunteers responded from Maryland, Virginia, West Virginia, and then 48 hours later, people came from other states. So the response was rather rapid. And the forensic community is a small community. We sort of know each other. And so the activation of DMORT is work very smooth, number one. And number two, if instead of 67 victims, we will be talking of 670 victims, that an agency or the agencies like ours, then we will need a significant number of force multipliers.
At what point does that trigger?
That trigger, that's the criteria of the medical examiner. Once I got the NTSB shared the manifesto and I knew the number, we at the executive team of OCME decided what was going to be the approach. We knew that they were not going to come at the same time. So just by happenstance, because OCME is charged with the emergency response on mass fatalities, for Inauguration Day, we have what we call our disaster morgue standing up, which is sort of an assembly line when multiple casualties occur. So we can go from one station to the next and do what we need to do. And just by coincidence, that Wednesday morning, I asked the supervisor of mortuary when we were going to take it down. And she said, we're kind of busy. How about Saturday? So, okay, that works. And then the incident happened that Wednesday night. But my point is, we were ready. But even if that disaster morgue were not ready, then we will have the capability of responding to that number. As I said, if it's 10 times, then you need pathologists, then you need autopsy technicians, then you need as much personnel as you can to cope with. But again, and I know it's getting late, the advantage of having, and I think that will be the testament whenever I retire. The difference is that this has been the fastest response on scientific identification in any mass disaster ever. And that's not because we're good, because I think everybody that works on both agencies are good. It's because we were well-staffed and well-funded. That doesn't happen if you don't have anything. You cannot work if you don't have the tools to work with.
Yeah. Understood. Well, thank you very much. And no, I would never hear that and say, okay, we should cut the staffing numbers. So don't worry. I appreciate that and of your team. Looking at the autopsy times that you have for FY 2024, 94% of autopsies were completed within 90 days, which exceeds the performance target that's generally around 90%, which is great. How about response times to scenes? Do we have that number?
Yes, and Ms. Fields will give you the exact number, but I think it's worth of note that OCME doesn't respond to scenes instantaneously or immediately. Example, a death occurs, let's say, in an apartment. And let's say fire and EMS was called and they do CPR and so on and so forth. And then Dr. Wittberg officially pronounced the person dead, even remotely. Then that's when, depending on the circumstances, let's assume it's a natural death, then the natural squad of the Metropolitan Police will go to that scene and assess. That's when the call is made to OCME. So I want to tell you that for context, because some people may see movement. There is movement next to my house, and it's been since 5 p.m. and it's 7, and I see that the medical examiner arrived at 7:45. What happened there? There is a protocol that needs to be followed. We cannot show up until such time as the scene has been processed by law enforcement or a notification has taken place, and so on and so forth. Having said that, Ms. Fields, if you want to answer the times.
And so once the death investigators arrive and complete their work, then they call our medical examiner transport team. And our KPI is within 1 hour to report. And so we had 95%.
Thank you very much. And some of these are similarly just kind of curious on some of those numbers specifically, especially as we look at trends from last year to this year. So have the autopsy time that we talked about, 94% within 90 days. What did that look like as compared to last year?
I believe it's more than last year. If you're comparing to 2023, 94 is as you said, exceeds the standard by the National Association of Medical Examiners.
It's more as in it's a higher percentage?
It is a better percentage.
Got it. Okay.
94 compared to 90.
Okay.
90.
How about cremation requests?
The cremation request, we have, if you give me 1 second, I will tell you exactly how many we have. 4,003 cremation requests. The medical examiner approved the cremation whether or declined the cremation regardless if the case came through our office. By statute, the medical examiner has to approve. In other words, somebody died in a hospital of terminal cancer, but the family requests a cremation, that death certificate is reviewed and then approved for cremation. So 4,000 were approved last year. That's like 340, 350 a month, give or take.
What are some of the declinations about?
If the death certificate, when it's reviewed, and that's the part of a medical examiner work that doesn't, you're talking about cremation or decline cases, or cremations, yes. It's a process of reviewing the death certificate. And that's, you could say that's a quality assurance tool for the medical examiner and the community at large, because on some occasion, primary care physicians will sign it in an erroneous manner. For example, they would say cardiorespiratory arrest, and that's not acceptable for the purposes of public health statistics. Or they would say terminal cancer, let's say, but on part 2 of the death certificate, it said status post-fall. Well, that should have been a medical examiner's case. And then we have to take over the medical records and review if indeed the fall is a contributing factor. So it's tedious work. But again, because we're well-staffed, basically we are one of the few medical examiners that go through such a thorough process of reviewing cremation requests.
Thank you. One of the ideas that we've been contemplating for a while now is creating a statutory waiver that would allow the chief medical examiner to not review certain deaths in the district, like those that are unrelated to violence, or don't have any threats to public health. Perhaps a person who is 120 dying and they're home, we think of natural causes. That's obviously a little bit of a high age, but I'm trying to be sensitive. What do you think about that, and how would some designations like that reduce strains on your staff, or are there benefits of reviewing every case?
From the theoretical framework of public health, yes, it's better. We have more information. From the challenges that extensive review poses on our agency, that is true. It is, I have to tell you, to give you an honest answer, is a social construct. The District of Columbia is a peculiar jurisdiction, to put it in a certain way. In other jurisdictions, you could say that case doesn't pertain to the medical examiner because, as you said, advanced age, there is no evidence of foul play, and so on and so forth. And then with confidence, you can decline the case, knowing that statistically, those declines are going to follow the path, and they're not coming back. What makes the district different, in a way, is that whenever a death occurs, regardless of the ward which occurs, is that the decline process could be a little bit difficult, and and I take responsibility for it, I will choose the path of least resistance. I'm not going to be fighting back and forth with a citizen that you need to choose a funeral home. That's not a medical examiner when the next thing is, I know so-and-so, I know so-and-so. In Michigan, that doesn't happen. It just doesn't belong in the jurisdiction. It doesn't. So that's what makes it peculiar. We also don't want to run with issues about that a case was declined, and maybe rightfully so or rightfully so, and then a decision is not made by next of kin. And then the body is left for hours. That's not good. But that also put us in a precarious position to be OCME, the repository. And so as I sit today, I still have mixed feelings about it.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know what is the right answer. One answer will be to decline the case that are declinable, but that, I think before we do that, I think we need to engage in a campaign of education of the public of what is death, what is natural, where to go, what are the resources, and so on and so forth. I have worked in other places where, you know, the response of OCME, and I'm very proud of OCME in the district, is extremely compassionate, where just click,
Yeah.
you know, and that's cold and callous, especially when people are losing their loved ones. So,
Okay, thank you for that response. I would love to work with you and your team on this issue. And it is interesting because I feel like the theme of today on a lot of different topics is public education. And we are a society, I think, not just in DC, but in America, that is very uncomfortable with death and even talking about death in a lot of
100%.
cases.
100%.
And so I think that there's a lot of movement that we can try to make here that is still with care and compassion, and also in a way that is sensible for our agencies.
100%. And, you know, just anecdotally, I got a call for somebody that, you know, the level of education of that person is, and with a position, you know, and that person, their loved one died of terminal cancer in hospice. And how that person doesn't know, that person asked me, Dr. Diaz, are you going to take care of, you know, when hospice itself should have educated. This is what's going to happen sooner or later. These are your choices. And I think that piece is missing.
Okay.
Just my 2 cents.
Yeah, oh, agreed. Last council period, we moved a bill strengthening probate, which modernized and updated our probate system. And one of the committee changes that we made in that legislation was to increase the maximum allowable funeral expenses to $15,000. Have you, I guess this hasn't been, oh, it should have been implemented by now. How will that impact the work that you do?
And I will let Ms. Field, who is the expert in that area. But let me say this, because you brought up the topic of what is the scope of a medical examiner. And I think there is a misunderstanding in terms of, in the community at large, and some of our partners in district government and federal government too, to be honest with you as well, that basically may confuse the role of the medical examiner with one of a funeral provider. And that's not the role, but Ms. Fields is our expert in that topic.
Yes, Chairperson, the funeral assistance, or what's typically called in the district burial assistance, is in the Department of Human Services. There's the statutory program. And so while it assists our agency to have that increase in funeral assistance, and that when we are speaking with families, we can then, and we do, provide that information where they can go to get that assistance. And that increase certainly helps us to serve as a district-wide entity, the families better. So we can say to them, please, this is where you go to get burial assistance. So I would say that it helps our work to be able to say it's there for them, because as Dr. Diaz says, we do attempt to give compassionate service to the next of kin. So that's one thing that we feel good about, the ability to direct them where they can go.
Okay, thank you. What was the average caseload per medical examiner and individual forensic pathologist in FY '24?
We meet the guidelines of the National Association of Medical Examiners, and that's why we are accredited. On average is 200 autopsies per medical examiner.
And again, I am no expert, but that seems like a lot to me.
Well, if you want to compare and contrast, when I was in Detroit, I was doing 600 autopsies a year. That's what I decided to move to the district, because I thought this is smaller than Wayne County, Michigan. So, and that's why a lot of medical examiners cannot get accredited, because, and a lot of my colleagues said the number is arbitrary. You know, you are not to exceed 325 autopsies in a year. And we are averaging 200 and some change per pathologist. That is very manageable. It goes with the education of the public in terms of what to expect when there is a postmortem examination. And people, because of the society we live in, they want instantaneous results. And something as simple as taking a blood sample, blood doesn't circulate when you're dead. So it's a whole different, to use a vulgar term, ball game when you're dead, analyzing the blood of the dead, that when you go to an ER. It's a whole different thing, and it takes time. And but no, 200 is manageable.
Has that been consistent over the last 3 years?
That's been consistent. On some occasion, I think 2 years ago, myself, I did 200 because a couple of my colleagues were on maternity leave. But I enjoy being in the morgue because nobody bothers me.
I remember you telling me that.
Yes.
Is that something that you no longer are doing?
Last year, I believe I did 35 autopsies.
Okay.
Yes.
Perhaps a bit more manageable of a number for a person running 2 agencies at the
Yes.
same time?
Yes.
Your pre-hearing responses mentioned that as of now, there's 1 vacancy for a deputy medical examiner position and a vacancy for a deputy chief medical examiner position in forensic pathology.
There is a vacancy for the deputy chief medical examiner.
Uh-huh.
Dr. Breland, a few months ago, decided to take the position of deputy chief medical examiner for the city of Honolulu in Hawaii. So we cannot blame her for that.
Okay, and so are those the only 2 positions that you're looking to fill right now?
Yes, and I'm looking to fill that position in-house if possible.
And how are your recruitment efforts going for OCME positions? What kind of outreach are you doing with some of the programs and students that we talked about?
Sure. We have academic partnerships with all the universities. And to that end, all the medical students, Georgetown, Howard, George Washington University, they rotate through our office. And also we have, and you saw it during your visit, we have a viewing autopsy room specifically designed for college students. After the pandemic, we stopped doing that, and now we are at the same pace we were before the pandemic, which what we are doing once a month. We've been able to recruit from local colleges in our toxicology department, in our data fusion center. But Ms. Fields can tell you a little bit more about that.
And so we have an internship program wherein for all of our units, students who are in college right now are able to apply and come during the summers. And if they're able to, if they're in this area, for example, they may even work during the school year if they're in one of the schools in the area, in one of the units to get that expertise. We also advertise at the National Association of Medical Examiner and our other accreditors wherein they have bulletin boards that provide the information of our vacancies to their constituents. And so that has worked very well. And I think to the point that Dr. Diaz made earlier regarding the view of your agency. And so because over the years, the view of the agency has increased to such a positive one, we get a lot of hits from those accrediting bodies when they advertise on our behalf. We also attend conferences, and when we attend those conferences, we also get the word out. Sometimes we take cards that we make to say these are the positions that we have available, and they can pass out, those who are attending the conference can pass out those cards, so we get hits from that as well. So that has gone well. We have right now 6 vacancies. And so we think we're doing very well with respect to, and of those 6, 2 we're conducting interviews now.
Okay,
So
great.
we're pretty filled.
Yes, we love to hear that. Thank you so much.
And just to give you,
congratulations.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but just to give you an example, like when I came to the district in 2017, it was difficult to recruit pathologists. Obviously, the office under the leadership of Dr. Mitchell was in a different position than years before. But now after this response, I got 14 solicitations from forensic pathologists that want to work in the district. So that's a change.
Right. Yeah.
That's a seismic change in terms of the reputation. And I will be remiss, Madam Chairperson, if you allow me 30 seconds to acknowledge OCME team, not only the people that responded, but the administrative team that were with me since 10 p.m. on that Wednesday. So everybody showed up and tells you when there is motivation, people want to work. When there is a mission to be accomplished, people want to contribute.
Absolutely. Thank you. I want to turn to some of our fatality review committees and boards, and I want to recognize the members and staff of these committees and boards that do very important and challenging work, and think it is very crucial for our information so that we can have better outcomes in the future. Does the agency or review boards generally follow guidance or take inspiration from any of the resources offered from the National Center for Fatality Review and Prevention, or are all of them kind of left to their topic specific expertise?
I will let Ms. Martin, but before I would like to say that Ms. Martin has been working in fatality reviews 30 years or so.
2006.
Yeah, so she has ample expertise, and we are very happy that she's our director of fatality reviews, and she's managing 6 different fatality reviews. And before she can share her knowledge with it, again, as I said in the previous 2 years, what I implore of the stakeholders is patience in terms of the results of those fatality reviews. The answers are not going to be instantaneously, but I've seen it with my own eyes in terms of infant fatality reviews and the change that came from the implementation of infant fatality reviews, 25 years ago or something like that, and the decrease in the number of infant deaths as a result of that. So it's a change through time, but change happens.
Councilmember Pinto, we utilize the information that comes out of the National Center for the Prevention of Child Deaths, and the CFRC, the Child Fatality Review Committee, utilizes that information, which includes the overall issues that are associated with those child deaths. We also use that information throughout all of our committees, as well as with the Maternal Mortality Review Committee and with the Violence Fatality Review Committee, which may see some crossover between the populations that are served.
can you talk about your partnership with the Corrections Informational Council? At the hearing that we had last week for the CIC, the agency mentioned that they had recently built a relationship with you all. And I'd like to hear more about this. There were 9 deaths at the Department of Corrections this past year. And as we think about improving conditions at Department of Corrections facilities, understanding the causes and circumstances of those deaths is very important. And so what does that look like?
Yes, to that end, death in custody cases require additional testing and additional anatomic procedures, basically to document negative findings if they are not there. And not only we communicate with the Department of Correction, but we also communicate with the Office of Victim Services in terms of reporting the cause of death, the manner of death, the circumstances of death, and the major findings, so we can have an accounting of why those type of death occur and how and which one could be prevented at that point. Citizens in custody are no different than any other group. There are natural death, there are drug-related death, there are self-inflicted death, and so on and so forth. Which ones are the ones that could be prevented at that particular point? Self-inflicted, drug-related, and so on and so forth. Was the medical attention provided at the right time, even though we are not judges of medical care, but having an autopsy result could tell you if the person indeed was having an acute myocardial infarct as opposed to indigestion. And I'm not talking about a district case, I'm in general. So yes, we have partnerships to disseminate the information on death in custody.
And what have we seen from those 9 deaths that happened in custody this past year?
Sadly, majority are drug-related, and there were a couple that were self-inflicted.
I think may have been 5 of the 9 were drug-related. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
So you said something that, and I hear this all the time from people, and I just have to disagree when people say the DOC population is like any other population. We have custody of people in our care. There should be no person who has access to drugs that they can overdose from when they're in our custody. And I know you weren't belittling that, but I heard that from DOC last week. I hear that from them all the time, that just like any city where drugs come in and out of the jail, when there shouldn't be any drugs coming in and out of the jail that aren't provided in a medical manner.
No, and you're right about that. I cannot dispute it. You're right.
Okay, so hopefully we can do more work on that this year to prevent any deaths happening in DOC custody. Going back to some of the other trends that you've seen from our other review committees, can you share what we've seen for violent fatality, maternal mortality, opioid fatality, and developmental disability fatality?
For our Violence Fatality Review Committee, the members are discussing ways to engage the emerging youth population. Those are the decedents who are between the ages of 19 and 24. We are also looking at, the Developmental Disabilities Fatality Review Committee is also looking into ways to improve the services that are provided to those decedents through the Developmental Disabilities Services Agency. We are also looking at, through the Maternal Mortality Review Committee, how to improve postpartum care for those decedents, since the majority of those decedents die in postpartum. That includes the discharge planning for those decedents, as well as looking at how to improve the engagement between those decedents and their primary care physicians after giving birth. I'm sorry, and you also asked for,
Developmental disability fatality
yes, I responded to that. the
and
developmental.
opioid
An
fatality.
opioid fatality review committee has been very busy this year. Even though we lost 2 staff, we were able to rehire 2 full-time employees. The opioid fatality review board has also stepped in to assist the child fatality review committee as well as the maternal mortality review committee with the review of fentanyl cases. And they have also worked with each committee to develop recommendations for improvements with services provided to youth and to pretty much get the word out on the issue of fentanyl. It's something that we see that is important for those decedents, primarily for children and youth, because we've seen an increase in youth-related fentanyl deaths.
For our children and youth, what is the next step when you see that 20% of our children and youth dying from drug overdoses or 46% from homicide? What is the next step that you go to with that information?
We, for the fatality review committees, those teams are multidisciplinary experts in that area. And the primary issue is engaging those who are disengaged from from school, from any programs that occur within the school. It's very important for us to, as a city, to re-engage those youth and those children who are no longer attending school, who we do not have access to.
But do you have a formalized follow-up process in place with someone else who's responsible for those interventions, or a deputy mayor or someone from the administration?
Yes, that comes through the recommendation process. When recommendations are made, we refer those recommendations to the agencies and we await for their responses. But there is an ongoing discussion when it comes to those type of situations that may occur. Because the fentanyl cases are really across the board. So we really do need to have everyone at the table to discuss that.
Thank you. As you know, when we've discussed for the last several years, I introduced a bill, the Transgender and Gender Diverse Mortality and Fatality Review Committee Establishment Act, which I continue to think is a really important tool to understand the causes of fatality for our trans community, and some of the disparate outcomes that we're seeing in this population. And at the hearing that we had on this bill, the agency testified that there were other ways to reach the policy goal of this bill without enacting the bill, such as training, clustering case reviews, and collaborating with other areas of the executive. And so I tried to be kind of open-minded to that approach, to take other steps to accommodate some of the policy goals that I had in mind. But in the pre-hearing responses, it doesn't look like OCME has been making efforts to support death investigators to seek out additional training or workshops on gender expansive decedents. And so I'm just wondering what your thinking is on this policy goal now, and if there are any efforts that are underway or are going to be underway to improve outcomes here.
And I think I can answer that if you don't mind. I've been thinking about it, and I contacted a good friend of mine from the state of Michigan, retired prosecutor that's been tasked by the state of Michigan to basically do that coordination. They don't have those fatality reviews, so basically she and her small team that was in panel is gathering that information on behalf of the state. That's one approach that, based on their experience, we can learn from that experience based on the number of deaths that we have in the transgender community that usually do not exceed or do not reach a high number. In terms of the education piece, I'm planning to engage with the American Board of Medical Legal Death Investigation because they have specific courses and educational material on the subject. the state of Oklahoma Office of the Medical Examiner is the one that has made more advances in that type of education for the medical legal death investigators. And I plan to reach out to them as well because we're not having as the opiate-related fatalities, we're having relatively small number that with education and as well as training and cross-referencing from the different fatality communities, probably we can tackle the issue and submit a report to address the specific needs of that community. So that will be my plan as the chief medical examiner.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate it. And is that something that you can track progress on for
Yes.
us and
Yes.
stay in
Yes.
regular touch with the committee about?
Absolutely, absolutely. And at the risk of saying like, well, now I'm not that busy, I can tackle that. But I just talked to my friend in the middle of, because she called me to ask how I was doing. And I asked her and she's just doing that work. So that's a good resource because it's already been working on it. And my colleagues in Oklahoma also have the education program for medical legal death investigators.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think kind of collating some of those resources and making sure that we can continue to lean in and lead in this area will be important. So appreciate your commitment there.
And I think it's worth of note that this is the first year that opioid-related death has gone down. And I think that that's the result of the work of the different committees and programs implemented by the district. I hope that's a trend that continues because it provided our office with a little bit of respite. And I think the decrease at the end of the day may be in the vicinity of 20% as compared to the previous years. And I think numbers are cold and doesn't translate, but we had an upward trend on opioid-related death from 84 deaths in 2014 all the way to 522 on fiscal or calendar year 2023. And it never let up. And the fact that this calendar year 24 is going to be 20% less, I would like to be hopeful. As it was discussed, I think Councilwoman Henderson was talking that unfortunately the non-fatalities are higher than the fatalities. But in terms of death, there are significant is not the right word. There are less death due to opiates than in years past.
Thank you. That's another area that we always need to continue our public education around for how many deaths there continue to be and how many interventions we need to be taking as a city. But that is a hopeful number that at least we're moving in the right direction, albeit slowly. Among the 5 OCME houses, the review boards that we talked about, I see that the Violence Fatality Review Board reviewed the most cases last year. I have that as 385 cases, followed by child fatality. How should we interpret these numbers? Is that just correlated with how many cases there are, or are there other determining factors that go into if you review a case?
The cases are actually either provided through statistical or cluster reviews or individual case reviews. So here you see a mixture of that. So with the Violence Fatality Review Committee, when we see that they reviewed 385 cases in fiscal year 2024, it's not surveillance, but it's looking at those cases statistically and cluster cases that may have like situations, as well as full death in individual cases. So yes, the Violence Fatality Review Committee is doing a lot of work, as well as the OFRB. They are now looking at cases statistically and clustering like issues when they present them to the committee members.
But in terms of the intake of which cases are being selected, is that like, how do those get determined?
There's not a selection process. The committee members are reviewing the cases as they come in. As they are prepared and ready for review, that's when they are reviewed by the committee.
Does that mean that every case is reviewed?
Every case is being reviewed.
Okay.
Yes.
Got it. And then in terms of your annual reports, pursuant to DC law, the agency must publish an annual report, but it seems that there is a delay here. You indicated in your pre-hearing responses that the 2022 annual report is under final review while the 2023 report is being drafted. As we are in 2025, what is the plan there?
For which report is that? Is that
For the annual reports, both for 2022 and 2023. I'd love to see 2024, but 1 year at a time.
So currently, we're working with the Executive Office of the Mayor with editing our reports. All of our reports are currently being edited.
For 22 and 3.
For 2022 and for 2023.
Okay.
We are poised to have the 2024 MMRC annual report completed, and we are submitting that to the committee in April for their review. So that should be published on time. It will be published on time.
So the committee is in our committee? Or
No, I'm sorry,
committee?
to the Maternal Mortality Review Committee.
Oh, I see. I
Yes.
got you. Okay. And when can we expect to see 2022 and 2023 reports? Like, does the executive have a timeline by which they think that their editing process will be completed?
There is no timeline for the Executive Office of the Mayor to review and edit the reports.
Okay. Could we follow up with them and see what the holdup is there?
We can-
I will do better than that. I will lean on them because I think that the release of those annual report is of paramount importance. So hopefully we can have both of them published in the not too distant future, not 2 weeks, but hopefully 2 months.
Yes, I forgot our earlier definition of not too long. Sometime between my definition and Dr. Love's definition. Okay, well, thank you all very much. That concludes my questions today. As always, Dr. Diaz, I want to give you a chance if you have anything you want to highlight or any closing remarks you want to make.
Very simple, Madam Chairperson. I'm very thankful to your committee, to your support. And as I said, I could not be more proud of the team of OCME because each and every employee stepped up and did it in a very selfless manner, as well as the integration of the Department of Forensic Sciences into our endeavor. We have people that felt that they were unable to help and they wanted to do something. And this is not as a result of the director, but that's the result of the quality of the people. And I think 2 years ago, when you became chairperson, I testified before you that what occurred in DFS was unfair to the people that work there and give their best. The same goes for OCME. As an older person that sometimes gets cantankerous and complain about younger people compared to my generation, I have to say that everybody showed up and did their best. And that's why we were able to have answers for their family in 4 days. Thank you.
Really amazing. Well, thank you very much. And to your whole team, I think what you all have accomplished at DFS and OCME over the last 2 years is unbelievably impressive. And I hope you all are very proud of yourselves and proud of the progress and all of the hard work. And I know that we can keep it up and can keep that sustained success by working together. And it gives me great optimism for the future of the work that both agencies are doing under your leadership. And as we enter the budget process, let's stay in close coordination to make sure that these very important elements of our public safety ecosystem that don't always get talked about, the public doesn't always understand or know about all of the work that these agencies are doing, and they are crucially important to our full functioning of an excellent public safety ecosystem and of everyone's safety. And they need to stay front of mind, and they need to stay top budget priorities for all of us. So thank you very much, Dr. Diaz. Thank you to your
Thank you.
team. Thank you to my team, and everyone from OPLA and who's joined us today. With that, the time is now 5:59